Welcome everybody back to the LTA South. We are here, we are ready for the final of LTA South Split 3 in the Sao Paulo Arena. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by RMC here for this final cast. Cade Stars versus Red Canids. Certainly not the final we were maybe expecting, RMC.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people were expecting this finals, but we did talk about it, and this was kind of in a way, a fantasy final to be able to watch,
Yes.
to see take the top, because there's so much between these two teams. The fact that, first of all, the mid laner matchup is going to be absolutely amazing. We want to see this. We didn't get to see this all split long. The fact that these are two dev teams coming through, the only two sort of LTA South teams with academy teams still in CD. The fact that the coaches, Trajan, on this one matter a lot. CL's Promise versus Talkers, trying to give Red yet another title. They are first and their latest.
Yeah, it is not just a simple hands check on the rim.
shove, you know when an Annie's going for you. She starts running at you, so you just run
she's going
away.
for you.
Seismic shove. Exactly.
Yeah.
Cade, they're happy with it though, and they recognize where the stronger team fight comp are going to index even heavier into it. Bull with a Scion pick that a little bit uncharacteristic. We start the split kind of going like, hey, Bull is just that carry player. VKS does best when you unlock him with a carry. This split, this part of the glow up for Bull. He's playing tanks, he's playing utility, and he looks great on them.
And as we start to get to the second rotation of bans focusing on that bot side now, I will say that what our big worries for VKS into Furia, into Pain, was Bowl is a problem. Bowl will have to weak side. He's going to have to play Scion. He's going to lose, but it's about how hard he loses. And he was picking the Scion into these dominant tops, and he wasn't losing. He was up in CS, he was up in gold, he was valuable. He was able to take this quote-unquote weak side pick, especially the Scion, and was outclassing our best top laners on this pick. So I am now much less scared about this Scion pick for Ball than I would have been even 2 weeks ago, as the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal are the bans away from Rebella. These have been, we saw them both last split against Pain, very, very proficient on them, and the Rakan, the choice for Red. So maybe a Trimby support focus on one side and an AD carry focus on the other.
Fair enough. I think Trimby to Samus is that sort of super scary part about Cade Stars. As much as we talk up Doom, as much as Frosty has been omnipresent on the map for Red this last weekend, Trimby and Samus still have higher kill participation. So they're working together better, more, and they're trying to reduce the roaming. Problem is, it's game one, Trajan. Even with it feels like it's his style of champion, but instead it's Frosty who's whipped it out 4 times already and might do it again this game.
Yeah, I believe it's Frosty's most played as we see the Senna come out from Morteus. Now, I don't know if we've seen that for him this split. Rebella we have, but the Frosty or Morteus has had a bit more of a narrow pool, obviously more or less by choice, whereas Rebello has been the one with a much wider selection. I think 11 unique AD carries so far in this split, despite the relatively low number of games. So we will need to see what the answer for Rebello is going to be here. The main kind of shared picks between these guys is Yunara, Corki, and Kai'Sa, and they're all banned. Sen has been taken away, so I'm wondering what the choice for Rebello is going to be. They could do with a bit of late game, I will say. They've got a Rumble to Leia Pantheon. If this goes late into Senna Scion, we got to get through that somehow.
Alternatively, you could just index even harder into the early game, right? And just try and smash early. And that was the pick I was thinking of, Trajan, right? Like, you've already got the sort of Rumble set up with the Rel. You just want a little bit more damage to kind of smash the game and roll as fast as you can. Misfortune can do that. It is a very high-risk pick, though, especially into the likes of the Wukong, the Annie, the Scion. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to punish the immobility that comes down when you use bullet time. So as good as the pick would have been, it does feel like Red, rather than kind of gambling away the first game right from the get-go, they've opted for a little bit more safety with the Jhin. The Jhin scaling is still an issue, though. There is a side on the other side, and Wukong does get free armor. So I don't know how I feel about this as sort of a late-game insurance policy.
Yeah, if we're trying to smash the early game, Jhin tends to be more of a sit-back pick, generally in the lane. Of course, Senna is not necessarily the hugest bully. We'll see what the pairing is with the support. That will affect it quite a lot. It's just going to be a standard Alistar, an anti-Rel pick, but we're not necessarily expecting, I think, either of these bot duos to completely bulldoze the other. They're not necessarily those kind of bot lanes. Right? We've got plenty of bulldoze bot lanes, and these aren't one of them. So the Jhin is just going to be kind of quietly going into the mid game, and then you're trying to very specifically target select only really 2 of the enemy champions, which is Annie and Senna. And I feel like we may have taken a little bit of the power and overall damage profile out for Red, and they might end up lacking as the game stretches on.
Sure, but I will say I do think this is a bit of a bulldoze ball lane. Trajan, I see a bull, and the description of it makes me think we might be dozing. We'll kind of see how that one goes there.
Yeah, that's the new meaning of bulldoze. Is just a sleeping cow bot lane. Is
yes. Where's the Zoe? We need her back to put people to go to sleep.
Keep it out of this game.
Kaze's got a really good Zoe though. Actually.
He does. He literally does. Yeah, carrying the spirit of Tinones onto the Rift still, as we sadly cannot see the man himself. As we'll get onto the Rift now. RMC drafts in. Context now in. VKS Red. What are we feeling on this series? Who is tugging your fancy? Who do you think we're going to be crowning champion at the end of today's games?
Okay, so here's the thing. Normally, I actually like Cade Stars draft. I think it's a much more LTA South style draft. Very simple, easy to execute, right? It's a team fight composition, start to finish. Even having the Senna with a little bit less damage is fine. When you've got the Wukong, when you've got the Annie on the other side of things. But Red's comp is interesting. Tejas and Tribi take a interesting back timing. I'm actually surprised that they've ended up so far behind in CS, because that 12 CS advantage, 12 CS, 13 CS advantage really just popped up since they last backed, which is pretty huge. And Rebello and Frosty are going to be very, very happy with this. They've got a pretty good burst at 6 as well.
About the stun, Samus has an ult as well. There's no other teammates for Red, but in comes Doom, but he's flashed away from him. Doom looking for the stun, draws the attention of the Wukong, and now in comes Frosty up the river, but Trimby and Morteus have the first move, first blood for Miryu. Now Rebello abandoned on bot side, has to flash himself away, but a flash by Trimby follows. In comes the CC, Frosty's there for the stuns, gonna get the burst down on the Senna. Can they get the trade back in the AD carry? They can't! And VKS come out huge across that play. They go straight to the feet of warfare.
Yeah, just across the board. Kate just collapsed faster. And great play from them. I feel like Kaze was thinking, okay, hoping maybe I can try and make a cute flash somewhere over a wall or something. But he ends up moving away from Doom. Doom can't help him. His bot lane zoned out. And Cade, this was more what I expected when we saw the bot side. Morteus and Trimby getting pressure, getting prio, making sure that people can't help out. And Cade, they split Red up, divide, and conquer.
Yep, great start for Cade. Certainly what they needed, especially in that mid-jungle duo, to get that one off right. You see the leads now sitting for them, and Red certainly not down and out, but 1,000 gold down now, and they will instead move up to the Grubs to try and pick that one up. The Samus on the other side of the map likely not to contest it. The Hextech Drake is also live. We'll see if VKS wants to use that prior for it, but you can see the replay of this last scrap.
And there were multiple times Kaze could have flashed, right? Like right here, you've got a wall you could get over. Sure, you know, you'd probably still die, but at least you burn a flash. Instead, you kind of don't really cost them anything whatsoever. Miru's more than happy to run you down with the initial lead they got. Doom in the jungle as well, kind of just grand star falling to his own demise. And I want to highlight to you in the minimap that didn't get shown. Okay, now they'll show it. The fact that Frosty and Rivolo tried to move first, and they kind of had prio in lane, but when it comes down to sort of the all-in, you're seeing the sustain advantage kind of win through for Morteus and Trimby, the heal as well, and they just zone out Rebello, and they didn't need to win the fight, so them getting the kill on Rebello was just icing on the cake, and really good use of cycling through those summoners that came through with the heal, with the barrier.
You can see Rebello with the full shot ready, animation half started, but can't get that last auto off for the trade, as the Cade fans, the Guerreros watching, go wild for their start for their team. As we said, both heavily momentum-based teams, and a start like that for BKS is just what the Doctor ordered. But FNB, we can still see comfortably laning against the Scion. As I say that, though, we're dropping TPs, we're hard committing. Now he has a flash to use. Trimby and Miryu come through. He drops the red carpet, but everybody piles in, and there's just nowhere left to go.
And meanwhile, Morteus in mid lane as well, so it's not like Kate are really dropping that much CS by allowing Miryu to TP into this bot lane and now kind of just pound away at this turret if he wants to try and get a plate. Instead, they're just trying to zone control, remove that ward for now. Kate, once again, they're just collapsing faster, better. They're playing more as a team, which I think really suits them, and it's good news. When you've got a team fight composition, if your team looks this coordinated, that's massive. The mid game is going to look even better.
Frosty has been very aggressively contesting this bot tri-brush in the face of two opponents. Doom, Rebello now coming down from the jungle, and they want to try and avoid losing this dragon for nothing, it seems. Bowls headed back up top lane, still has a flash and TP if needed, but VKS, they're more expecting a play. They're trying to get that pick before they start the objective.
Okay, and they might find it as red. Doom is sat on top of the board. He's clearing it, so he knows it's there, but he doesn't know where VKS is.
Now he's seen them, and in comes the CC chain again. The Pantheon with no flash left, and the CC is just too much. Jungler down. 5 kills to none for Cade.
I just feel like there's a fire sale or something going on right now. Cade are like, okay, buy one dragon, get one kill free. It's just that easy. And Red, they just look kind of lost. Like, I appreciate that Doom is trying to make moves happen, but it's backfired twice now. He's 0-2. And as good as Pantheon is in the current meta, where he shines and where he excels is being proactive and making those aggressive moves, looking for those ganks, looking for early skirmishes. We're getting past the early phase of the game. We're looking at 12 minutes where Kate might want to start grouping up. The moment first brick goes down, that's when I think Red are going to be in a lot of trouble. So for Cade, they're waiting for Herald potentially to break that first turret open. And for Red, that first Herald feels like a watershed moment. That is the fight they need to win. They need to get Herald. You can lose members on that take, but you need to make sure that Cade don't take the Herald and take your first brick.
Yeah, we do have Red. We'll see a replay of that fight first, actually. It seems like Cade's are just in their heads, man. They've got such good preparation and setting up these plays, tracking where Red's going to be before they even know it themselves, it seems.
And it's kind of just good ward vision and just knowledge of where teams are going to want to be approaching from. They had a ward on the other entrance as well, so they knew that the only way Doom's coming in is kind of from behind that dragon pin. That's why they were already set up in that area. We've got wards everywhere else, and when Doom's clearing it, he's in trouble. Red, though, they're not giving up just yet. They're still trying to pressure up, pick up CS where and how they can. They still have multiple semi-globals they can use, even with the Jhin, the Curtain Call, and the Equalizer. They have very long range as well. So it's a big question of what they can find in the meantime. Bull looking for Kaze there.
Big chunk on the CC with the ultimate there.
Wow.
Kaze, the defensive seismic shove walks away. He's going to get the plate as well, but Bull's happily to hold on to that lane, it seems.
That's crazy. Bull just gets back in lane and just half health Kaze. That's a tank, by the way. Kaze's tiers, they're going to be stacking real fast the way this game's going.
Yes, we're going to be likely just chipping away. He's going to go for the recall, in fact, just to make absolutely sure. Would love to get that Archangel staff completed, hopefully, on this reset. And he doesn't actually even have it. He's got the TP away without it. So far behind Miryu now. You can see the Malignants plus additional Amp Tomes been on deck for this Annie for a hot minute. And FMB is going to once again take up the mantle of the Sion line.
Okay, minute and a half for it to try and catch back up. At least they do have items completed in most of the other lanes. FMB, Doom, Rebello, all with their first items. And, you know, that Ghost Blade early spike does mean a lot. Same with that Sundered Sky for Doom. Red now in the area, clearing vision out. They want to regain control a little bit over this Herald. For now, though, it's just a straight approach that they have vision on. It's not sort of vision that's going to allow them to necessarily get picks. It's more just vision that allows them to approach the area and see if Cade are in there.
They certainly feel confident of VKS moving into this river. We need to see if Red want to contest them, if they have the damage. The front line of Cade is already starting to build with the ultimates that they have. First items coming through. And Cade have been fully in control of this first game. And finally, starting to show us the true destination that has been teased for a couple years now under the stewardship of CL. And Cade Star's ready to look for their first title in so many years. Oh my word,
Yeah,
Senna damage even kicks now as well.
Yeah, that's just a static shift too. Usually it's more for the wave clear, but yeah, it's actually kind of hurting Frosty. Well, because Frosty went towards some null magic mantle. It's more magic resistance than actual physical armor damage right now. They're very hyper aware that these Nyx fights, Miryu's probably going to be the one doing the most damage with the magic resistance shred as well from Malignance. But Trajan, to go back to your point about, you know, CL and Cade, this was the project. They brought CL in back when it was still CB LoL. It was originally supposed to be a 5-year project. They were not expecting the merge. And Cade Stars, Vivo Cade as an organization is the second oldest org in all of Brazil. Right, the oldest being Pain Gaming, and then Vivo Cade came in back in 2013. They won one championship in all their time, and that was back in 2014. So it's been more than a decade, Trajan, and the Warriors are hungry for this. They really want it. And CL, he promised at the beginning of the year, I will give you one trophy. I don't know which split, but we are in split 3. This is the last split, and he's gotten the closest he has since 2024. And he's looking to lock this one in, and it's looking good right now. 5-0 with a strong team fight composition. This Herald could make or break this game right here.
Time running out for VKS to deliver on that promise, and time running out for Red in this game to keep control of it, or it might slip out of their hands. Bit of damage down onto Miryu from Kaze, but again, not even as much as the Sion could do, to be fair, in that bot lane. Both top laners still with a TP to come in here. Red, they want to contest. Frosty especially has been finding so many picks and CC setups, but just has not been able to make them work. Another seismic shove onto Trimby, and Cade Stars now maybe being given a little pause around this Herald.
Yeah, but Trimby, I mean, tanking that without even touching the Unbreakable, that's a decent sign. The base, not so much. Is Cade going to give this one up for free? They have a ward in there, so Trimby cancels his back for now. Bull has teleport, has his unstoppable onslaught, and here's the TP coming through from Iria.
This will be a long, slow take by Doom if that's the choice. Rebello now stepping in. VKS coalesce on the top side. Trimby getting sped up by the Senna. Doesn't quite find the knock-up. Knockback. There goes the Unbreakable. TP's in from both top sides. FMB with the red carpet to lay down. Could completely stall VKS as the Herald is taken. Rebello drops the ultimate. Red thinking about a little more. Bowl completely untouched. The ultimate from Rumble comes down and a Senna as well to fire back. There's Miryu in with the anti-damage. Disarm to follow. And it's a meat grinder for VKS in the river. Red get 4 for 0'd.
Mortanius heard Rebello got a penta yesterday, and I was like, nah, I'll take the triple today. FMB might be in trouble as well. Stun runs down.
Oh, where are we? Why are we over here, my buddy? What are we doing up there by the tower? Miryu and Trimby pick up the final piece, and the extended ace locked in as Red are yet to get a single kill in 17 minutes.
You know, Trajan, have you heard the saying, it's better to int together than to play apart?
Yeah.
Yeah, the FNB just exemplified that. He really took that to heart. His entire team died, and FNB just wanted the quick recall with the rest of them, showing solidarity. Trajan, we hyped up the Herald as being such an important factor for Cade to blow this game open, to take these turrets. Well, guess what? Getting 5 kills, that's going to do a very similar thing. 5.6 thousand gold up at this point. Sure, they don't have the Herald for a quick turret take, but they don't need that with this gold advantage. They can just siege up as well, and what amazing patient play from them. Red, I respect what they did. They took the Herald, but they probably shouldn't have chased after they got the Herald. Just take it and leave.
Yeah, you could see just the absolute nothing that was being dealt to Bo by the Rebello ultimate chasing down there. This is lethality Jhin. It's even more bad at killing tanks than normal Jhin is. There's just no way for them to punch through Bo right now. Not when Katze doesn't have his Leandries, not when Rebello's going this build, not when Doom has been so effectively shut out. They will use the Herald to crack top. They're actually going to go for the double charge as well. Rebello stepping aggressively forward, gets knocked up. Trimby on the side, pulled in with the Magnet Storm, headbutts away that rail. Second charge secured. FNB looking for a little bit more on the ulted Alistair. Redemption comes down to keep him healthy. Frosty knocked up now. All of Red piling in. They want that first kill, and they will find it. But where's the response? The Samus in the backline, flanking on the carries, and suddenly it's turned on its head. VKS, they hold fast. They get fed even more kills. And the desperation dive by Red Canids just digs them deeper into the hole.
Unfortunately for Doom, trying to wish upon a falling star didn't work. He didn't even go up, much less get the falling part of it. And Red, I appreciate what Red was trying to do. I do think that's actually not the wrong call to go for that top side play. It's just Cade is so far ahead right now that even in a 3v4 situation, they were still able to answer back. They were able to stall, and they were able to find their own way back to turn the tides. We're getting the replay all the way back from the Herald. And look, again, the Herald take was great, but this was greedy at best. And look how little damage Bo takes. To me, that's the warning sign. When you unleash the entire curtain call and your 4-shot does nothing to their tank, that's a sign that you shouldn't be fighting this. You have no way of winning this. Look how little damage they took. Trimby takes the most damage, and that's because he was fighting half that fight without Unbreakable Will. So, congrats. You can't even melt through one of the squishier tank engage supports. From here on out, you just don't get to team fight. Here, you need to split push. Here, you need to play the map and Cade. You know, part of me feels like it's a disproportionate outside response when they're already crushing the game. But to be fair, it was their first team fight. It was a clean ace. And this is the grand finals.
It was a stunning combo that they pulled there with the 3-man Miryu stun into Trimby knockup, into the Samus knockup. It was a beautiful thing to watch. And VKS now, 7.5k up, just past the 20-minute mark. This is an absolute clapping in the first game. They've only had time to get 2 dragons, 3 minutes till the next one. And look, that's a gold lead you see when the Nexus explodes.
Sure, yeah, and this is before Baron is even taken, because Baron has now been pushed back to 25 minutes. When Baron gets taken, that's when I think we're really going to see this game accelerate. Frosty has no chill, is getting melted by fire here.
He's got the shield, got the heal. He's going to survive it at least, so that's something. The Samus now waiting for a possible second angle, but Red will at least get their support out of the dodge.
Yeah, but it's looking rough, Trajan. I'm going to be honest. I don't really see Red coming back into this one without a massive throw from Cade. And give Cade credit, they've not been throwing. Kaze, however, does he get out too?
Stunned up, slowed again, got the shield. Okay. Miryu steps in for that mid 1v1 matchup. You're not getting away from this one, buddy. Flashes in to lock it down. And the Atakan now almost a sure thing. FNB could look for the TP. Doom could go for some sort of miracle ult steal. But VKS have been clean as a whistle in game 1. They have just not been leaving the gaps open.
Nope, and Doom's not even close enough. Like, yes, he's got a pseudo global, but it's really, really far away. Again, Frosty gets tagged by Miryu, but again, focus right now is on Atakan. They're going to let Frosty walk away yet again. Cade, like you said, playing it very squeaky clean, Trajan. There's just no avenues for it to come back in, and that's why I don't believe that Red can really come back in this game. I think this is one of those where, like, okay, it's a Talker's game 1, right? He's sacking a lot of power picks. Well, let this one go. Mortez the snipe from base. Yeah. Was it needed? No, but they're trying to beat the AD carry, and I appreciate that.
It was hype, though. I'll admit that. It was pretty sick, and you could see FNB just having a chuckle in the player cam. I think Red are not feeling super shook by this. This is one of those games you just write off. They're going to catch on to Trimby right here with the knockground combo, but there's the Alistar ultimate. They can't even get that done. And Frosty ends up paying the price. You can see the smirk on his face as well. Miryu wants a little more. Look for the carries. Gets stunned up. Nice combo, actually. And there's a little bit of punish for Red to get some gold back on their side. But Morteus still harrying them through the jungle. And BKS keep pushing.
Yeah, that's a huge bounty Miryu gave over. It was 600 and change was what he ended up giving over. But Kate don't care. They're so far ahead at this point. And okay, Kaze again overstepping.
There's a flash, and we'll have to burn it. But yeah, whenever Red tries to leave the safety of a tower, it seems like BKS have a goon squad waiting around the corner for them.
I gotta criticize Kaze a little bit. I mean, I guess he's just limit testing at this point, and they're just getting ready for the next game. But he's the one who's been kind of overcommitting, pushing out a lot, and kind of getting punished for it. Frosty as well to a lesser extent. Like, Frosty is a support. It's his job to get out there and get vision. Sometimes if he needs to kill, to die, in order to get that vision, so be it, as long as it's not on a critical objective. And right now, we're still waiting for Baron in 2 minutes. I know Dragon comes up first in 15 seconds. It does not matter. This is Soul Point. I don't think that Soul will be a big factor this game. If we do get it, it's probably just icing up the cake at that point.
Yeah, we're kind of just waiting for VKS to decide when they want to start pushing inhibitors and then wrap up the game with a Baron shortly after that. They have been playing so well around the vision, around this bot pit. We saw Frosty trying in vain to get a ward on Atakan for a couple of minutes, it felt like. They've got the pink line where they need it, and Red just cannot get their way through this vision line to see an eye on the objective as the rest of the map just crumbles around them. Meanwhile, VKS still have extra vision on the other side of the map, tracking where the jungler is.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Red will go for like one big last Hail Mary at the rate this game is going, because yeah, they can't walk in there, so like just go for all the globals coming in at the same time. Maybe you try and catch the backline. Nope, but it's Trimby finally engages.
Trimby's in. The Sentinel doesn't get the damage, but Sion rocketing into the backline. Doom going for the deep dive, but there's just no assistance. Miryu with the ult and tippers just taking down Rebello. He's so low, but he will survive. Only Doom left on the floor after that play.
You know what? I salute Doom for doing that, at least. Like, Doom kept the rest of his team alive. It wasn't the sort of full send that I was kind of hoping to see, the last stand moment, but he's keeping Red literally in the game, because the game continues to go on. Kate can't quite crack the base, but it's 30 seconds till Baron Trajan, and that's like what we said was the main focus and the main timer we were watching. Red currently has vision in the area, but what can they do with it? 10,000 gold behind at 25 minutes. That's between 20 to 25% gold difference between these teams. Item-wise, that's almost a full item.
So given that VKS are almost certainly a lock for this game one, we'll wait and see what Baron plays bring us, if there's potential throws to be found, but for Red's composition, it did feel like they lost one fight in the bottom river, and the game became entirely unplayable. How did we need to operate this? I mean, I assume Frosty's going to escape. Good stuff. There we go. But it does feel... What do we need to see from Red to stop this game so quickly devolving into just a seeming impossibility? Or I guess we'll have to wait for, for the bot lane to just get murked once again. That's fine. Doom is also going to get stunned up. Trimby's going to follow him down. He's got the stun stacking up. Jasama's actually going to commit the flash and the ultimate just to be sure. But RMC, what do we need to see from Red this game?
At least we didn't have to wait too long. That was pretty fast.
Yeah.
This game, there's nothing we can't see, Trajan. It was kind of over the moment they messed up the Herald. The first fight was kind of bad enough on the bot side, but when they committed to a full 5v5 on that top side after getting Herald, that's when you knew things were kind of done. We talked about it. If they can win with this drop, Red is taking a much more complex, tougher to execute composition. And if they can win with it, then yeah, I think they're good for the series. Them losing is not that big a surprise. Them losing by this big a margin is not even that big a surprise to me, because in the South, we're much better at team fighting than we are anything else. This was a more complicated sort of side lane composition with a lot of global and macro. Bo finally brings the big hammer down on Kaze. We saw this, was it 10 minutes ago, where Bo half-health Kaze. Fast forward 10,000 gold in 10 minutes. It's 100-0 when Bo gets on top of Kaze.
Yeah, so but perhaps just a misjudging of a play, a bad judgment call on when you can fight, when you should fight. Red walk themselves into their own demise in that top river, and VKS have been swift and merciless in the punish. 26 minutes on the clock. We're 3 dragons deep for them. All the outer towers have now been collected, and the Baron is coming online I say it's coming online. It's going to come offline because they've already had it for a minute or so by now. So they are just sweeping through the map, picking up everything, and leaving no space. So for Red, as you said, it's more like going to be we're looking at next game. We're thinking about what we need to do next time. In the Fearless draft, of course, we'll remove the Bowl Scion. We'll remove that safety pick that he has once again handled the explosive enemy top laner super well on, and takes away some of the easy playmaking perhaps from Miriel and the Annie.
Yeah, and to be fair, again, we looked at these champions. They don't necessarily feel like the signature champions of Red. And Talker is known for doing this in a full Fearless, especially in best of fives. He knows he's got at least 3 games to kind of play around. So in game 1, you just kind of pick sort of generically OP champions or meta champions that aren't exactly the signature champions of your players, get them out of the way. And for Cade, they're burning through a lot of the strong pool as well. Now we've got Pantheon and Wukong taken out. If we're talking about the Triangle Triumvirate, there's only Xin Zhao left, and Xin Zhao is not your typical team fighter. He doesn't facilitate the team fight. He's actually about breaking up the team fight and stopping the range damage from coming through. More of a tanky frontline or a disruptor. The Annie is gone, something that counters a lot of Kaze specialty picks, things like the Akali, the Zed, the Assassin-esque picks, and Scion. There's no other champion quite like him. At best, you're looking at maybe Ornn to do something similar, but Ornn doesn't scale to infinity either. Maybe Cho'Gath, who can scale up, but isn't as tanky, can't lane quite as well.
Yeah, for sure. We know that FMB has been pulling some mean Cho'Gath games as well in this split, so potentially a contesting angle right there as the inhibs do topple VKS using their Baron with pretty high level of efficiency right now. They're not even going to wait for the third one. They're just going to start working on the Nexus, and Red just don't do any damage. They've got a stun on Tamirio. They can try and burst him down. There is enough damage for Frosty to get it over the line. Answered back now on the backside. Kaze trying to do what he can. Rebello using the safety of the towers as Doom tries to scrabble his way back to the tower. Knocks Bolt into the fountain, which doesn't even do anything to him. And meanwhile, the Nexus exposed. VKS sweep aside Red in game number 1.
I don't remember the last time I saw that, where somebody gets knocked in the fountain like that and is happy, unbothered, literally being moisturized.
Nothing
and is perfectly fine. Yep, Bolt walked away with full health after that shield came through. Now, we do see Cade, they got their win, they're walking off. A big contrast to their reactions after they won that first team fight. After the first team fight, they're all hyped, they're ready to go. But after the game, they're ice cold because they know this is only game 1 in a best of 5 Trajan. There are at least 2 more games they need to play, and they also know that this is not what Red look like at their best. And sure, maybe Red just flop. That'd be a disappointment. I don't think you can bet on that, count on that, nor play as if that's going to be the case.
Yes, BKS now extending their playoff record to 7-1, 3-0 Furiate, 3-1 Pain, and a great start against Red coming through that lower bracket that you highlighted earlier, RMC. Red, they weren't on signature picks. The bot lane looked relatively standard. They were playing aggressive. They were trying to get a lead. They were doing a decent job right there. But the mid jungle kind of collapsed pretty quickly. After getting that first kind of mistake punish on Tamirio, suddenly Disamus was the one punishing flash timers and really bearing down on Kaze on that Talia. And then we just did no damage to Scion. We had a Scion and we had no one who could hurt him. So yes, unfortunate for Red, but as you said, part of the Talker's playbook. We'll see. Maybe next game's draft will be completely different, and perhaps the layout of the game as well.
Yeah, 100%. And also, I think there are some good takeaways from Red. As you said, their laning was fine. Rebello and Frosty were winning out early. Granted, it wasn't to Asena, who does tend to drop CS here and there. FNB was winning out pressure-wise as well, and Kaze looked fine into Miryu. So the hands for Red are fine. It's more, I think, about their draft in the mid-game. And until we actually see a proper draft come through from them, I'm not going to get too hyped. But I am going to be very hyped for Cade and what they did achieve in game 1, because it did look very clean, Trajan. And it still comes back to mind when you said, it was just so clean, there's no avenues back in. If Cade can continue playing this game, this style of game, then the early game might just determine this entire series. Whoever can get a lead, keeps that lead and just strangles out their opponents.
Absolutely could go that way. Let's go to a quick break for now, everybody. We'll run an ad to get rid of the pre-rolls, and we'll be back with game number 2 of the LTA South Split 3 Grand Finals. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South Twitch channel. We have had a swift game one with Vivo Cade Stars completely dismantling the Red Canids composition without any issue whatsoever. Now, RMC, you did queue up before the series kind of got underway, that this is not just the players, it's not just 5v5 in this event. The coaches have been hugely impactful to both of these teams.
Yeah, and specifically for Red, it's sort of the revival for them to come through, because up to this point, Red has been a very interesting organization. First, back when franchising, it was Titans Red. And then back in, was it 2023, 2024, it became Aegis' Red when Titan left to go to Paying Gaming. But throughout all of this, it was under Coelho, who was an amazing coach, by the way. He did miracles with a Red roster that could not work together very well with any other coach. Nelson tried to step in, it fell apart. Every time Coelho would come in, pick up the pieces, and make it work. But this year, they switched to Talkers. This split, they switched to Talkers. It's under Talkers that Doom, Kaze, Rebello were all promoted up from their academy roster. And as you can see, specifically, their team fighting got way better. Their kill-death ratio went from 1.05 to 3.4. That's like a threefold increase. Their win rate shot through the roof. Their goal difference at 15 increased. Their first blood went up. So all their kill stats went up. Interestingly, though, their first tower, Dragon and Baron rates didn't significantly change. So Talkers, really good at the fighting, very, very much Brazilian style, less so at the objectives. And I feel like coming into this matchup against Cade, where Cade has been dominating a lot of the sort of map objective stats, this weakness might be coming back to bite them a little bit.
I do think that is one of the coolest things about this iteration of Red Canids for me, is how different it is while keeping the same spirit at the core of it, which is quite frenzied, it is scrappy, they do love to fight, they love to go for the outplay, and it is very of the CBLOL, of the LTA South. Red does feel very quintessential of this region, but it's sharper and it's kind of a little bit more cunning. It's not quite as loose cannon as it has been. They're not completely out of that area, it must be said, but they certainly are moving in the right direction. The stats tell that story, and Talkers going from way back in the past, bringing them their first title in 2017, potentially being able to bring them back to the top 8 years later, having gone through the player and the coach kind of cycle, is certainly a compelling story that I hope that all the Red fans would certainly love to see completed here after this series. Now we're into the draft for game number 2, and we have kept the Unara ban, we've kept Aurora, we've now added a Silas ban for VKS. So they are thinking, all right, they've got their Talia game out of the way, now they're going to be dipping into the Kaze specials, and we're going to start taking those away.
Yep, now that Annie's off the board, these are safer picks for them to go for. It's also interesting that Red gets side selection in game 2. Cade Stars got it in game 1, and Cade opted for Red. Red is opting for Red. So instead of the blue side prio and full fear list that we often see, it's actually red side prio and counter pick prio that both these teams are looking for. Varus, of course, being slammed by Morteus right away. Despite the nerfs to lethality Varus, it still feels like that is the preference of choice for a lot of these teams. He is the second strongest AD carry on patch, barring Unara, who is permabanned, it feels like right now.
Yeah, it is interesting as well to see that this Red Canid side have chosen Red here, given that VKS have a pretty similar win rate with both Blue and Red side. They're just really good. And then Red actually have a significantly better win rate with Blue, about 15% higher win rate on Blue. They are much more successful on that side of the map, but they have not chosen it here, even after getting blasted so hard in game 1. They're confident in this strategy. They've gone for the Jarvan Orianna to round out that mid jungle, so it is going to be still a very strong combination between the two, not necessarily one that Kaze can solo carry on. He really wants to work in tandem with the team still in the second game. That's left the Xin up, and that triumvirate you mentioned in that first game has been snapped up by Desamus, no problem.
Yeah, and I am a little bit concerned about the Orianna pick. Like, Orianna has come back up in priority. She's really safe in terms of laning, can be a bit of a lane bully. She doesn't really have any terrible matchups. But like I said, it's not a champion with a lot of agency, and Kaze looks best when he's got agency. A lot of it, I guess, will come down to how well Doom can set up with him and get that ball in there, especially with Desamus being able to knock them back. Kali for Miryu. Trajan, one thing we kind of didn't touch on was the champion pools for both Miryu and Kaze. Both of them have great hands. But while Miryu has opted more for team fighting and more to set his team up this particular split, Kaze has been on the Assassins. But it feels like it slipped our mind that Miryu was the guy who was playing Akali last split. He was one of the guys who brought it back in right from the get-go. And this time, picking it in this game. Great pick into Orianna. And secondly, Shadow Ban against Kaze for the entire series.
Yeah, I had 3 picks that I was looking out for in this mid lane matchup today. Azir, Silas, and Akali. We've seen both of the first 2 banned, and now the third one has been picked. Miri's going to be the one getting his hands on it. Rebello going over to the Corki. This has been a champ that, honestly, I think a lot of LTA South AD carries are struggling to get the most out of, except for Rebello. He performs very well in this pick. It's one of, if not his most picked, I think, in this split. So I'm confident in this pick in his hands. It is going to give him that strong burst into that mid game. But going into the Varus, which just does crazy damage at all stages of the game, because this champion is just insane, to be honest, I feel. So we'll see how that match pans out, depending on what the support matchups are. Now, we're into the second ban phase, and we are still focusing on top lane, though. Jack's been the first taken away from Red.
And that's interesting to me that Red's focusing on the top lane picks, because they get counterpick, and they didn't even counterpick the mid lane either. They opted for the early Orianna. Yeah, so they got counterpicked in the mid lane by the Akali, if anything else. So yeah, we'll see if that's worth it or not. The support also not being pinched by Cade. So we're going to see the full gamut of all the engaged support still available. Besides the Realm Alistair that's been played, there's still the Rakan, the Nautilus, the Leona. I would like to see for Cade actually to remove the Rakan. I think Rakan would be very strong for Red candidates at this point, and they do get first pick in the second phase. Rakan would be able to follow up and give another secondary sort of ball delivery option for the Orianna. And Rakan can often get into fights and get back in time to peel for your AD carry, which is particularly important for Corki, who is very short-ranged.
Yeah, both Trimby and Frosty have been doing major work on this pick throughout this split as the top lane bans continue to come through. I feel like we are spiraling down into an FMB Cassante pick with all these kind of bruises being taken away. That's not to knock the Cassante pick. FMB is one of our few tolerable Cassante players, and Bull has managed to actually put some good Cassante games on the board now as of late with this glow up that he's had, and the Ambessa taken away as well. We've basically stripped out almost the entire bruiser cadre here, but RMC, what are you thinking? What's left open up there?
Cassante, and I'm thinking for Bull, actually, because now that Jax is gone, Ambessa is gone, and Gwen is gone, those are the picks that we often see being actually played into the Cassante as something that can match. So they might force Red into actually blind picking the Cassante now and getting counterpicked again.
If we hit the Bull Cassante, maybe it's okay. We're gonna have FMB taking that one, so it is going to be picked up. I was wondering if this is now the Camille answer, which we have seen used by Bull, and we've seen it in the past used by FMB, and now you make that face, RMC, but Bull's Camille was kicking. It was good, was it not, in that series?
It was. It does, but it's really conditional. Like I don't think that's really the option you want to go for if you've got other picks you can go for. Gnar would be an interesting one for Bull. He's actually not much of a Gnar player at all, and at least when I remember him from the past when he played Gnar, granted this was old Bull before his glow up this split, he did used to struggle a lot with managing the Gnar bar and being the right sort of Gnar as he approached team fights. The laning should be fine, but the team fight's going to be interesting, especially when his team just wants chaos. Like, they don't need a front to back. They just want Red split as much as possible.
Yeah, so this does leave Red with the final support counter pick for Frosty. I was, by the end, expecting Frosty's pick and then Bull Cassante into the FMB Camille answer. However, we have instead gone it this way around, so we'll see how FMB can deal with the range melee matchup. Nico slammed a very high priority support by basically everyone at this point, and Frosty might go back to the most played as an answer. And if he is quick on the fingers with the Bard ults, you can take a lot of the sting out of the Nico engage, the Akali ultimate as well. There's a huge amount of work that can be done with Bard in this game, but again, execution very much the focal point, at least for Frosty's support.
I'm just trying to think about the games that we saw yesterday as well, because Frosty did go with the Bard in game 1 against Pain Gaming, and I do recall a couple of moments where we were like, wait, is he that felt a little bit troll? And that's the nature of Bard, right? Like, it is high risk, high reward with the Tempered Fate. Sometimes it can backfire a little bit. I do think it's a comfort pick for Frosty, though. He is certainly one of the most prolific Bard players in the region. Surprisingly, Trimby has actually not touched Bard this split, despite having that image of an Enchanter player himself. I do think Red, this is a complete 180 from game 1 draft, right? This is simple to execute, straightforward team fighting composition. This is the LTA South bread and butter style composition. You use the Tempered Fate to set up for your Cataclysm, for your ball delivery, to kind of get in there and pop them. You've got the Magical Journey as well for Bard to be able to get a lot of map pressure. So I like what Red have drafted. Whereas Cade, they're now gone with the red style draft in game 1, where your team fighting isn't quite as strong. If you go head on into this, you're probably going to lose to red. A lot of it relies on Miryu now with the Akali, like it always does. Every time we see an Akali in the South, it's the focal point of the game, because if it does well, it wins the game. If you play it badly, it dies, and you're playing 4v5.
Yes, it does tend to demand the attention in positive or negative ways when we lock this champion in, but we have a lot of faith now, a lot of goodwill built up by Miryu so far in this split, and Kaze with perhaps a little bit more to do on the Orianna, but still a tough matchup to play and needs to be able to link up with the team to get the most out of it. I'm a little scared for potential range disadvantage for Corki Bard into Nico Varus. That is a brutal kind of two-man pit combination with Varus ult, with Nico E and Nico ult. So they have got to be, you know, the vision's got to be clean. They've got to be playing safe around those waves. And that doesn't tend to be the way Rebello and Frosty play out the lane. So we'll see how that 2v2 develops. Because, you know, Morteus and Trimby don't usually play for the dominance, as we said before. But with this combination, I think they could really be a problem for Red here.
Yeah, and Trajan, I don't think this is about the team fight with the Bard. I think it's actually about the lane. Heck, Frosty's even running Electrocute. This is not Unsealed Spellbook.
Okay,
this is I want to be able to out-trade Nico and Varus early and get some kills. And Corki has a lot of all-in damage as well. Even though they did nerf the Foster's Bomb a while back and kind of shift that power towards the rockets instead, his laning is still really strong if he can get in range. And I think as a whole, Red's composition is designed to win early with what they've got. Cassante is better in the laning phase, or he's stronger in the laning phase. Into the Gnar, not so advantage anymore because range beating melee. But Orianna should be able to bully out Akali very early on, and it's really when Akali hits level 6 and gets first item that she starts getting kill threat back. If Red play their cards right and Doom's kind of focusing on the spot side of the map, I'd love to see him get some early ganks rolling and snowball from the spot side of the map, leave F&B on an island to just soak pressure.
I love how willing these teams are to spam trades at level 1. We're healing, we're flashing, we're actually dropping both the Frosty Summoners to take the flash away from Miryu. They thought he had him baited in, and it does give that health advantage back to Kaze. So Red really investing in this mid lane matchup right from the get-go.
Yeah, and that is as it should be. Your Orianna's losing the laning phase pre-6. You're in massive trouble. The kill threat from Akali, just from perfect execution alone, it's kind of dicey when you're low on health. So expect to see Miryu, play conservative early on, lose out early, and then really start going for all-in trades closer towards that level 5, level 6 mark. When he actually has some sort of kill threat. Kaze for now, though, just standing menacingly there with the Clockwork passive, daring Miryu to try and step up and see us.
Miryu does achieve that level 2 finally. Likely going to be either taking the Shroud to try and protect himself. You're going to see him pop it there as Kaze, again, going to stand and watch for an opportunity. Tags him again with a QW combo. Keeps Miryu nice and low. So we see that triple lane stack up as well. Bol seeming to be using the Gnar decently well early on, using that range advantage. And then Rebello and Frosty pushed up too. So Doom with plenty of options if he wants to try and look for a gank on these pushed up lanes. But maybe Desamis will have some words to say about that.
Yeah, and Morteus and Trimby right from the get-go really shoving that lane, burning mana to push it as fast as they can to hit the level 2 and manage to shove Rebello Frosty under turret to kind of get that small advantage. And it does feel like these small advantages could accrue very quickly, especially when we talk about Doom having J4 looking for early ganks. Well, Xin Zhao can also go for early ganks. And the way they gank is quite different. J4 early on, he's got a bit more CC set up for his team, where Xin Zhao, I think, a little bit more damage of his own and can kind of brute force ganks on lower health lanes. So seeing Morteus and Trimby get that poke down early, that's good setup. Seeing Bol bully out FNB early, that's good setup for potential dives that I think are slightly easier for Desamis to execute.
Kaze gonna get that wave not quite crashed in fact, held in front of the tower. Miryu landing the Shuriken, but takes another dissonance combination and drops low again. Doom just keeping an eye on the situation, heads up to top crab. Desamis already finished off the bottom one. And now maybe looking for a mid 2v2 right now. Again, this could be pretty pivotal. You don't want to let Miryu get rolling. Desamis now is behind the lines. Trimby's coming up too. Frosty is nowhere near. Kaze with a lovely little backstep, avoids giving that damage. Doom there with a combination to start this one off. But here comes Trimby, and now it's just not playable. Bol coming up to goal keep from topside, and first blood into Desamis' pocket.
And just like that, Kate starts with the early advantage trade, and I'm getting flashbacks to game 1 a little bit with how coordinated Kate Stars look. And it's not just the fight itself, which I'm sure we'll get a replay and we can break down later, but it's also the way they collapse. Bol moving first, Trimby moving first. Like, Kate just have more numbers and it gets harder. Here's the replay. And what I want to highlight too is Dasam is coming out of Fog of War. Because the wave pushes up, they actually don't see Dasam until he's halfway through the lane. And there's a ward there that Cade had the entire time. So they know where Doom is. Great sidestep from Kaze to not get tagged, even though they actually had full vision of Kaze. But it kind of doesn't matter because the numbers advantage that we were talking about from that early roam up, plus the vision advantage, means that Cade knew from the get-go exactly how far they can go, how much damage they can take. Yes, Miryu and Dasamis looked low on health by the end of that play, but they were never really at risk of going down.
Kaze now, of course, going into that tier with the refillable potion, a standard Orianna start, whereas Miryu can start stacking up that damage already. The trades are going to start to hurt even more. Both supports hanging around this mid lane, trying to make sure it lands on their side of the line. Dasamis able to lead the charge with that Xin Zhao. Miryu dipping and diving, always threatening, but to Kaze's credit, trades back as good as he gets.
And for Miryu, he's just trying to chunk Orianna as much as he can for that level 6 spike. If you can get Ori down to about a third health, you can just execute her, even without sort of that early Hex Tech alternator and or first item, right? And that's why they're kind of pressuring in as much as possible. Both mid laners had to burn teleport after the last play, so neither of them will be able to get back, get a cheetah recall, get back to full health, and come back to lane with items. So that's why we're seeing so much attention here. Frosty still camping out right now. I don't think he has any real chance of killing Miryu. In fact, Miryu's actually just toying away with Frosty here. Not even walking away, just walking right back to the wave with the Shroud.
Level 6 is achieved for either side. And now the ultimates are ready, but Kaze's managed to top himself back up. The bar charms, the shrines, of course, going to help him in that regard a little bit. FNB now going to have to sit in the Morteus Varus lane. Goes for a little bit of a poke himself, though. Not going to go quietly down here. That's Rebello just farming up against the 1v1 in the Gnar, because Frosty, of course, is living mid lane right now. As Miryu actually has to get over the wall. Frosty looks for the stun, can't find it. The dodges and dives are there. There's a shockwave, and Miryu finds himself on his own, but Kaze needs to get that last Q down. He doesn't have the range. It's a disaster for Red. So much invested, and Miryu still lives.
And Trajan, Miryu didn't even burn Flash. Those were just abilities from Akali. He's still got the flash up and available to use. It does, however, mean that he has to go back to base, so Red at least get priority and control over this dragon. A single Drake, it's not ideal, but it's a start.
It is a start. Now, Dasamis is going to try and get into range right here. Knocked up by FNB, in fact. They're going to try and force the play. Kaze is going to come down right here. All out used by the Cassante. Doom finishing off the dragon. Bard portal to get FNB out of there. He's trying to buy some time. A little bit of a heal comes in just in time, but Morteus still tags him with a rain of arrows. And Miryu is back. No. Tags onto Doom, hunting him down. Still has doesn't have the ultimate, I should say, but Kaze trying to get away. Just out of range of the Varus arrow. And Red only lose one, but this time they at least get the dragon for the price.
Frosty's not out of danger yet. There we go. Nice, easy magical journey up the wall. What happened to FNB there, Trajan? I thought he got out with a magical journey. Why was he back over that wall?
I'm not sure, to be honest, what's going on there. The Cassante is hard to track through these fights, I'll be honest. Dipping and diving as he does, and has lost out a little bit more as Bol is farming up without any real issue. Rebello not really able to stop the Gnar doing this without a support to zone him away. Corki is fairly short range, and Bol obviously gets that extra HP back from the transformation, as we see. So Gnar scaling up with no issue, as FNB has been set a little behind.
Yeah, and it feels like all of this is kind of costing Red. There's opportunity cost to what they were doing. They swapped FNB out because the matchup was rough, but it's not better for FNB in a 1v2 situation. And unfortunately, Bo was more than happy to kind of cap that out. So this was super weird. FNB going in like this, it felt like he was just trying to zone. So, he was trying... He flashed to take the magical journey, Trajan. He should have just flashed the other way. He was fine. And this ends up making the dragon kind of not worth. If you just get the drag for Red after you blew everything in the mid lane, it's already kind of a costly dragon, but you take it. Because why not, right? You're not losing anything on the other end. But to blow all those sums and then lose a death for that dragon trade, that's not ideal. A lot of teams will favor getting early gold over stacking early dragons. One Drake for one kill is a trade a lot of teams will take on the kill side of it so they can continue to snowball. They're lucky the kill didn't go over to Miryu. If it had, you've got a problem. As it is, it went over to Morteus, which is still a bit of a threat, but Corki can potentially kind of handle that. You just have to get past that early phase, get yourself the Trinity Force, and then you can just wave clear safety.
We find ourselves once again, RMC, with a significant early game lead for Cade Stars, 1.5 thousand gold at the 9-minute mark, and this time they have the grubs for themselves. Red do at least have the dragon, Ultimately, they're going to be playing from behind in this mid game once again. Now, they do have Jarvan, Orianna. Corki, once that first item spike hits, is going to have damage to offer, and Frosty, as we said, has a lot of agency in this game to take the threat away from some of these VKS combinations, and Red seem confident to at least go for a little bit of an invade on the bot side.
I don't know if it's confidence or it's just Frosty.
Yeah, just Frosty moment.
Yeah, it's just Bard things on the Bard player. They just go in. It's always safe to get out, right? He does still have the flash available. Oh, the turnaround.
Oh, coming back in on Trimby. The flash is there. Doesn't quite have the ultimate. Does he have the speed to get there?
Oh.
Doom drops the Cataclysm on his head, and Red gets something on the board.
Signs of life from Red. Let's go. This is what we wanted to see. The early game has not been kind to Red, and some of it is of their own making, looking at UFNB. But yeah, glad to see this is popping off, because this is the combo. They need Doom to find these angles. They need Frosty to find these angles. I'm actually waiting for Frosty to hit 6 with Tempered Fate, which is when I thought we'd see Red start to pop off. That's when you can use the Tempered Fate into Cataclysm, into Shockwave combo. But instead, this was just vision control, right? The ward that Trimby did spot out with the sweepers, did clear, gave away his position, and he underestimated how much distance can be covered by a J4, by a Bard, if they're willing to kind of expend everything. Miryu again in a 1v2.
Playing on him, Shurikens ults to safety, and just like that is straight out of there, loses the ultimate at least. Kaze can now take it back and TP back in if he wishes, but they are really dedicating a lot of time to slow Miryu down. Now, fair enough, he has not got a kill just yet. He is a little bit down in CS as well, so it's somewhat working, but they would love to get some of these kills on the board to build their own threats with their gold.
I'm not gonna lie, that worries me a lot, Trajan. The fact that we hyped and highlighted the mid lane matchup, and Kaze on the Orianna is supposed to be winning early. This is not Orianna winning, this is Ganks.
Ooh. Well, he does have a heal and a flash. Shouldn't have to burn either of them. Desamus is pretty spooky with the Sundered Sky already done. The Xin Zhao as a duelist at this point in the game is almost unmatchable with this item completed. So they've got to give Desamus big respect around the map right now.
Frosty, give respect? Nah, he's on Bard. I love that he still held the flash after all this time. Oof, Miryu, the Shuriken flip all the way back to safety. But this bot lane matchup is what I mean, right? Like, Kazi's kind of missed his power window. Now he's in his power trough, where he's sitting on a Catalyst and Tier. Very little combat stats, just a little bit of health if we're talking about combat. Meanwhile, Miryu has completed the Hextech alternator. This is where Kali starts to, be able to match the Orianna and maybe even threaten a little bit. But we're not seeing Kaze fight back. Every time, it's somebody helping Kaze, whether it's Frosty, whether it's Doom, just roaming down. And even when that happens, Miryu just gets away alive. Sure, he's down CS, but he's actually equalized the CS, which is a horrible state for Red to be in the mid lane.
And I wonder if we are going to see Red try to pick a fight again where they are in this weakened state, still without the Rod of Ages completed for Kaze, Rebello, without that first item done. And last game, they picked a fight in the topside river they had no business going for, and it cost them arguably the entire dang thing with how badly it went. Doom working on the second Drake right here, but VKS stepping into the river. They're going to look for it. Kaz is going to have the first move over Miryu, it must be said. Frosty might be caught out. The Bard ult to slow them down. Trimby will only get the ult onto one. In comes the Bard kill for Varus, and now Rebella running for his life. Doom has been caught out. Double for Morteus. Kaze trying to flash away. Doesn't get picked by the execution, but the Dragon taken as well. And can the tower keep this all around alive? A lovely Shockwave gets into Rave. There's the fight back we wanted from the red mid laner. But the Varus arrow will basically do the deed. Trimby locking up, and here we go again, RMC. VKS just outperforming in the fights.
It's super funny to me that something's been in the water this weekend, Trade. How many times have we seen a team leash the Dragon for the other team? And more often than not, it's been teams leashing for Red. It's Doom walking in and just smiting it away, zoning them out. But here in Game 2 of the Grand Finals, it's the opposite. Doom starting it up, and Desamus going, thank you for the leash. We walk in. Frosty's Tempered Fate as well really backfired there. Because it landed on the Dragon, they couldn't focus out the Dragon and go for the steal. So Doom is stuck in there, fighting, as you said, one of the premier duelists at this point in the game. That dash word from Desamus was picture perfect, and Dragon's just standing there, chilling. Doom's dying, and by the end of it, when it gets low enough for a smite, Doom is already dead. Heck, Dragon even resets, which has completely shafted everything. If anything, Red is lucky they at least get the counter kill here off the Shockwave. And even that is kind of Miryu overstepping a little bit, and it doesn't matter when the rest of the team is more than happy to dive in and clean house.
Yep. Good effort by Kaze at the end right there, but still nothing he could do. Morteus picking up so much gold in that play. Now 1.3k ahead of Rebello, who's gone straight into the Spear of Shojin first. You can see we're just not going maximum damage for Red. We're going for a mix of defensive and offensive stats. And we're walking into a fight and then not doing any damage. It's a baffling one for me.
Well, I think part of it's partially to try and stay alive against Miryu. Miryu now has Proto Belt completed. He's an absolutely massive threat to this backline, and unfortunately there's not a ton of peel. Frosty is not your traditional tank engage support where he can sit back and try and stun things up. He can stand there and take the damage for you. If Frosty is standing by you, Frosty can go down to just the AoE that Akali puts out. Heck, he's a target for Miryu to start looking for some kills as well. So Rebello needs his own way to stay alive, and Shojin's gives him the ability to kind of spam it more spells. The wave clear is still there with that item. So Red, it feels like kind of on the back foot. Once again, Trajan, we saw after what happened in Game 1, Kate Stars don't give you a lot of opportunities to get back into this one. Red has to manufacture their own wins, and so far, I'm not seeing it. Where's my Doom Kaze combo? Where's my ball delivery system? Where's my Cataclysm into Shockwave?
They're making another play into this bot side. Rebello going to be spotted out by that blue trinket as the Samus would love to get the red. The Bard ultimate doesn't connect and catches Doom in the net instead. Unfortunate for Red. We are not looking super tied up right now. We're not looking buttoned up and ready to go in this second game. They're going to steal away this red buff, but VKS have got to see these mistakes, and they've got to be licking their lips right now.
Yeah. Oh, looking like he's caught up, but he's mega.
He's going to time out. There's a TP into that bot side. FMB not channeling. Now he does, but Doom is way into the backline. Is this a good spot to be in? Miryu is in there. Trimby doesn't get knocked up. Miryu now threatening onto Frosty. FMB, can he keep Akali off their backs? He can't do it. In down goes the bot laners. Ball dropping lower and lower. FMB looking for the kill, but Morteus around the corner is doing crazy damage on the Varus. And FMB just cannot reach Ball, who dances out of reach. And once again, VKS in the fight, completely outclass Red.
And this fight, Trajan, was a 3v5. Like, this Samus wasn't... Okay, call it a 4v5, because Bull was there to start, and Bull did do a lot of damage. Morteus came in kind of late. They're not done yet. Miryu wants more.
Kaze with no flash. Miryu with no ultra flash himself. Frosty's come around the corner, and Doom is here. There's a tower just about alive. Red looks like they want to consider scrapping over it, but they've got to be careful of the threat from this Akali, who finally has picked up some gold. Now 3-1-3. And on this top side, VKS running rampant over the structures.
Originally, it was only Samus up there with Herald in pocket trying to make this happen, but Bull with the instant TP up as well. They're going to get 1 3/4 of a turret on this push rate, and that's 2 turrets going down. The gold suddenly balloons from 3k to 6,000 gold advantage for Cade, and this fight starts looking like it's advantage for Red, because Trimby doesn't find the ult. The Shockwave was honestly a little bit over the top, doesn't do as much damage as you like, and because they used it early, they didn't have the combo for the big threats for Miryu, for Morteus when they finally arrive, and Miryu is zoning off Doom and Kaze as well. It looks really split, and perhaps you're wondering, hey, why isn't Kaze getting in there? Why did Doom walk away? They could have added damage. Maybe they could have helped try and Trimby? Well, they can't walk up into an Akali when you're low on health. That could have been a penta if they did walk up. So Cade, Miryu, being fed 3-1-3 right now is that huge start we were talking about. Akali is always the focus of the game, and Miryu is making it happen yet again.
Oh, Doom looks for a play. Miryu already into the backside. Kaze under threat. The perfect execution doesn't quite make it work. Tries to escape. Trimby there to pick up the final kill. Doom through the Bard portal into the ultimate as well. Surely we are just delaying the inevitable here, and VKS now the ones taking aggressive stances. It seems like Red have been the one making plays and having them turned, but now Cade Stars, they're so far ahead, RMC. We're almost 7k ahead again at 18 minutes. This is it's even faster lead this time.
I got no excuses for it this time. Like, last game, their comp was really iffy. This is the LTA South bread and butter. Like, where if you can't execute this comp, I am very, very concerned. And right now, Frosty has a 100% hit rate on the Tempered Fate, but has a 0% impact rate. It's not helping his team right now. This Bard pick is one of Frosty's sort of specials, if you will. It's one of his comfort picks. It's something that he normally does a lot on. And all I can think is, maybe it's the format. Red, this is their 3rd straight best of 5 that they have to play this weekend to make a shot to the finals. They played through the lower bracket the entire way. Friday, they were up against Loud. Saturday, they went up against Pain. And today, they're up against Cade. And it just feels like they're running out of steam.
Yeah, they're not firing all cylinders, it seems. Frosty. Discover VKS waiting once again. These deep recall points will not lead to a kill once again. It's VKS, the pick of the litter as to what they want to do. The Atakan's still got a minute on the clock. Baron, 5 minutes after that. And right now, it seems like they just can do no wrong. The carries are all scaled up. Gold leads in every lane. We haven't really seen too much out of Bold through large parts of this game, but he's opened up a wide CS lead. He's been dealing much better on the side lanes. He's just quietly scaling up on the Gnar, taking towers, doing a job. And this is once again what Bold has often been asked to do. He's just doing it way better now.
Yeah, and if you followed VKS throughout this year, maybe you'll understand a bit better why Trade and I sound so shocked at how clean Cade Stars is playing. Because last year, Cade had a fantastic run. They won both the regular season, but they couldn't quite pull it off in the playoffs. And they looked like a very disciplined team last year. But this year, especially in Split 2, Cade looked like they were falling apart a little bit towards the end. They were losing that discipline. They were throwing games that they should have been able to win with the leads. But here in Split 3, CL and Smalley worked magic, because this squad, the way they're playing right now, reminds me a lot of that Smalley Pro Delta squad, where the bot lane is smashing, where they're feeling a lot more comfortable, and they don't make as many mistakes. They're playing pretty good, clean macro, and just not giving teams opportunities to get back into that. We see Trimby now looking for the pick, and Rebello, can he get away? I don't think Trimby's going to let him.
Flash from Trimby to follow. Gets the Corky Flash as well. The Bard Portal to stall the play. Miryu on the flank. Doom's going to spot him. Sidesteps the Bard Portal. Miryu dragged back over to the tower, following the Shuriken flip as Kaze, abandoned in the jungle corridor, tries to get the Shockwave. Can't even complete the animation. 2 more kills drop down for VKS, and now they can move towards bot lane.
Yeah, and it's Miryu getting himself into dicey situations, but it's Red paying the price. Like, he went in for a second to think, oh no, Miryu's under a turret. But it's Kaze who ends up dropping dead, because hey, Yaren Orianna, who hasn't fully stacked your Rod of Ages, doesn't even have the Seraph's Embrace either. So the tanky stats aren't quite through, and Miryu is sat on a fully stacked Darksteel with a needlessly large rod and another Hextech alternator after the first one got built. This, by the way, has been the first ultimate I think I've seen from Frosty that really had good positive impact. The Tempered Fate to stop the follow-up meant that Rebello got out to safety. But the moment Miryu shows up, that's when you've got problems. And if Akali is diving you with impunity like this, you know you're in trouble. And once again, Cade, zero hesitation. Once the fight is called for, everybody's in there. Whether you have to flash, whether you have to use abilities, whatever it takes, they've got your back.
Absolutely. VKS showing the power, the cohesiveness of this team in its final iteration this year, unlocking what has been spoken of in interviews all year but not showing up on the Rift. Now we are seeing them completely dominate Red Canids so far, having done so to Pain, having done so to Furia. No one seems able to stop this train right now. The Atakan will be taken as Red look to mount a last-ditch effort to contest it. FMB TPing in, now he's got the tower. They're looking for Miryu once again. Frosty takes a fair bit of damage. FMB looking for to rejoin the team right here. Varus ult lands. Trimby gets a couple of members. The Bard ult once again stalls the play as Trimby now tries to get out to safety. Desama's already picking up that first kill as Doom goes down. FMB flashing away, but VKS refuse to let go of their ankles, diving deeper. Miryu going further and further. The Shroud gets the Akali out. Frosty and Rebello, the bot lane, the last alive, and Frosty strolls back to base. There is nothing more for you to do here.
Oh, there's still Octagon for Cade to pick up for on their side. They're turning around and picking that one up. Frosty won't be able to do anything. Tempered Fate already used as well. And Cade are just running away with this situation as if they needed any other advantage other than the massive gold lead they've once again accrued before Baron spawns. And we get to kind of see the gold graph. It's Mortea's pumping out the damage now. Miryu is just the threat of damage. Him being there is slowing Red down. And Kaze, he's not getting anything. This was my concern with control mages. What kind of cracked me up in this fight was watching Trimby and FNB. Because FNB TP's in, and he's the front line. He leads the charge. Doom gets absolutely melted, though. And Doom should be tankier, whereas Trimby doesn't even have the benefit of a stasis. Doesn't have the benefit of the Tempered Fate. And it's very, very squishy. But somehow, this magical Runeterran Discord kitty is getting to the backline, causing chaos and getting out alive.
Yes, it is a sight to behold from K-Stars, the way they're able to play out these fights. Red seem a little lost. They're not necessarily hitting the beats that they have done throughout the rest of this split. The hands may be a little shaky on this grand final stage. A lot of young players on stage right now. They've already achieved the cross-conference play. But in this matchup against VKS, They are getting outmaneuvered at every stage. Once again, they step into their jungle to try and contest another objective. But why would this go any different? RMC Doom has maybe found Morteus out on his own. Trimby tries to slow the rotation, but Rebello's already got that first kill. Frosty likely to go down, but the rotation from VKS only serves up another death. Bowl now is under threat. Miryu on the flank. Rebello has to stay safe. In goes Doom to try and push him back, but gets chopped to pieces by the Akali as Kaze's been zoned out on the bot side of the play. FMB with an all-out gets Miryu out of there, but Bowl now hunting with the boomerangs. Rebello doing what he can, but Bowl will simply take the 1v1, and Kaze has to run himself into the execute.
At least he gets the execute, right? Like
that's something.
Yeah, that's something. They also actually kind of tracked the gold lead, ironically, with that fight because of the bounties that were on Morteus there. So that's good for them. But yeah, really rough for Red. And that fight starts about as well as you can hope for. They instantly burst out Morteus. Miryu's late to the fight. And I actually really enjoyed the way FNB and Rebello kind of zoned out towards the end against Miryu. The problem is Bull finally gets in there. That Gnar, look, it's not been about the mini and Mega Gnar by any means, but just mini Gnar is enough. And Trimby, once again, causing disruption in the backline. He dies for it, but he actually stalls out the fight long enough for them to be able to play this. And Bull in Mega Gnar farm has not really been that impactful. I feel like the time bought to actually allow him go back to mini was the critical thing here. Because once he goes mini, that's when he starts to run everybody down.
Yeah, and you can see FMB trying to do what he can, but trying to lock Miryu down is far more easily said than done. This Akali has wasted so much of Red's time in this game. They've expended flashes, summoners, gank timings, trying to get a kill on this champion. And they've only found one in 26 minutes. And here we go again with the kills on the backline. An attempted play completely folds under the pressure of Cade Stars. Double for Akali, and they keep pushing through top.
He was already dead, Trippy. We didn't need to do that to him. It's so brutal watching Red. The Jarvan-Orianna combo. At least they're going down together, but I don't remember the last time we saw the Cataclysm Shockwave combo actually pop off. Like, did they get on Morteus? Or was that just the Cataclysm which killed Morteus earlier?
It was just the Cataclysm, and then Rebello just had damage to follow up. There wasn't even a Shockwave involved.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's looking dark for Red. And like you said, I think a lot of this comes down to sort of comfort champions. For Kaze, the Orianna is good. It's not like Kaze can't play Orianna. I know the laning looked really bad and he lost out to the Akali this game. But if you watch any other game this split where Kaze played Orianna, he wins lanes and then he converts into team fights. But not against Miryu. Right? These are the best mid laners in the region. You can't get away with being sloppy. You can't get away with your second string picks anymore. Kaze needs to be given agency because it feels like right now Doom and Frosty, they're not stepping up. And that's a huge thing to say about Frosty when he's been arguably
Red still desperately trying to contest vision around their own jungle entrances, shoved back by the Cade Stars with no issue whatsoever as multiple Baron waves crashing in. They've got one prepped on top side if they want to rotate up there as well, but Red are just trying to hold on in this second game. They are 13.5k down and we're 27 minutes in. We're starting a worrying trend, RMC, with these finals being crushes as Bowl goes in, cannot get his hands onto Rebello, locked in the Cataclysm, knocked back as well. That's going to be that first kill. Trimby though is there. The Bard ultimate completely neutralizes it. They do still find the kill onto Doom. Rebello dropping low. Kaze looking for a way out. Miryu in from the flank. Flies in. Touches every target in the backline and executes Frosty to put a stamp on the fight, put a bow on this game, and push us to 2-0. One win away from locking that world slot.
And for Cade, again, let's reiterate, it's a world... Look, yes, the stakes are high. It's a world spot. It's a Texas ticket. But for Vivo Cade Stars, for the second oldest of organizations, for Coach CL who came in and made a promise and was laughed at by everybody for how Cade has performed in Split 1 and Split 2. This means a lot to them individually. And here in the South, our domestic championships are huge. That trophy, Cade has not lifted one in more than a decade. And they are slobbering, they are slavering to get their hands onto this one. And it's looking like a clean 3-0 trade. And Red, it's got to be a comeback from them.
Have hit this ultra optimal that no one is able to challenge. Either VKS start making some mistakes, or Red have to hit some unlock a way back into this game. For now, it is looking a little bit hopeless.
Yeah, very much so. And you're talking about going Super Saiyan. I don't know if they have it in them. It's been so long for it. They just keep going. And Cade, again, you know, they've just been playing so incredibly clean. This coaching staff of, you know, CL and Smalley. Unfortunately, we often get to see what CL brings to the team. But I like to think, after having, you know, watched how they've played this year compared to last year, that a lot of it is Smalley bringing that calm that he was known for, that he was originally picked for as an AD carry, that sort of shot calling, that leading, and he's managed to impart it to this roster. Maybe not to Morteus directly, though I do know that he works very closely with Morteus, but especially I feel like with Trimby, with the Samus, and kind of integrating Miryu into all of that as well. You know, getting Miryu into a position where he can carry, where he can pop up this team. Like, it's just been fantastic, and this team's just clicking on all cylinders. Every single player, every single coaching staff, support staff. It's looking real good for the Warriors here.
One step left for Vivo Cade Stars to complete that playoffs run and upend the league once again, lifting that trophy for once in more than a decade. For now, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with game number 3 to see if it's another quick 3-0 or if Red can break it back and start extending this series. We'll see you in a moment. are back, everybody. Game number 3 upon us here in the LTA South Split 3 Grand Finals. VKS continuing an almost unbroken dominant streak in the upper bracket of playoffs, and Red RMC are left reeling at what they are faced with today.
Yeah, I think about the fact that Kate has only dropped one game in the elimination phase. They've absolutely been popping off. Incredible performance by them. And here in the grand finals region, it does feel like they're scaling up at the best possible time. Because while this is the grand finals of the LTA South, it's not the end of the journey for these teams. First of all, there's the LTA Cross-Conference Regional Championship, which crowns the true first champion, by the way. So only split 3 counts for championship of the LTA. And it also, there's worlds after that as well, which the LTA Regional Championships will decide seeding. So the journey kind of doesn't end here. If anything, it's only halfway through.
Yeah, this is the best narrative moment for VKS to hit that peak strides, to take that out of the domestic league into the international stage. But RMC, I want to take a quick look at how we got here for VKS, because I do want to emphasize how perfect it is if they can complete that journey today. We have a graphic to show to just illustrate the ups and the downs of this VKS project since CL came in. They rejoined the league a couple of years ago with a budget roster, landed in 9th, no one looked twice at them. However, then we got the 3G roster of VKS that landed in the mid-pack, started to perform a little better but could not crack into that top echelon, and that's when CL steps in. Coach Von leaves, CL comes in with this 5-year project to revitalize and restructure the entire league organization. They continue building on that project. Smiley comes in. He's building in players from the European scene. He's upgrading and promoting academy talent that they're building up. They get all the way to 2nd, and then Ego leaves. He's out the door, he goes to Furia, and VKS plummet back down to 8th in Split 1 2025. It seems like all of it was for nothing. The project fails to get going. Bowl comes in, but cannot be found anywhere in the top lane in most games. Now, finally, they start to settle a little bit. They climb back up to 4th. Of course, this is now in an 8-team region, but they're still struggling in the mid lane. Now, Kissy is not being able to get it done what needs to be done. Bowl is still struggling, and it looks like VKS are going to stall out. They're not going to be able to fulfill CL's prophecy, and they will just crash down into the mediocre mid-pack and not be able to realize that dream. And that's when Miryu arrives. Leaves the breaking up of Isurus Estral. Miryu flies out, lands in VKS, and suddenly everything clicks. We've gone all the way up to 2nd place, the finals, taken a game off of Pain, back down to the bottom. And now here we are right at the cusp of completing that cycle, completing that journey up to 1st, and proving CL as, if not at the very least, a great entertainer, perhaps even a prodigy with foresight as well. And that would just be the absolute perfect way, I think, to end this VKS journey.
Yeah, he's been lauded as the best import coach in Brazil ever. And now it's time to prove it. If he wins this, he can have that title, because he was the one who made this project. He was the one who kind of brought it all in. And look, we talk a lot about Miryu and Bowl because Desamis, Morteus, and Trimby, these guys have been performing right from the get-go, pretty much. They came in. Trimby had like a rough 1 or 2 weeks, and then he clicked and then everything was fine. But Miryu was sort of what kind of guided them to the top. But the other one I kind of want to focus on is Bowl as well. Because in that graphic that you're talking about, in that timeline, Trajan, you saw that when Bowl joined, it was kind of the lowest point for Cade. And a lot of people are looking at Bowl saying, okay, he's a bit of a weak point that's exploitable. Heck, even coming to the elimination phase here, we were thinking, okay, with Robo, with Gigo, with Weiser, with FNB, he's not going to hang with the big boys. But here we are. Bowl is not just hanging, he's beating them up and leaving them for dead. FNB has been struggling against him. That last game, we didn't see much of Bowl, but every time we did see Bowl, he was winning, he was doing stuff. Those boomerangs were bouncing everywhere.
He's the Grim Reaper. He's going door to door, taking out the best of top talent that Brazil has ever had. You know, one by one, they are falling to this guy. And now we're into the draft for game number 3. VKS with one more step to complete that journey. And we're still seeing a little bit of that top focus. The Jack's taken away. For the red side, once again, refusing to go blue against VKS. They are staying confident in whatever this strategy is. The Silas still taken away. Yunara and Aurora and Azir, obviously, exactly the same bans for red in that first phase. But now VKS, what do we have in the first position? The Varus is now gone from Fearless. Let's see what you've got.
And Inara's still banned away, so that's not as big a prio. The Pantheon Trinity, the Jungle Trinity of Pantheon Xinjiao, as well as Wukong, is not currently available. The support pool is wide open with all the engaged tanks still available since we had double Enchanter last game. They're going with a sort of a safe pick, not exactly a strong prio pick, but a pick that's going to leave them the ability to counter pick in other lanes. And Renekton doesn't have that terrible matchups right now. Most notably, it can hang with Mbessa and Yorick, two top lane picks that are very, very popular currently.
Yes, and Yorick is going to be the choice for FMB. Still happy to go back to that one time and time again. But Bowl with another stage set to potentially outclass his opponent and demonstrate that he is to be considered the top of that top lane pile right now. We'll see what the second pick for Red is going to be. If we're going to take another standard high-value jungler, if we're going to look for something for Kaze, maybe something with a bit more agency, as you would hope for RMC, but let's see what Red's choice is going to be.
I don't know.
You did the kombucha go, like, I'm not sure about that. So, in a sense, Ryze does have agency with the ultimate. In comp, Ryze ultimate is a huge amount of agency, and he has a quite easy stun combo. Is he going to be DPS carrying late game team fights? Usually not, unless he is Omega fed, which could happen. But you're normally more of a setup, and you're part of a composition. Again, you're more like an Orianna than an Akali on this pick. So it seems like we are still approaching this mid lane in the same way.
Yeah, and I just fear that it's not a champion with a lot of agency, especially early game agency. Where I feel like Kaze and Doom have been falling behind in terms of pressure against Miru and Desamis. And it's not just their lane that's getting affected. When Desamis gets the lead in that mid lane, when Miru's unlocked, they are more than happy to move around as well. We talk a lot about Desamis Trimby in terms of macro movements. But Miryu's kind of a roamer this series. He's been getting everywhere. Okay, maybe not Victor. It's not... He's been reworked. He doesn't have the lame leg anymore, but Victor still doesn't really want to move too much from mid lane.
Well, we have had the Windmill Slam insta-lock Nidalee for Doom. So, and that, let me tell you, that was frame one when he had his pick open. They were waiting for the Nidalee to come in. I don't think they cared what Miryu was going to pick, to be honest. So Miryu at least has less ability to control the flow of the backline in a fight, is trying to front to back a fight as a Victor. The Gravity Well is obviously impactful in the choke point, but he's not going to be able to wreak as much havoc directly. And Doom on the Nidalee, I believe, is 1-0 on this pick.
Yes.
So...
But we don't talk about the comp he ran it in. The fact that it was Zed, and I can't remember what other nonsense they had.
Yeah, it was like just a bunch of assassins on top side that should never have worked and just kind of did. And did look pretty sketchy for large parts of that game. But they wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think Cave will let you back in if you mess up like the early game, like Red kind of did with that competition. But this is not the same, right? You've got Ryze, you've got setup. Even with the Yorick, you don't have hard CC necessarily, but you do have that little bit of a cage which can restrict their actions and the angles that they can play into. So there is setup for Doom. My concern when I see this drop so far is, how is this comp supposed to work? You don't team fight with this. Yorick doesn't want a team fight. Nidalee doesn't want a team fight. You're also very magic heavy with the Ryze and with the Nidalee. Sure, you're probably going to go more physical damage threat on the bot side, and you've got a physical threat on the top side. But with an AD carry, usually for it to really pump up the damage, you need safety to allow it to do that. And we're seeing the Ezreal removed right away by the side of VKS. So they're not giving you that agency. Sivir, another champion who can sometimes kind of do her own thing. Kai'Sa, likewise. All these mobile AD carries are being wiped away. I'm thinking maybe a Zeri for Rebello at this point, if that doesn't get banned. If you pick something immobile like a Jinx, like a Misfortune, I just don't see how it's playable.
I do feel like we need a centerpiece here, and maybe some sort of tanky utilitist support to lock in with that one. We have lost quite a few of them. There's a Leona still available for Frosty if he wants to pull that one out. I feel like we need some frontline. We'll let him hover it for now. This is Brazil. We have not seen it from him yet, I don't think, but we'll see if he wants to lock that one in. And it can be a centerpiece AD carry. It does not interact the same way as Zeri does, but largely you can build a comp around it, and we are going to pivot to the Lucian. So this is not a late game win condition, but it can be game warping. It can be hugely impactful in the mid game, and it seems like Red just have no interest of going late against VKS. Their drafting really does not suggest that they want to do that ever.
Yeah, it's kind of like a win lane, win comp style of draft. Very, very solo QS coming through from Red. No clear identity. They still have a lot of things that can pair with the Lucian. Nami's still available, and we're probably not going to see it picked here. But this, speaking of Misfortune for Red, it's actually VKS picking up this one, and they need some sort of setup. So far, you've got Victor, you've got Misfortune, who can both do amazing things in teamfight, but you don't have something to start it off. There we go. Rakan, not the longest sort of AoE CC. I think Rel would have been better for that, but she already got picked back in game 1. Leona might also be a bit easier, but Rakan is very mobile, and most importantly, able to catch up with Nidalee and Lucian when they try and run away.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what Frosty's going to take. The Nami open, the Milio open, Lulu open. And as I said, I mean, maybe they do end up going for the Leona. We don't normally see actual engaged combinations with Lucian for a long time. Normally, people hold them for the Kai'Sa pairing or for the MF pairing, but it is going to be frontline. I do feel like they need some more frontline because FMB is unlikely to be in the fights. At least probably shouldn't be all the time. Otherwise, something's kind of going a little bit wrong there. So they've got dive. They've got long range engage with Leona. They've got poke with culling, with the spear from Doom, and then Kaze with a little bit of engage potential, with a kind of semi-frontlining ability with the health and the shielding and the kind of time wasting with Phase Rush. So it's a pretty weird comp, RMC. It's a pretty wacky one, I'll be honest. But VKS, they've just got team fighters and frontliners, and that's kind of fairly standard stuff.
Even the last pick for the Leona feels a little bit forced from Red. Because I would have much preferred a Braum. I think Braum has better synergies with Lucian in lane, being able to proc the Winter's Bite so quickly. And also, it would have been great into the Misfortune to stop the bullet time across. Leona doesn't have good answers to Misfortune. Her answer is a Solar Flare to the face. But if you're using Solar Flare, you're using it defensively at that point, and you lose the engage factor of it. But as you pointed out, they're picking the Leona for the long-range engage, because their comp has no way of starting a fight. But they also don't have great ways of playing a game without a fight. At best, you've got Yorick split push. But that was the beauty of the draft in the first pick Renekton that came through from VKS. I really love what CL and Smawi did with the setups to this, because by picking Renekton, they knew that there were very few, if any, bad matchups for Renekton. And we've seen the Yorick Renekton matchup multiple times now in the LTA South. Renekton wins early, and oftentimes if you get any sort of jungle pressure in, you can kill the Yorick repeatedly, and if Yorick falls behind, he's a non-entity. Split pushing is not a win condition, and Red don't have another win con right now with this draft besides split pushing.
A big curveball taken on the Nidalee jungle for Red Canids, trying to find a way to break this VKS strategy, this game plan that has worked for them time and time again in the playoffs. 0-2 down. A reverse sweep required at a minimum to lock in that championship. Both of these teams with a trophy drought that they would like to end, but VKS certainly seem closer, inches away from breaking that streak. If they can just lock in one more game, like game 1 and 2, this will be a swift, decisive 3-0 as we head on to the Rift.
I'm super curious to see how this game starts, because so far it's been Cade always somehow racing ahead with some sort of early kill by about the 6-7 minute mark, and then really snowballing from there. With the Nidalee from Red, this champion, more than I think anything else Doom has picked, really needs to snowball the early game. If he doesn't get a lead in the first 10 minutes with this Nidalee, we're going to have problems. We didn't touch on the Trundle for Desamis, but the Trundle is actually a really good pick for Cade later on. The ability to shred through anybody, and the Pillar is going to do a lot of work into Kaze, into Frosty, into FNB, and that's one of the ways they're going to be forcing fights, which Red don't really have good answers to.
Yeah, it's another situation where the Braum might have been nice. Having that passive to stack up on a Trundle and a Renekton that are trying to dive into your Lucian gives them a way to put some distance in there, but sadly, it's not going to be the choice. Frosty going to have to make this Leona work. Again, both of these teams taking very aggressive posturing in that level 1 pre-minion state, and they will back away here. Less trading than before, and Red still walk away with a nice deep ward to keep an eye on Desamis, and oh my word, RMC.
Yeah, Rebello and Frosty are low-key thinking of sacrificing their laning in order to try and get some cheese off. If they can slow Desamis down, that would be huge. We talked about how Doom, they're actually going to be able to do this.
Desamis love the pathing here. They're going to catch him out. They're going to get the instant flash. Now, can they get the red buff? Desamis wants to smite it. The rotations are going to come through from Trimby. Level 1 Rakan doesn't really do that much. He's only got, I guess, a Q to go through. Now he's going to get dumped down by Rebello. Chunks him down to 200 HP. The shield there as well. Rebello burning the barrier to keep that health advantage.
Okay, so what Red has managed to get off of this is that they actually did slow down Sunnis, and Doom is going to get a bit of an advantage in terms of pacing, should get his earlier gank off. I don't think it's a big enough advantage that Doom should be able to get any sort of invade off, or really set Desamis significantly behind. In exchange, Rebello and Frosty have lost a lot of that lane pressure. Morteus is already level 2. And with a Lucian, that feels really bad to be behind. If they can get enough poke down onto the Leona as well. Leona doesn't have healing. She doesn't have good comeback mechanics. If she goes down, she tends to stay down.
Yes, if she goes in, she stays in. If she goes down, she stays down. Leona, a full commitment champion, generally speaking. See Miryu and Kaze trading out as natural on these control mages. Unlikely to see too much action right there. FNB and Bowl and testing up in that top side. So let's keep an eye on these junglers, Parthy, to see if Doom can stay a step ahead of Dasamus, can try to get ahead of him onto a play, find his way into a gank before Dasamus is in position to punish. And Rebello and Frosty have taken up a position in this brush, but Frosty whiffs the Zenith Blade and lose out the chance to burst the Summoner, or at least get that health chunk on.
Yeah, Morteus and Tribi, they get that vision down safely. They don't lose any minions for it. They're fine. Mid lane, Kaze also got a bit of a cheater recall, so he's got that early tier stacking. Miryu, with the Victor, not really able to answer early on. The wave clear from Victor is a little bit weaker till he starts getting those upgrades. Top side, though, that's where Bo, I think, is winning out quite significantly already, about a wave ahead. Now, granted, the wave is still there. It's just really hard for FNB to actually last it without getting traded upon. And Bo is very, very mobile with the slice and dice, able to get in, trade, get out before the turret shot hits.
Doom looking for a rotate over it. Kaze moving too as well. Doom was spotted out. Kaze out. Okay. And the brush has to back away. Not going to overcommit into Miryu and Dasamus right now. The Victor without the most mana, and early on doesn't have too much to offer in terms of damage, but obviously still has that stun. And Doom instead is going to keep on rolling through this jungle. Dasamus pulling the recall.
Yeah, Double Scuttle is sort of the reward that Doom gets for all the pressure that Rebello and Frosty got with the invade. Dasamus can't contest that, and his lanes aren't in a position where he can really back them up. Morteus and Trimby can still get prio if they need to, but Miryu can't, as you mentioned, out of mana.
Doom arriving on that bot side, 2 scuttles in hand. Trimby and Morteus gonna like to try and stop a recall, but Dasamus is around the corner here. Could be a 3v3 in the offing. Looks like the junglers are going to try and back away. We'll see if the bot lanes let them.
And we're seeing the mini camera there showing the trade in the top side, where Bo is again chunking out FNB every time he tries to walk up, and FNB having to kind of walk away for now, just hug the turret.
Frosty comes out the brush, looking for Trimby. Early heal to get them out of there. And they'll step away from the spear as well. So quick reactions twice now. VKS about to have fast fingers to get away from these plays. And we can see Morteus now out of mana. Low HP as well, as both junglers still hanging around. They're getting dragged into these plays, but now Doom might have caught them out. Frosty misses the Zenith Blade again. He needs to hit these ones to get these plays started.
Look, Trishan, I know we were talking about nerfs of some of these plays for red cannons. Well, Frosty's not one of the rookies. That's Rebello, that's Kaze, that's Doom. It feels like Frosty last game with the Bard and the misplays. He hasn't shaken off his nerves from those mistakes he made last game. And as you said, not a single Zenith Blade has landed so far. And every time he misses, you can see Morteus and Trimby, the moment Zenith Blade goes down, they step up. They know that there's my window to play. What are you going to do? If Rebello walks forward, Trimby engages. You're going to lose that trade. Misfortune, one of the champions that can go toe-to-toe against that Lucian. And for Frosty, if you're just stuck using Shield of Daybreak, you got to walk up into melee range, and you're kind of slow. Boots have been picked up by Frosty on this back, and maybe now Frosty can do something with Zenith Blade down, but prior to that, he was at the mercies of Morteus and Trimby.
FNB looking for some vision onto Dasamus. He is going to walk in through the lane in top side as well. Frosty helping Kaze crash this wave into mid lane. Understandably low action so far for this Rise and the Victor. It's mainly been focused on bot side. We do see at least that Morteus has managed to have the extra gold to get that BF sword locked in, approaching level 6 before too long, and they'll have that combination to offer. But now Doom looking for a gank on Tamiri. They got the root, they got that stun combo, all forces the flash away. Kaze taken away from the Chaos Storm as Dasamus sees what needs to be done right here. We saw that Nidalee Rise combo get a decent chunk down, and more flashes burned for VKS, but Red would certainly love to get a kill at some point from these plays.
Yeah, and I'm feeling really bad for Doom, because remember, we said with Doom, he needs to get some sort of significant lead, ideally by the 7-minute mark. We're 8 seconds away from that. Doom is up 5 CS. That is nothing. He's not found a kill. Maybe this is it.
Oh, here we go. Tries to get that blast cone to Dasamus, one tick away. Doom just finish it off, brother. First blood secured. And there it is for the Red Canids Nidalee. Finally something on the board. I think this is the first time Red's gotten first blood in this series.
Feels like it, yeah. I do believe so, yeah. And it's just perfect timing. We're just in. Doom's running out of time. The clock was running down, and he finds the kill right after that 7-minute mark. A bit of an advantage, and that should secure him the advantage and priority over the Dragon, which is spawned, and the Grubs, which are spawning in 30 seconds. Zenith Blade lands.
Gets onto Morteus, gets the cleanse away. Rebello not needing to fully commit right there. So again, Summoners continuing to be stripped off VKS. And I mean, it might have been the first time that Red's gotten first blood in this series. It honestly kind of feels like the first time they've gotten a kill in this series with how one-sided it has been. And they have managed to keep this pressure going. Doom once again stepping into the jungle, but the vision line for VKS, the rotations that have served them so well. Frosty TPing in to keep that pressure up, and Doom going to contest the jungle camps.
Yeah, Disamus doesn't have a smite, so I don't know if he can actually really contest this. Has to be careful of spears coming through, especially with Frosty in Doom's back pocket there. And yeah, this is exactly what you want to see from Doom when he gets the lead. Start invading, start shutting down Disamus. The question is, how long can you keep this up? Because for Red, they are on a bit of a timer. Yes, you've got a Rise, which scales really well, but they've got a Victor. And I feel like Trundle's scalings and his subjugate ability just are so much more impactful than the Nidalee later on. So I'd love to see Doom actually kind of go for these early dragons, go for these early grubs. They've sacrificed the dragon for now. They're leaving that. They want to contest on this top side of the map instead. And with Bo and Miru here, this might be contestable for Cade Stars.
Frosty walking through the lane. Doesn't have ult just yet, as Bowl is quite deep on that front line, actually.
Ooh, okay.
Slices his way out of the Yorick cage. And Red, so far, being allowed to take the first crack at these grubs. But here comes the reposition. VKS looking to coalesce and make a second run out at the Trundle pillar. Locks Kaze out. 2 grubs down. Doom with the choice to jump over the pit if he wants to. Trimby, though, with a max range spear. Drops super low, and Kaze with the ultimate onto Bowl, trying to cut off the route back to the tower. A blast cone, is it enough to get him away? The flash, then the blink misses again! Kaze gets in there with the rune prison, but now VKS have had time to group up again. And Red back away. Frosty continuing to miss these critical skill shots, slowing the pace of Red down. Contesting the blue buff. VKS still with plenty to offer. Bowl pretty low. Morteus ultimate. Leona getting shredded down right here. Takes him all the way to zeros. Morteus with the kill. Blue buff secure. Trimby pretty low. Red see blood in the water. They're looking for a little bit more. They're diving in. Kaze gets one. Doom tries to get out, but he can't make it to safety. Bowl getting chunked down, and this time FNB receives the credit.
A 2 for 2 at the end of it, and Cade were just baiting the entire time around the blue buff. But Red called the bluff and said, okay, we will full send this. I don't care that you've got bullet time. It's only level 1 and you don't have that much damage yet, even with the BF sword. And just like that, Red walk away with the advantage. They walk away with the extra plate. They walk away with... Wait, only 1 grub? Oh, there's still 1 standing Christian.
Oh, there's 1 and 1. Okay. 1 lonely grub that just got abandoned as the play moved away, sadly. Wow, okay. No longer the focal point. And Red now is the one walking out of this early game. We've had this consistent sort of 1.5k lead for VKS at about the 10-minute mark in game 1 and 2. This time Red with a healthy 800 gold lead themselves. They are still splitting the objectives. Frosty needs level 6 pretty bad, man. Then he can just press R and not have to hit the Zenith Blade, because that's not working out for him too well.
Yeah, next minion, there we go. He's up at to 6, and he's got the Solar Flare ready to go around that dragon. So what I really appreciate was Morteus actually stayed out of vision the entire time till this play was being made. Like, Red knew that Morteus was probably nearby, but they didn't know the exact angle, and that's why Cade were actually able to find those kills. But Red, I guess that was ironically the kick they needed to start actually going in on this. And so they decided to fully commit. Once bullet time went down, they were able to answer back. And you can see that they are stronger right now in this phase of the game. Those spears that Doom has been chucking out, they've been chunking. And they've been setting up Red for success on the eventual skirmish. They just needed to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and it seems like we are getting a little bit more success from Red in this early game. Doom being given the ball, told to run with it, and is trying his darndest to make this one work. I think Disamus did actually get his blue buff at the end of that play as well, so at least has to flash away, but still walks away with a contested buff. The dragon left forgotten by the wayside until 11.5 minutes, and Red putting some vision down, but still not choosing to go for the rush. Instead, I think they kind of want to just clear out the jungle, maybe look to fight for that last grub, but Disamus is already on it.
It feels so ironic that Kaze joins Red Canids, and it's no longer a full Brazilian roster, but it feels more CBLOL than ever before, where Dragons, one of those, never heard of them. That's also why we had that stat with Talkers. The fact that Red has gotten way better at fighting with this squad, but their objective control is still kind of hit or miss. Like, when they're winning, they take objectives very, very quickly, most of the time. When they're losing, though, they often struggle to get anything. This game's one of those rare games where Red are ahead, and they're still not going for it. They still rather try and snowball the gold advantages they do have. I don't hate the idea for their composition when I'm not sold that they're going to scale significantly or meaningfully in any way, but it is kind of not great to see them kind of neutral lane states and Doom not going for this early dragon.
At least we can now see Red get to approach the mid-game plays on an even keel, more or less gold. Even, a gold from a gold advantaged position, in fact. And perhaps they'll be able to do a little bit more without an early game that has come crashing around their ears before they could even get ults on board. As the dragon now picked up, Doom is going to take that with no contest. Kaze happily holding 4 up in topside. And Red continues to hold the steady gold advantage.
Okay, Kaze with the Rod of Ages complete as well on this back. So 10 minutes time and Red will be at the peak of their powers. Where is Cade in all of this, Trajan? Bull was expected to win out early. He was doing that, so all the action went up towards that top side. The Samus has fallen behind, and now it's a significant CS deficit as Doom looks for those invades. So we're looking and waiting for Mirio to start scaling up. Mirio went for the Rod of Ages rush too, and he's well behind Kaze. He's just sitting only on the Catalyst, no Blasting Wand, definitely no Rod of Ages in sight. And it's only Morteus, it feels like, who is a significant factor in the upcoming mid-game fights.
Yeah, he's had to detour for an Ill Magic Mantle as well, given that Rise Nidalee combination. Has his Rod of Ages completed, at least at this stage, TPing back into match Kaze some more, so we'll start ticking up in stats over the next 10 minutes. But VKS, I'm wondering what the kind of choice of play is for them, if they feel any pressure to try and make something happen, or maybe just try and predict where Doom is going to be and craft a counterplay ready to go.
For now, they have no clue where Doom is, so no counterplay to be had. The Samus and Bull with a bait on their own. Doom cancels the recall.
Oh, they're going for the 2v2. Bull sidesteps the spear, but clearly VKS do not want any slice of that 2 versus 2. They'll flash away. Or not flash away, I should say. FNB flashes away, and Bull and the Samus drop the pillar and simply run out of there.
I'm just so curious. What made Doom stop the recall? Like, I don't think they hopped out of bush just yet. Just some sort of third sense meant that Doom didn't get caught. Oh, he might be caught now.
Oh dear, Doom in the wrong side of town. FNB trying to desperately get back to hell, but Nidalee is not long for this world. The Subjugate gets the job done, but Kaze and Frosty ulted in right now, back into a 2 versus 3. Bull trying to get locked down. The Samus flashing away from Frosty's ult. And FNB will be able to make this the 1-for-1 at the cost of the Rise Ultimate.
Yeah, but it's a lot of resources coming in by Red candidates. I've complained before that Cade Stars was collapsing faster, and Red just felt like they weren't playing for the team necessarily, and a lot for themselves. Well, this time they kind of swung, I think, a little bit overcorrecting with that, and they sent too many members down, and that leaves Mirio free up in that top lane to look for the first the first brick, as there's nobody who's going to get here in time. Morteus and Trimby are kind of shading nearby as well, and they've cut off the mid lane, so there's simply no reinforcements that can show up here.
Yeah, they've got no TPs to answer it, and VKS will get that credit. It's going to take a big chunk out of that gold advantage. FNB going to match it on that bottom side, but ultimately that is a feat of turret destruction going over to VKS as well. Feat of warfare for Red, and now it's all about the objectives. Kaze is ulted into top lane. In fact, did he know Trimby was there? Doom's around the corner. Kaze can tank a little bit of damage. The Samus around the corner as well. Frosty coming in. Can they get the Rise out? Tries to flash over the wall, shepherding him almost to safety, but the pillar blocks him in place. And Mirio finds it. Rebello over the wall looking for more, but it's a 4 versus 3. Do you even want to bother? Doom doesn't get over the wall. It's a disaster for the Nidalee. And the Samus picks up another. VKS punishing Red on the play topside.
And much like their season, Trajan, Red have worked so hard to scrape together leads. They've worked so hard to find an advantage. And in one fell swoop, it's overturned. Cade flipped the script on them in this critical game 3. 2 games up. Red's back up against a wall. And Cade just have zero mercy. Now Herald in Cade's pocket as well. And let's highlight this situation. Remember that last lonely grub that we forgot? Edu over there? Cade picked him up. So Cade have the grub advantage. Plus Herald? Oh, Frosty.
Frosty in a bit of a bind right now. Good stun combo, but there's one from Bull to follow it up, and Trimby can get in there. FNB doing what he can. But that's not that much. Frosty with no dashes to get to safety. Caught too deep on the bot side of the map.
This is all where it crumbles. Can Red kind of bounce back? I mean, it's not even that big a goal difference they gave over. 1.3, it's not nice to see at the stage of the game, but it's certainly not insurmountable. The bigger question for me is just the mentals on Red, and we've not seen that this series. It feels like when Red falls behind, they stay behind. Now they're looking to try and get the gank squad onto Mirio here.
Samus making a play on top side onto Kaze with a TP in from Bowl, but Miryu doesn't manage to sidestep the spear. There's no turret for him, likely to be caught out. Doom and FNB will make this work. Can Kaze do the same on top side? Desperately trying to escape. No ult, no flash, doing what damage he can. Pops the phase rush, but Bowl is just sticking to him, refusing to let him pass. And both top jungles find their man on either side.
Difference being, Red has the wave pushing for them, and unfortunately, Kate don't. Their wave's actually stuck all the way back at turret. Trimby, though, rotating into the bot side with Morteus to help out. Bullet time looks like it's just come available. Red reinforcing Doom and FNB.
Dragon spawned if Red wants to try and peel back to it, because Bowl and Samus are just working away on that top side. They've got the Herald as well. Turret's going to be picked up for sure. What is the answer for Red? The inhib might be at risk here.
Yeah, and okay, Bowl is going to take it into the inhibitor turret as well. If the Samus was around, Trundle's a great turret taker. We focus a lot on Yorick for taking structures, but Trundle's kind of up there with him, which is an interesting dynamic. Okay, we're back to the mid lane.
Morteus getting flashed on, desperately trying to escape. Doom can't hit the spear. Morteus with no summoners, but still holds the ult. BKS's bot lane survives. Now the top side, Bowl is threatening on the other side of this play as well. Dashes into the Baron pit, will likely be able to escape. TP into mid lane. VKS trying to hold on to this mid lane inner, or outer I should say. And Red, they've simply got to back away. They can't find it.
I love that Bowl was thinking about it too. He has a Dominus ready, so if he can get on backline, he can cause absolute chaos. Kaze was not in a great position to be able to reinforce that fight either, but I think Morteus and Trimby took too much damage on the beginning of that fight, the front of it, so they just had to back off. But Kate are fine with this. They got an inhibitor turret low. They took an inner turret on the side lane. Their gold lead is very, very healthy for themselves right now, and they're fueling good. Kate Stars have been here before. They've been here every single game this series. Sure, this is a little bit slower than usual, but they're still fueling strong and know how to play with this lead.
Now with a 1.5k lead to play with. Normally this is them at about 7 minutes, and by 19 they're normally about 7k ahead, but they are going to be happy with this one, likely to extend it even more, as once again the rotations, they've always got the man advantage. Rebello dashes into a Realm Warp, but Frosty once again no such luck, just cannot find a play to save his life in game 3.
But at least they got the turret, and if you're behind, you're willing to trade your support for a turret. The gold advantage shrank ever so slightly. We get to see a replay of what happened down here to Miryu, and like you said, he's just too far up right now. He doesn't have a turret to go to safety, but he knew what his job was, and it was just to buy time for this play on the other side of the map. I actually thought Kazuya was going to be able to get away, especially with phase rush. We've seen so many times where he's just kind of run away, laughing the entire time, but Bull with the cutoff angle was the huge part here to be able to slow him down, and from there it's an easy take. I don't even think that the Samus could have just left that. I'm not sure if the subjugate or the auto. I'd have liked to see Bo actually pick it up, because I do think Bo needs a couple more kills to be able to go toe-to-toe with FNB. Right now, the split push Dream and WinCon for Red is still alive. If you can shut that down, Cade would feel a lot more comfortable.
Red trying to pressure onto this mid lane. Doom and Frosty looking for a possible target. But Morteus happy to stand in control of this structure. Eyes continuing to come through. We're starting to hit that 2-item mark as Doom loses the flash. Overcommitting in that top side river, and VKS has just always got more members there to push you away. If Red want to split push and try and break BKS apart, that's great, but right now they are suffering by how well BKS are playing together.
And they're not quite set up in position. Frosty gets picked.
That's a risky way to go back to your tower, buddy. In comes the Victor stun. Frosty's going to survive at least, and the culling does a fair bit of work onto the Samus and Trimby. TP's coming in from Red. FNB's not going to be able to get that split push on, and struggling to make headway in this mid lane fight. Red looking for more. Frosty finally gets his Zenith Blade down, and Morteus doesn't have the summoners, remember. Desperately tries to escape, and Kaze grabs him with the spreading Q. And finally, they get a big kill. Red, are we about to hard send it onto the Atakan? You've barely had a window like this all game.
Yes, they are. Yes, they have to. They have no choice. Chaos Storm, though, is available for Miryu. Thankfully, the bullet time is down. TP coming across from Bo. He's got Dominus.
He's pretty big. He's got the Stride Breaker. He's a
6K.
big, scary lizard right now. Rebello's trying to keep
5K.
him out, trying to get him a poke damage. Dominus is there. BKS holding fast, waiting for their moment. Atakan dropping lower. Desamas
2K.
can't find his way in. Red has it secured. Bowl threatening on the side,
Here's
flashes in for the stun, and there's the follow by Trimby with the knockup. Bowl can dice them down. Rebello's the first to fall as FNB, picked apart by Desamis and Miryu. Red at least have managed to get one back. Bowl suffers and drops down for a second. Kaze now looking to ult. They're looking to get the 2 versus 3, but they've got to respect the victor. Flashes away, can't get the stuns. Desamis trying to escape, but Doom is there ready. A heal can't keep him alive, and Red can finally break back in this series.
Is this what Red needed to bounce back, Trajan? Kaze with the multiple kills in pocket. He's fully stacked with his Rod of Ages, Esser's Embrace, and Cade. They've been playing with so much confidence in the series. Maybe this time was a little bit of overconfidence going on the Atakan 4v5. They've given over a bunch of kills, a bunch of buffs, and it started looking real good for them. Trimby arrives late to the fight after a recall to set up Bowl, but the way he flies into this fight, it looked really good. A 3-man knockup with Bowl sat in the middle and Dominus ticking. It gave hope for a second, but FNB zoned out 2 on the other side, and I think that's the critical part. FNB, this Yorick, which is just supposed to be a split push option, actually had such a big team fight impact.
Yeah, Kaze as well, kind of taking part in the zoning on bot side and then managing to contribute to the damage on top side. He was everywhere in that play, and 5, 2, and 3 now is going to start to become a real threat on this rise. Maybe he can get some of the agency he needs, Frosty. The target once again, the knockup with double stasis, completely neutralizes the threat. Lovely timing by Doom and Kaze to dodge the Morteus bullet time, and now they can walk onto the Dragon without that threat.
Yeah, and that bullet time, we talked about the fact that coming out of laning phase at first, Morteus was the only one with the right items, with the lead to have impact. And right now in the mid game, it still feels that way because we've not seen the Chaos Storm from Miryu come out and do damage. It's been a lot about that bullet time, and the moment it's down, Kate don't seem like they want to fight. And just like that, Red, they get the extra kill, the freebie on Trimby, but they also get Cloud Soul points. And that's going to be impactful for their composition. Movement speed for a comp that doesn't necessarily want a team fight can do a lot of work.
FNB greeted for the last hit on the control ward, and it's gonna be greeted with death for it. I could see him waiting up with death for it. I could see him waiting. I was like, just don't hit the control ward, man. It's not worth it. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite see the future well enough and does give a freebie over.
FNB gives, and FNB takes away. Maybe that's the LTA South curse, right? Like, we've had Robo, you know, where when he's at the top, he does really good games and he has really questionable throws. FNB seems to have inherited that after beating Loud.
Yeah, somewhat. We really go through a period where FNB seem to have shaken off the curse, but we have revived it a little bit in 2025. FNB can overplay his hand at times. And VKS, once again, going back to the River Control Vision fight, as Red will happily be able to step up and push them back. Rebello clearing out this wave, trying to get to that 3rd item if possible. It's not been too much for Rebello to do so far, but Lucian does not fall off in the same way that he kind of has done in the past. When he starts to get those extra items, Doom failing the wall jump there. Not the best look for your Nidalee game, but it's going pretty well besides that.
It's fine. We didn't see it, Trajan. It's fine. Let's go back to talking about Rebello and Lucian. Fair enough. Lucian still struggles in the late game, usually due to range issues. For all the mobility he has to play in range of a lot of danger. And you contrast that to Misfortune, who, while she's also a short-ranged AD carry, bullet time is a much longer range. And as we saw in the last fight, it's not like Red doesn't have tools to deal with it. The stasis they've been having in terms of being able to pump out more damage more consistently, to be more willing to step up because Ryze is so tanky.
Yeah, trying to maybe craft a play on Sakaze. All 5 members are down here. He doesn't have flash quite yet, but he's going to phase rush his way out of there from damage onto Trimby. Chunks him a fair bit as well. BKS turning their eyes to the turret instead. Kaze still trying to hold on to it, and they will keep it alive just for now. So BKS with a poke and a prod, but nothing substantial secured off it.
That's actually crazy that the bot outer turret is still standing. Like, Kate's have tried multiple times. Bull had his pushes as well, trying to get in there. And I've seen FNB have to TP first, but yeah, Kate just can't seem to crack, and I feel like that's a symbol of Red's rebellion in this particular series, their comebackness, their ability to stay in the lead. If that mid-outer turret falls, then that signals to me that Cade has found ways to kind of come back into this a little bit.
For Bowl, they've got the CC chain right to set up that Nidalee spear, and Bowl going to get picked apart. Red, Kaze picking up another one. He was the first to level 16 just a moment ago. And Bowl struggling a little more in this game on the Renekton, struggling to find the impact that he had in game 1 and 2.
Interestingly, Red not opting to sit around on that bot side. They just roamed up to the mid, thinking about threatening a dive while they were waiting for the waves to walk back in. Trajan, if this turret goes down on this wave, then finally Red will have gotten the lead back again. Because despite all these picks we've been seeing, despite the fact that Red has won that Atakan fight, won the subsequent fight as well, they're still down gold. And here we go. I wish it showed us a gold graph, because this one feels like it's been all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. Flicks back over to Red, a paltry 200 gold, but they will take it at this point, and they've looked so much more assured in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. They're making plays across the map. They're actually succeeding in getting the kills over the line now. They've got enough damage. They're well coordinated enough, and VKS starting to struggle just a little bit. Now, they still have the Victor scaling up, the Trundle, as you mentioned. They've got threats, and they do have resilience, but Red have a little bit of a chance. They've got a window. They have the agency to push through. One big team fight now can mean Dragon Soul, it can mean Baron, it can mean Inhibs. 1 or 2 more big plays for Red, and they could be looking at moving us to game 4.
Or it could be a chance for the VKS comeback with the Victor, with the Misfortune. And for them, it could mean a Baron as well. Not so much the Soul, but it could be the start of them making their way into a 3-0 damage total so far this game. Very interesting, actually, the fact that, well, for one, Doom's been doing a lot of damage, but I think a lot of it spoke. Miryu is still pumping out the most damage, despite us not really having seen his Chaos Storm, I feel like, in the last couple of big fights.
FNB, is he going to check this brush and find Bowl? Bowl finds him, that's for sure. They don't know where this Renekton is. They've got the sweeper on Bowl to see them. Somebody check this. Kaze's going to find him. Okay, can they go for the full commit onto Rise, who doesn't have the... He does have the Zhonya's now. He stays alive just for now, and he flashes to safety. Decimus looks for a little bit more, but Morteus is completely split off. VKS, they've used the big button. They didn't get the kill, and they back away to reposition.
No, and the only casualty is Blue Buff going the way of Kate to start things off, but the run back after the TP coming in from Kaze, he's not fully healed yet, should be enough by the time TP is completed. And Miryu trying to answer, but Miryu doesn't feel as threatening without that Chaos Storm.
Hasn't completed the Void Staff just yet either. Couldn't get that third item completed. Now the Zhonya's will still be down for Kaze and no flash. He's got to stay safe. Rebello getting chunked down. Morteus, yes, he's used the ultimate, but he still does a heck of a lot of damage. And Red struggling to get control over this river. The Victor lasers, the Qs from MF, they're hard to break through, and looks like they're giving it up.
Yeah, they've just been zoned out with a 1k gold lead, with the fact that Kaze came back in. But to be fair, they're taking their time. They are going for the turrets instead. In the bot side, they're still... Are those grubs or are those Yorick minions? Those are Yorick ghouls.
I think they're Yorick minions, I believe, coming through right here, because it's two grubs for VKS, so there will be no grubbies for Red on this day. But they will get that turret, so trading gold for that inconsequential Cloud Drake for VKS. They try to back away. And the Baron is now live, remember everybody, at this point in the game. So the vision control will be important there. Kaze threatening onto Trimby. Wow. They catch him. Stepping too close to a dark brush. Kaze still threatening. Ults to reposition. Has to keep himself alive. Dasamus on the front line under pressure. Morteus drops a bullet time, but flashed away. Doom with a lovely Zhonya's and a flash to get him away, but surely will not escape to safety. Jungler down. Chaos Storm growing by the second, and FNB now trying to get away. Kaze will try to keep him alive, but steps too close to ball. Has the phase rush and the shield to speed his way to safety. VKS hungering for more. They've got the health advantage. Flash in for a ball, and the critical Kaze is eliminated.
And just like that, junglers have been removed from the board. The Baron is alive, Trajan, but no junglers to be able to secure it. And what a back and forth between these two teams. It starts so far before, too. It's about the dragon that kicked off all this action. The fact that Red, I think, made the right call, saying, hey, it's just one Cloud Drake we can give over to VKS. We can take the turrets instead. We can get all of this gold. But then they overstay their welcome. And yeah, the pick onto Trimby, excellent. The chase down after got really, really risky. And I think you pointed it out right when you said that, hey, Morteus, even without the ult, he does a lot of damage. And his chase down with that strut is deadly. If there are low health targets, he will go chasing for it. Right here, beautiful vision play from Red to catch into Trimby, and they just melt him. The Sunlight passive proc from Leona does a lot of damage, but this is where things kind of got bad, and huge props to Kate Stars with the nerve they had. Despite the fact they lose to Samus, they knew they had enough damage, and more importantly, they knew, okay, Doom's in trouble. They've blown all their big ultimates. We can run this down in zero hesitation. Even the dive into turret, to me, was what really exemplified that, when they saw that, okay, even if it's Kaze, even if it's Tanky Rise, we have to kill him. We have to equalize things, and we can do it even without our big ults.
Flash is committed by Bol and Morteus in that fight. Kaze going to get his back up before too long. Rebello still has his on deck as well. So the carries for Red, perhaps with a little bit more safety in the coming plays, as FNB looking for a bit of revenge on Bol right now, but the ghouls will probably give the game away, you could say, as FNB now with TP. Bol actually doesn't have it as well, so he has to be wary about potentially BKS getting outnumbered on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and Red really want to take the bot lane inhibitor down. Since it's still up, they're not getting the full pressure that they'd want to get, and Bol can just happily sit down here and answer for now. They're actually probably happier that FNB is down in that bot lane, where they can just leave Bol to slowly have his cooldowns recover from that teleport. K-Stars had the inner track on Baron, but is now being forced out, and Red getting in there, double ward in the bush. They really want eyes on K-Stars.
And Red currently have eyes on them as well in that brush. They couldn't clear it out. Bol has coalesced with them, and Red has to be careful here. But if we're looking for the engage options, Trimby doesn't have a flash selected, but he does have ultimate, and Doom's on his own, trapped in the Baron pit, doesn't have flash in the last play, and exhausted Doom with no business being in that area of the map. Loses the stasis and still falls VKS with a snap Baron call.
Yeah, and why not? There's no jungler, there's no smite steal. Sure, Frosty has unsealed spell, but doesn't have smite right now, going for the back door. I appreciate the call, but the TP's being channeled by Miri already.
Frosty's trying to stop them. Frosty's trying to stop whoever he can. I think Morteus hasn't been able to get back there. Red are going for the Hail Mary, but Bol and Miri, you can keep them out of there. There's so much wave clear between them. FNB doing what he can. He's got the inhib at least, and BKS now have a very slow Baron call to take. And Red will step away. They got some teleports, they got the inhib, really all they could hope for in that play, but still Doom with a critical misstep at this point in the series.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Red Cannon, sure, they Hailed Mary, but she left them on Red. She don't care. And for them, they were in a winning position, Trajan, but it's going worse and worse for them. The comp is coming back to bite them. Remember, we said this comp is not good at team fighting. The fact that they won the team fights was what was shocking, was what caused us to be so excited. But now, it feels like Cade have actually caught back up. Their comp is fully coming online. Miryu is starting to do damage. Morteus is starting to do damage. And for Bol and Desamis, once Desamis gets the subjugate down, his job's pretty much done. Bol's just a meat shield at that point to kind of dive backline and just cause chaos to allow Miryu and Morteus to get space. And with this Baron pickup, Cade are now in a good position to push in. Dragon in 15 seconds. Red, there's an opportunity for them. If you can fight and win at this, maybe you've got a chance. The Cloud Soul is very impactful. Most importantly, you can strip the Barons off of K-Stars.
Red holding the vision line, looking for the scuttle though, and have to give up that brush control. EKS in control of that bottom side of the river. Now Trimby goes in aggressively, kind of a bit risky surely, looking for a Bellow right now, as there's the follow-up. Frosty's getting chunked down at least, and Desamis can get the damage down. Rebello with a culling, can't break through Trimby. Bol on the flank looking for the Lucian, but can't get it. And where's the assistance from Red? The other carries are just pushing out the side lanes. VKS swarm over them in bot jungle.
Do you fault them? We've said it before, this comp is not for the team fight. FNB on Yorick split pushing is his natural habitat. That's what you pick this for. Kaze split pushing, okay, a little bit more questionable, but he's at least got mobility spells, and now Bol bouncing back and forth. They'll lose the inner turrets, but they will stop the push. And meanwhile, Red are going to find an inner in the bot side with their Baron as well. They're going to find themselves a second Drake, take that off the table, and they've still got a minute and a half of Baron where they can look to find the last standing inner turret in the mid lane.
BKS so hard to escape once they call the play on you. Get away from Trundle Pillars, Rakan, ults and W's, Morteus with the Make It Rain, Miryu with the Slowsome W. It is inexorable, the chase down when it begins, and we can see that Trimby knows to start this play. They've got the numbers, and even if it takes a while, they're going to get it done.
It almost feels like revenge a little bit from Trimby here. The fact that Frosty had caught him multiple times in the early game, well, the Rakan's tanky enough now that he can kind of get in there. He's really close to dying, but he pulls the trigger first. Frosty goes down, and this might just be sort of the template for what we see for the rest of this game. It might just become a game of tag. Who can catch whom first? Who pulls the triggers? And if that's the case, then you're looking at the supports who have the CC to make these snap picks.
Trimby locked up but gets away. Pretty tanky, in fact, is this Rakan. Got a lot of HP to play with, has the Mikhails and the Locket of the Iron Solari to give himself extra defense there as well. So can play the face check roll decently safely as the Baron continues to tick away. Almost done. Red likely will be able to hold on to the rest of their turrets for now, but BKS looking to set up a play. fully on vision for now, and Red, no, they do not want to step into that brush.
Kaze just setting an ambush. Bull gonna eat the overload and the flux for now. Meanwhile, we're watching the minions just go marching down at the bot lane. Those are supers. Miryu going back to answer this one for now. So yeah, Kate unfortunately don't get a good Baron push off in the mid lane. They opt for trying to get vision in the jungle. I don't know if that's worth it. It's immediately cleared out by Red anyways. And Trajan, we might just enter a 3-minute stall at this point, where we're just fighting over control of the Baron pit. Any pick that happens right now is only important in so much as it facilitates a full push. Both teams are at the cusp of losing. VKS's base is open. That inhib on the bot side, it's down. Those waves are perma-pushing. But Red's not in that much a better position at 40 minutes into the game or 37 minutes into the game. If Red gets picked, if Cade can find, 2, 3 more kills than they lose, they can just push and end the game as well with these long death timers.
FNB looking to take up his post on the bot side. Will be discovered by Desamas. Miryu and Morteus around the corner. Red need to be careful here. They've got their own members in place, but a flash away needed from Yorick. Trimby and Bowl trying to flank. Rebello distracted there, but watch out for this Renekton. Rebello trying to dance around them, but has to flash where the culling goes the wrong direction. Rebello will still find the kill onto Trimby. They've got one. Bowl flashing away, but surely Kaze can lock this lizard down. 2 kills for Red. Now again, this isn't going to mean too much surely if the rest of BKS can stay alive in the base.
Yeah, and Bowl, Trimby, they tried to be the heroes, but they end up with absolute zero. And remember what we said, the base is open on the bot side. Red is aware of that. No realm warp for Kaze, unfortunately, to be able to push this one in very, very quickly. But you can imagine that they'd have a ton of pressure now with a 5v3 situation, with FNB still being an absolute split push monster and the rest of the team being able to siege mid lane.
They'd love to at least maybe get that bot inhib again, but instead looks like the focus on mid lane turret. 10 seconds on Trimby. FNB shepherding in the wave, threatening for a flank as well, trying to split the VKS focus. Instantly Red starts up on that mid turret. The minions clocking away on the inhibitor. Trimby is now alive. Doesn't have the ultimate, but has someone to try and get in for a W. One inhib falls. The second as well. They get the knock up on Takasi. The second's actually still alive, and now VKS trying to force it. Bo with TP if he gets out of the base alive in 5 seconds. But the inhibitors are both alive? How has that happened? FNB drops the spade down on Trimby and knocks him back, but VKS have got to be thanking their lucky stars they still have those structures.
That is disgusting, and inhibs do regenerate over time. Up to a certain amount, but they do regenerate. So for Cade, a massive stay of execution. Yes, they lose the mid inhibitor turret, but that's okay. We get a replay on how this happened as well, and Red, they just make a snap decision. The moment they saw Bull and Trimby on the side, they just went, okay, let's turn around, collapse on it. What is critical to note, though, is Bull actually did almost find Rebello, despite the fact that it became a 5v2. There is huge threat onto the backline, and that's what you have to keep an eye on in the fights. If Rebello is being zoned out like this, the fights get a lot simpler for Cade, because the only big threat you're looking at the point is Kaze.
The pillar and drop to the realm warp, and Kaze has to get to safety. He doesn't have TP, doesn't have flash. My man is just dead. You can see FNB instantly goes to try and get the counter push in mid, but this is just before the Baron of the Dragon, RMC.
And we're just talking about simplifying the game to make Kaze the only target. Well, Kaze's gone! Red don't have team fight damage! Rebello is not going to be able to get in there.
He's got to get 2. FNB has got to find both these inhibs, but what's the choice for BKS? We have to get the Baron or something. Doom's now been caught, trying to carry them. Decent damage from Rebello, but again, you don't want to give more kills out. If you lose too many members, BKS might start pushing for the base. FNB now trying to escape from Bowl. The 1v1 going pretty okay for him, and if Red can get themselves away, he's actually going for the TP. Can he get stunned up? FNB survives, and this will likely just be the Drake, but could be a Baron as well, depending on if my man can get out of that TP. And no one's gonna stop the recall. So the Soul continues to elude Red, and they're TPing into this Baron. They're gonna go for it all.
Yeah, here's the play that they didn't dare to make when FNB was bodying Bowl in a 1v1 on the bot side. They couldn't start up the Baron, but now that they've managed to push FNB away, they're looking for this. Kaze has respawn, no realm warp, no teleport. He's got to walk in the good old-fashioned way. There's no Boscon.
Frosty trying to check it. Maybe would look for a Hail Mary ult steal, but is going to hold it on for now. BKS, second Baron of the game. 3rd straight Drake off that play. They've got a lot of movement speed around the map right now to try and handle these split push threats, because they have lost the inhibs. The Baron will keep them safe for now if they can post up members in those waves, but Red keeping them working for every inch of this game. Their base is still fine.
Yeah, and even with the burn buff, this almost feels like a stall burn at this point. Can they actually push up and take turrets with supers in their base? Trimby looking for the angle. The rest of the team is not here, and the funny part is technically Red actually has the vision to be able to tell that, but we get to see a replay of how everything went oh so wrong. And as you called, with the pillar, even with the spell shield, it doesn't matter, because as long as you can disrupt the mini tiny knock-up that that pillar gives, was enough to cancel that, and the whole team just swarmed in immediately. VKS smelt blood in the water, and they were quick to pounce. Red now on the defense, but where is the Cade Stars push? Can they do a 4-1 in this situation? I'm not sold, even with burn buff.
Certainly the more successful plan for them has been to group up together and punish Red, kind of being in the wrong position or pushing for a play they don't have numbers advantage for. And as we get later into the game, 42 minutes on the clock, RMC, we're approaching full build for some of our carries, and we're going to kind of plateau at the top of that growth curve. We do at least have a Medjai's on the board for Miryu, so his last item is certainly trying to be as impactful as possible. 4-1 and 9 kind of certainly makes a good case for it, but as the game goes longer and longer, we are hitting that scaling mark. We'll find out which of these comps is going to look better.
I love how FMB just did his best tower roleplay. He just stood there like he was the tower.
Yeah.
And between the Maiden and his ghouls, they were actually clearing waves for a little bit before the rest of Cade Stars joined up. Yeah, the push is really slow. There's only a minute left on Baron, by the way, and the mid lane wave clear we're seeing come through from Red is sufficient. There's also the threat of an engage while Bull was down bot.
VKS picks up that first turret. Bull shepherding in that bot wave, as you say. Kaze looking if there's action to be had on the flank, but now the inhibs under fire. Miryu stepping up the lasers, chunking across Red. The first turret falls. That's going to surely be an inhib. Red are happy to give them the respect they deserve, but FNB deep under that turret. Bull's trying to get a play started, perhaps, with the Maiden slowing them down. Frosty threatening with the ultimate as well. Rebello on the front line needs to be very careful, and Red looking for opportunities, but VKS stands strong.
Rebello drops a culling. Miryu drops a laser. Miryu did more damage. That is not okay, but that's the ball.
Rebello's cool. He's trying to flash away, loses the barrier as well. Red can breathe a sigh of relief that he even survives at all, but VKS now threatening the Nexus turrets. FNB getting chunked down as the Baron waves continue to crash in. Kaze, what can this Rise do? He's been instrumental for them. Morteus taking a couple of chunks here and there. Frosty's in, but doesn't get purchased onto him. Cleanser Morteus keeps him alive. Doom dives in for safety. Trimby goes down first. Bowl into the Dark Life. Rebello's already lost his summoners. Doom does find the kill. Kaze can maybe make it work. Red 2 versus 2 for the world's ticket to keep running the series. And they stand strong in the base. GA for Bowl. FNB locks him in the cage, and Kaze will surely be able to finish him off. Red are battered and bruised, but they live still.
The super, can it take the turret? No! Kaze with the wave clear Trajan. What is this game? This feels like a game 5 with how close and back and forth it is. This is only game 3, but Red are playing for their lives right now. And Frosty, I thought he made a horrific mistake when the Zenith Blade hit, when he went in, but Rebello critically was able to pump out damage unchecked. The dive threats weren't there, and by the time Bo actually gets into the backline, Morteus and Miryu are dead. So Red, they won that fight out by keeping Rebello relevant, by allowing him space to play, and just like that, the game goes on. But the shoes on the other foot. The inhibitors for VKS have respawned at this point, whereas Red are now the ones with a potentially almost open Nexus. One Nexus turret left standing, and it ain't healthy.
There's a TP ward in the base as well, by the way, with 2 TPs for VKS, and Trimby could swap into a third if they want to try and fully commit for it. Now the waves have been pushed out by Red, and the turret's going to be slowly regenerating health, but VKS know that Red are going to have eyes in the back of their head. FNB wants to do it. There it goes. Miryu, he's committing for it. FNB is going to TP his way right back. They're going to lose the soul for this, but Miryu surely will not be able to get the win. What are we doing? Okay, we're back into live. FNB and Bo, if they can get onto Miryu, this could be massive for them. Kaze's isolated on the other side, though. Both mid laners surely will get caught out here. Rebello falls too. It's going to be mid and top lane for mid and bot lane, but Red are still just about alive. VKS, you've got no Baron. They could peel back for the soul.
Yeah, I think they're just going to fall back and take up the console, but such an interesting fight here where the members who go down, for Kate, the fact that Miru and Bull went down means that they still have Morteus for damage, but Red lost both Kaze and Rebello, so they can't really fight. At best, they can hold. FNB can threaten, but without the flash, he actually doesn't have much threat onto Morteus. And Doom, we've seen before, Doom is really, really squishy. Really no defensive stats aside from the armor on the Zhonya, so if Doom dives in, he's dead immediately to Morteus and Trimby, and because of that, the team's kind of have to handshake. Cade goes back, picks up Soul. Have we hit full build on everybody? Has anybody hit full build? We've got Desamas.
Important to note, but Morteus has, and he's hit full build in the sense that he's sold his boots for a GA. So Morteus has the strut to keep him kind of at normal move speed. Plus, they now have a 4-stacked Cloud Drake Cloud Soul. So he is plenty fast enough without boots and has the extra survivability of the Shield Bow, plus the Bloodthirster, plus the Guardian Angel.
Yeah, a little bit risky, though, to watch Morteus. I don't know what the actual movement speed number is. I'm just worried that FNB gets him sort of slow and then gets punished. Kaze TP's into the mid lane as the teams are starting the Baron dance. Baron melts real quick right now.
He TP'd into mid lane. Maybe they thought they could find a play there, but now the Baron minions are still going to stream into this battered Nexus, and Kaze, he has to go back there with no TP this time as the Baron is live. VKS holding the cards as Red maybe a little caught in the jungle. Doom on the wrong side of the pillar trying to escape. He's not going to get out of there, and they find the pick onto Rebello as well. VKS surely can't end this game with a simple pick in the jungle.
Yes, they can, Trajan, and they're looking for it. Bo now leading the charge. It's a 5v3. Those turrets, the Nexus turret respawned, I believe, but because of the bug, we can't see the health. Trimby going in.
Last defense was a hero play. This has to be a miracle play. 3v5. FNB's threatening onto Morteus, but Kaze's being dived under the turrets. Frosty falls as well, and Vivo Cade Stars will fulfill the prophecy of CL. They shot for the moon, and now the LTA South trophy has landed amongst the stars.
11.5 years, Trajan, since Cade last hoisted the trophy, and they'll do it again. Coach CL, born in Korea, started his career in Oceania, cut his teeth in Europe, and now he's finally hoisting a title here in South America and about to bring it to North America to challenge for the LTA Regional Championships. And after that, he ain't done. There's still China, there's still World, and South America. LTA South is looking to make their mark on the world stage.
But Desamas almost going for a very different gesture right into the camera right there. But let's give the man some slack. Surely this means the world to them. Desamas as well, going from the eternal potential player to lifting the first trophy here with VKS. They step out in front of the crowd to take their well-earned bows. He's taking his shirt off, brother. Surely this is a finable offense, but he is going to do it. Let's let the man have his moment as up comes the trophy. Congratulations to the Cade Stars.
Bro doesn't even have anything written on his abs. Like when Griffin didn't even take off his shirt. Griffin just lifted to show his abs and show the 3-0. And Desamas, man, if you haven't seen his, like not profile pics, but sort of the photo day pics that they get for MVP, it's not the first time Desamas has gone shirtless. It won't be the last, but for sure, this one will stand out for him.
Yeah, and Bowl now being handed the trophy. What a turnaround for this top laner. Someone who, again, dominated the solo queue ladder, but had generational drop-offs on stage so many times. But VKS saw it in him, gave him another chance, and now here he is, turning the narrative around, dominating every single best top laner that this region has, and lifting the trophy himself.
And Miru as well. Now, the undisputed #1 mid laner in the LTA South. He took out Kaze in style. He was the missing piece for this Cade Star squad to fulfill CL's promise and give them a win. From a 5-year plan to a 2-year plan, CL had to accelerate this insanely hard. And it worked. You see CL on stage with Smalley, with the other coaches, the support staff as well to come through. And Smalley's relationship with Trimby and Morteus is so wholesome. Like when Smalley came in, when he joined last year, he was told, hey, you're just going to warm the spot for Morteus. We want you to teach the team how to play. You're always meant to be a coach. And Smalley brought them within an inch of winning last year in CV LoL. But this year, LTA South, it's delivered. Morteus, he's been teaching him as well positionally. He's been working with Trimby in terms of macro. The drops as well cleaned up so much. This is a complete package. And sure, today's games probably didn't give you the best view of Cade Stars because Red crumbled a little bit too quickly. But going into the North, I am excited to see what Cade can show us against other teams. They will be first seed, so they will play the winners of FlyQuest and 100 Thieves, the winners of today. And Trajan, if 100 Thieves win, I'm gonna laugh so hard at that matchup that's gonna be coming.
Yeah, that's what I call winnable right there, for sure. And VKS, just thinking back of the streak and where the region is now, when it was all Pain and Red, just traded titles, then it was just loud after loud after loud after loud, and then from then, we broke the dynasty and we went Pain, Isurus Estral, Furia, VKS. We are just, everyone's taken a turn at the top, and this shows you so much has changed throughout this year in this region. We have so many new players, new talents spread across so many teams that are all able to leverage that power and lift the trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Trajan, we've focused so much on the winners, but let's take a quick overview. The North has their third seat locked in. It is going to be Shopify Rebellion. And here in the South, we know that team. We know them well. Revan as their coach, B-Boy and Seos, formerly of Pain and Loud, respectively. Yeah, we're coming back in, and I'll tell you what. Kate Stars, it's hype that they won first. But Loki, I am very excited to watch Red go up against the most southern of North teams.
Yes. Red is the most Brazilian LTA South team, and dare I say Shopify is the most Brazilian LTA North team. Just in the way they approach the games, the way their games look and feel, that is going to be a pretty dynamic matchup, I dare say. Hopefully Red can shake this loss off. Certainly in that third game, that was a well-run game. It was competitive right the way down to the wire, but VKS had the edge on quality. They just had the better plan going into today. But at least Red showed us that they do have something to offer. They do have mechanics. They do have an ability to go toe-to-toe with the best in a tricky game and last them till almost the very end. But ultimately, a couple of those small mistakes just let VKS secure that 3-0.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is an interview happening in Trimby right now. It is in English because Trimby is communicating mostly in English down south. We are not able to get the sound on, but roughly they were just asking, we might be able to get sound, so hopefully we can. The first question was just kind of how he felt about it, but let's see if the interview is
não teria oportunidade de estar aqui, então é graças ao Sil que ele está aqui. Ele também entende que ele cresceu muito.
What he did say initially was that the match was, I think, a bit of a harder match than it might have looked, despite it being a 3-0. But very happy, how the team kind of performed as well. Trimby, humble defeat, gracious in victory.
Yes, absolutely. Especially after it took a while for him to bed in right there. People questioned the Trimby move. But ultimately, it did there was such clear improvement, split on split, and bedding in with Morteus, who has been growing consistently as well into such a strong late game carry that's just ready to pick up the slack. If ever Miryu is struggling, if ever they're focused about the game, if Bol's been pushed to a bad matchup, you know that Morteus is always keeping himself out of trouble, ready to step up and carry when the moment requires it.
Well, Trajan, what an epic end this year to this 3-split system, to the inauguration of the LTA South, as it were, our first year off. And it ain't done just yet, because the LTA is 2 conferences. There is still the North that will be starting, I believe, shortly-ish. Should be coming in about 20 minutes as well, and so there'll be a lot of excitement there. But yeah, very happy with how this year has been kind of going. Very excited for the cross region. We are here a co-stream in the LTA South, so we'd appreciate it if you could always give us a follow. We'll continue to be putting out content in the off season, but this should be, I think, the last LTA game we're covering on this stream as a co-stream. We will still have the promo relegation tournament potentially for the LTA South as well. More details to follow, so follow us on Twitter or join us in the Discord channel for more information on that.
Yes, so that's going to take place, I believe, at the start of October, end of September, start of October. So we'll be back live for that one if possible. But just support the LTA South. Thank you, everybody who's joined us here in this stream. We really appreciate the follows, the subscriptions, the messages, engaging and following the product with us. That's ultimately what we want to do. We just want to present it to all of you so that we can all enjoy such a magical region that the LTA South is. And we hope to see you all in the chat supporting our LTA South representatives in that LTA. Let's get some revenge for Split 1, guys. That's what I'm looking for, okay? I'm looking for a little bit of revenge after that 8-1 game split or whatever it was. Somewhat of a tragic one, but I feel good about this, and I think we'll have a good reason to feel much more confident about writing a very different story in Split 3. So thank you everybody one final time. Thank you Dia on production, and thank you RMC for joining me as ever on the casting desk. We will see you all at the very least, maybe around the end of the month for the promotion series, and like I say, we'll hopefully see you all out supporting the LTA South. We will be there. We hope to see you there. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you then.
Congrats, kid. Go Pay!
a giant, like a titan, ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators. sky as we enter the arena. Wild animals, realize we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We're flying high right now to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. We're gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky. We can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we're gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We're soldiers. We're heroes. We're fighters. When you say you, fire through the blaze. We're gladiators, world dominators. Yeah.
I can't move.
He's really low. He's really low.
Oh, my knee. There's a wall. It creates walls.
Oh, this is a bit unplayable actually.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh,
Close.
bro, I have 0 damage. I can't kill anyone. With that? Maybe not.
I hope so.
With that.
LTA South, guys. Let's go.
Draft gap, I think.
We already won, so let's have fun.
어떻게 이기지 쟤네?
Que isso, velho? Tu pegou. Ficou ganhando. Esse mapa aqui é difícil de kaitar, velho.
Come to me, Roman.
오케이. 예이.
이거 가든.
Nossa, Kaká, peguei um bagulho roubado.
Strength to rival any reckoner.
Flash agora, o único que tem flash é o bicho.
가자.
What the fuck is that? This Kindred and Shane, like, it's unbelievable.
Let's go.
You've earned it.
Boa, pen game. Boa.
I go. And Sales, you got champ too?
Yeah, it was
If we had better champs, we'd win.
just unlucky.
You can take it away.
I got a Lowy. I don't know how to make that work.
Not much we can do with that champion.
Yeah.
I'm really happy that I could win. Thank you.
What happened then? That pen gaming, like, dominate everything, you know, guys. Like, this is Roamer, Wiser, Kaká, and Titan. Let's go, guys.
You're not that useful. Ah, toma Gappy.
Bro, I have 0 damage.
Come on, bro.
Oh, juicy. Hello, everybody. I'm Fudge from Shopify Rebellion. Today we'll be playing 2v2v2v2.
E hoje a gente vai jogar uma arena pra descobrir qual conferência é a melhor.
I'm level 1.
I play someone like level 5, probably better than Fudge.
I play every day.
We play quite a bit.
We don't play much.
We don't play much. I'm level 1.
Oh, we don't play much.
Stop lying.
They are level 9, guys. Level 9.
Level 9.
Bravery, right?
Huh?
Bravery.
Random. Yeah.
Bravery. Locking in.
Nós temos que farmar nos noob.
On!
Ooh!
I shed Kindred.
Smolder? Oh, Alawi is not one of my best champs.
I got a pretty OP one.
Yeah, real strong.
Oh, actually my champion is so OP, no? Heimerdinger?
I should buy an item, right?
Yeah. It's important.
Just checking.
This guy got ultimate revolution off a random. That's crazy, bro.
Lucky boy.
What we're playing against Pain.
Wiser.
We're playing
Wiser
against Pain.
Roamer.
Oh,
Juicy.
Woohoo!
Free win! Boom!
Hey,
Wow!
Wiser.
Shen can't play against Heimerdinger, no?
Yeah.
It's like unplayable matchup.
약하냐 너? 왜 이렇게 딜이 없냐?
어쩔 수 없어 이거.
Vamos.
sim.
Tudo
Fica
só.
confusão.
Boots
We
are
don't need
sold
boots, we
and
need
locked.
boots.
Replace the boots. Gain stat.
Maybe Darius because we're stronger.
그거 카시오. 아니면은 드레이븐이거든.
Okay, let's look serious.
근데 우리가 초반이 세지가 않아가지고.
Darius has returned from a glorious campaign.
Nah, this is so grief.
Darius.
야 내가 평타 막아줄 테니 안배서부터 죽여. 뭐 아무나 죽여. 안배서 라이프 스틸. 문도 딜 별로 안 써. 딜 약해지는 거야.
Playing against Moose the Moose and Boucher Man.
Oh, on our heads.
Oh,
You can run bot lane?
yeah.
포탈타.
I can flip him into the pillar.
My E's in 4.
Oh, no.
Vou farmar esse cara. Farmado.
Farma esse aqui também. I'm cooked.
Can you
Master.
die in a good...
No. I'm dead.
Okay, nice. Big. Oh wait, it's a Masu 1v1 right now with Fiddlesticks. I think you're winning, bro. Dub!
Of course I'm winning. So,
어디 가세요?
thank you, man.
Calma, eu tenho que ir em 3, 2. Eu tenho que ir.
아 이거 꼴등하겠는데.
스택 쌓으면 우리 세.
I think just go this one.
You think Turbo Chem Tank is good enough?
That's pretty good. Yeah.
너가 다 먹어. 나 뭐 먹어야?
Lembra que tu pode destacar, tá? Tá ganho isso aqui, então acho que dá pra tu destacar.
Wait, they have Samira and I ulted. Big mistake. Stay next to a wall, man. Okay, never mind. You got it.
Oh.
O do Weiser é Kindred e Shen, mano. É meio roubado, tá?
tá, hein?
Oh, this guy is so fast.
Oh, you are smurfing.
What do you buy?
I was deciding between Sojin and Bloodmail. But I'll just go Sojin, and then if I get like Heart Seal quest later, then I'll just buy it.
Yeah.
피드 스틱이랑 쌈이랑 피드 노플이야.
Playing against these weaklings, no?
공 쓴다고 지나. 공안 썼네.
I'm running.
I'm killing Aesol. I'm killing
I'm
Aesol.
taking plants.
I'm killing Aesol. Okay, Aesol's dead.
Currently doing 0 damage.
Yeah, it's looking a bit miserable.
어디 갔어?
살려주던가. Oh, I died with it.
I'm cooked, I'm cooked.
Mano, eu tô insano de forte. Eu tô muito giga, moleque. Eu não tô zoando, não. Velho. Tô com 154 de stack já.
Dude, I don't do any damage.
Yeah.
쉔 너무 쓰레기인데?
Cá. O meu ult a cada 10 sec ele reseta. Pelo que eu entendi.
What is good?
Vou pegar esse daqui, ó. Vai te
Do
dar...
meio.
Do meio?
Isso, pega. Meu Deus, velho. Ganhamos.
Tu acha?
Não acho, eu tenho certeza. Se a gente, tipo, matar 8, você pega uma espátula com buff enorme, mano. Só precisa matar 8.
Matar 8? Tá.
É.
Wait, small Dignitas.
You knock back enemy.
Small Dignitas. Focus up.
Oh, they so strong.
Yeah. Play slow.
Tu não perde não, velho. Não perde não. Eu tô giga, Celso, cara.
Yep, fighting back.
Let's take plant. We can kill these Nasus, by the way.
Yeah, kill him.
Oh, Escalista ulti.
Se quiser me restar, mas tu não
Ele
faz.
não consegue dar reza,
Oh! I'm trolling. I'm sorry. I'm trolling.
Essa é cabeçona.
I didn't know which circle it was. I have an item that has a circle around me, so I thought it might have been that one.
Do you have Twin Mask?
I can roll for it later. Actually, wait, I don't have that many rolls.
Como que a gente perdeu HP, Titã? Por que a gente tá com 60?
Sei lá. Deve ser por conta do bagulho do Darius, não?
Ah, acho que sim.
Oh, we're playing against an Alawi roll. Okay, let's figure it out here.
Yeah.
After I get my heart seal, I'm just gonna play with your E's for heart seal.
They have flashes, okay?
Crazy movement. They can't focus. He's unstoppable. Okay, fighting.
Kiting. I'm dead.
You're dead? Chincho?
I'm kiting. I'm dying to tentacles.
Can't get one anymore.
Does it cool down?
Yeah. Wait, no, I did just get one. Never mind.
Okay. That was a bit of a like. You said you're not that useful, and then you tried to revive you. 10 seconds later, bro. When the circle starts coming in, bro.
Yay!
하하! toma gap!
O boneco deles é muito tanque, velho.
Sim, mano.
우진아, 이거야.
Tá bom.
We're on our last legs?
Oh,
I should get the Kappa juice, no?
it's kind of expensive, but you can buy.
넬도 막 그리 단단하진 않거든.
네.
일라위 조심해야 되겠다.
알아서 잘합시다.
This kid does mass.
Yeah, if he stacks, but not really without it.
Okay.
Yeah, I should wait till you're lower, because it heals you.
I need to run. Show something, Wager.
Pô, que fight demorada, hein, velho. Sério. Quero jogar, velho.
Is he gonna revive him, bro? Yo, you're losing? Okay, thank God. Bro, that was a bit too close.
I need one more hit for my heart seal.
I griefed.
It's okay.
Oh! What? Wait, your healing is crazy.
What the fuck?
So, the plant! Oh! Oh, close.
Agora não dá mais pra dar res.
Ah, isso é bom pra gente?
Bro, my options are bad. Slow cooker? I'm not tanky enough for that. Some Symphony of War. It's kind of bad though.
우진아, 너 단단하게 해주는 거 먹었다. 너가 받는 데미지 내가 대신 받아줘.
좋은데. Oh, we bump. I'm getting flower.
나 하나만 줄래? 빨리 줘.
Reset.
Continua indo nele, que eu vou pegar pronto, tá?
Tá.
Continua dando slow que eles não tem mais res.
그냥 들어가서 싸우고 공 써. 안 된다. 나 스톱 때문에.
Ehê, manda.
You guys are so OP, so strong.
Acho
Pô, eu tô giga.
ficou só nós 4, né, já.
Sim, tô giga, tô muito grande. Kaká!
데스매치다. 아, 이거 부활 없애면 안 됐는데 내가 딴판에서 너 무조건 부활시켜주는 거라.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just us. Goodbye, randos.
Wow, maybe Elisa's miracle is the best.
Yeah.
It's getting tragic.
Tem que comprar as elixir, comprou?
Não tenho.
Just believe. You have to make Shen come forward so that he ends, you know? Like you have to let him in.
Cara, this kill you.
Oh,
Oh, I'm so
I hit him with D,
I can't move.
He's really low. He's really low.
Oh, my E. There's a wall. It creates walls.
Oh, this is a bit unplayable, actually.
Come on, bro!
Oh, close. Bro, I have 0 damage. I can't kill anyone. With that? Maybe not.
I hope so.
With that.
LTA South, guys, let's push!
Draft gap, I think.
We already won, so let's have fun.
어떻게 이기지, 쟤네?
Que isso, velho? Tu pegou.
Tem como ganhar.
Esse mapa aqui é difícil de kaitar, velho.
Come to me, Roman.
Okay. Yay.
이거거든.
Nossa, Kaká, peguei um bagulho roubado. Flash agora, o único que tem flash é o bicho.
가자.
What the fuck is that? This Kindred and Shane, like, it's unbelievable.
Let's go.
You've earned it.
Boa pen game. Boa.
I go. And Sales, he got champ too?
Yeah,
If we had better champs, we'd win.
we're just unlucky.
You can take it away.
I got a Lowy. I don't know how to make that work.
Not much we can do with that champion.
Yeah.
I'm really happy that I could win. Thank you.
What happened then? That pen gaming, like, dominate everything, you know, guys. Like, this is Romer, Wiser, Kaká, and Titan. Let's go, guys.
You're not that useful.
아, toma gap.
Bro, I have 0 damage.
Come on, bro.
Oh, juicy.
Hello, everybody. I'm Fudge from Shopify Rebellion. Today we'll be playing 2v2v2v2.
E hoje a gente vai jogar uma arena pra descobrir qual conferência é a melhor.
I'm level 1.
I play someone like level 5, probably better than Fudge.
I play every day.
We play quite a bit.
We don't play much.
We don't play much. I'm level 1.
Oh, we don't play much.
Stop flying.
They are level 9, guys. Level 9.
Level 9.
Bravery, right?
Huh?
Bravery.
Random. Yeah.
Bravery.
Locking in.
Nós temos que farmar nos noob.
On!
Ooh.
I Shen Kindred.
Smolder?
Oh, Lowy's not one of my best champs.
I got a pretty OP one.
Yeah, real strong.
Oh, actually my champion is so OP, no? Heimerdinger?
I should buy an item, right?
Yeah. It's important.
Just checking.
This guy got ultimate revolution off a random. That's crazy, bro.
Lucky boy.
Well, we're playing against Pain.
Wiser.
We're playing
Wiser
against Pain.
Romer.
Oh, juicy.
Woohoo!
Free win! Boom! Boom!
에이, 와이저.
Shen can't play against Hamiding, you know?
Yeah.
It's like an unplayable matchup.
약하냐 너? 왜 이렇게 딜이 없냐?
어쩔 수 없어 이거.
Vamos? Sim. Tudo bem que eu fiz?
Boots
We
are
don't need
sold
boots, we
and
need
what
boots.
replace the boots? Gain stat.
Maybe Darius because we're stronger.
그거 카시오. 아니면은 드레이븐이거든.
Okay, let's look serious.
근데 우리가 초반이 세지가 않아가지고.
Darius has returned from a glorious campaign.
Nah, this is so grave.
Darius.
야 내가 평타 막아줄 테니 안배서부터 죽여. 뭐 아무나 죽여. 안배서 라이프 스틸. 문도 딜 별로 안 써. 딜 약해지는 거야. 오케이?
Playing against Moose the Moose and Boucher Man.
Oh, on our heads.
Oh,
You can run bot lane?
yeah.
포탈 타.
I can flip him into the pillar.
My E's in 4.
Oh, no.
Vou farmar esse cara. Farmado.
Farma esse aqui também.
I'm cooked.
Can you
Master.
die in a good...
No. I'm dead.
Okay, nice. Big. Oh, wait, it's a Masu 1v1 right now with Fiddlesticks. I think you're winning, bro. Dub.
Of course I'm winning. So,
어디 가죠?
Thank you, man.
Calma, eu tenho que ir em 3, 2. Eu vou ter que ir, eu tenho que ir.
아 이거 꼴등하겠는데.
스택 쌓으면은 우리 세.
Just go this one.
You think Turbo Chem Tank is good enough?
that's pretty good. Yeah.
너가 다 먹어. 나 뭐 먹어야?
Lembra que tu pode destacar, tá? Tá ganho isso aqui, então acho que dá pra tu destacar.
Oh, wait, they have Samira and I ulted. Big mistake. They're next to a wall, man. Okay, never mind. You got it.
O do Weiser é Kindred e Shen, mano. É meio roubado, tá?
tá, hein?
Oh, this guy is so fast.
Oh, you are smurfing.
What are you buying?
I was deciding between Sojin and Bloodmail. But I'll just go Sojin, and then if I get like Heart Seal quest later, then I'll just buy it.
Yeah.
피드 스틱이랑 쌈이랑 피드 노플이야.
Playing against these weaklings, no?
공 쓴다 오지나. 공안 썼네.
I'm running.
I'm killing Aesol. I'm killing
I'm
Aesol.
taking plants.
I'm killing Aesol. Okay, Aesol's dead.
Currently doing 0 damage.
Yeah, it's looking a bit miserable.
어디 갔어?
살려주던가.
Oh, I died with it.
I'm cooked.
Mano, eu tô insano de forte. Eu tô muito giga, moleque. Eu não tô zoando, não. Tô com 154 de stack já.
Dude, I don't do any damage.
예.
쉔 너무 쓰레기인데?
Pra cá. O meu ult a cada 10 sec ele reseta. Pelo que eu entendi.
What is good?
Vou pegar esse daqui, ó. Vai te
Do
dar...
meio.
Do meio?
Isso, pega. Meu Deus, velho. Ganhamos.
Tu acha?
Não acho, eu tenho certeza. Se a gente, tipo, matar 8, você pega uma espátula com buff enorme, mano. Só precisa matar 8.
Matar 8? Tá.
É.
Wait, small the Nasus.
You knock back enemy.
Small the Nasus. Focus up.
Oh, they so strong.
Yeah. Play slow.
Tu não perde não, velho. Não perde não. Eu tô giga, Celso, cara.
Yep, hiding back.
Let's take plant. We can kill these Nasus, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, Escalista ulti.
Se quiser me restar, nós estamos
Ele não consegue dar reza,
Oh! I'm falling. I'm sorry. I'm trolling.
Essa é cabeçona.
I didn't know which circle it was. I have an item that has a circle around me, so I thought it might have been that one.
Do you have Twin Mask?
I can roll for it later. Actually, wait, I don't have that many rolls.
Como que a gente perdeu o HP, Titã? Por que a gente tá com 60?
Sei lá. Deve ser por conta do bagulho do Darius, não?
Ah, acho que sim.
Oh, we're playing against an Alawi roll. Okay, let's figure it out here.
Yeah.
After I get my heart steal, I'm just gonna play with their E's for heart steal.
They have flashes, okay?
I have crazy movement. They can't focus. He's unstoppable. Okay, fighting.
Kiting. I'm dead.
You're dead? Chincho?
I'm kiting. I'm dying to tentacles.
Can't get one anymore.
Does it cool down?
Yeah. Wait, no, I did just get one. Never mind.
Okay. That was a bit of a like, you said you're not that useful, and then you tried to revive you 10 seconds later, bro. When the circle starts coming in, bro.
Yay!
Haha, toma gap!
O boneco deles é muito tanque, velho.
Sim, mano.
우진아, 이거야.
Tá bom.
We're on our last legs?
Oh,
I should get the kappa juice, no?
it's kind of expensive, but you can buy.
렐도 막 그리 단단하진 않거든.
오케이.
일라오이 조심해야 되겠어.
알아서 잘합시다.
This kid does mass.
Yeah, if he stacks, but not really without it.
Okay.
Yeah, I should wait till you're lower, because it heals you.
I need to run. Show something, Wager.
Pô, que fight demorado, hein, velho? Sério. Quero jogar, velho.
Is he gonna revive him, bro? Yo, you're losing? Okay, thank God. Bro, that was a bit too close.
I need one more hit for my heart seal.
I griefed.
It's okay.
Oh! What? Wait, your healing is crazy.
What the fuck?
So, the plant! Oh, close.
Agora não dá mais pra dar res.
Ah, isso é bom pra gente?
Bro, my options are bad. Slow cooker? I'm not tanky enough for that. Some Symphony of War. It's kind of bad though.
우진아, 너 단단하게 해주는 거 먹었다. 너가 받는 데미지 내가 대신 받아줘.
좋은데. Oh, we bumped. I'm getting flower.
나 하나 줄래? 그말 있어.
Oh shit.
Continua indo nele, que eu vou pegar a planta, tá?
Tá.
Continua dando slow que eles não tem mais res.
그냥 들어가서 싸우고 공 써. 안 된다. 나 스톱을 때문에.
Ehe, manda.
You guys are so OP, so strong.
Acho que
Eu tô giga.
ficou só nós quatro, né, já.
Sim, tô giga, tô muito grande, kaká.
데스매치다. 아, 이거 부활 없애면 안 됐는데 내가 딴판에서 너 무조건 부활시켜주는 거라.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just us. Goodbye, randos.
Bro, maybe at least his miracle is the best.
Yeah.
It's getting tragic.
Tem que comprar as elixir, comprou?
Não tenho.
Just believe. You have to make Shen come forward so that he ends, you know? You have to let him in.
Care, this kill you.
Oh,
Oh, I'm so slow.
I hit him with E.
I can't move.
He's really low. He's really low.
Oh, my E. There's a wall. It creates walls.
Oh, this is a bit unplayable actually.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, close. Bro, I have 0 damage. I can't kill anyone. With that? Maybe not.
I hope so.
With that.
LTA South, guys. Let's push.
Draft gap, I think.
We already won, so let's have fun.
어떻게 이기지, 쟤네?
Que isso, velho? Tu pegou.
Tem como ganhar.
Esse mapa aqui é difícil de kaitar, velho.
Come to me, Roman.
Okay. Yay.
이거거든.
Nossa, Kaká, peguei um bagulho roubado. Flash agora, o único que tem flash é o bicho.
가자.
What the fuck is that? This Kindred and Shane, like, it's unbelievable.
Let's go.
You've earned it.
Boa, pen game. Boa.
I got. And Sales, he got champ too?
Yeah,
If we had better champs, we'd win.
we're just unlucky.
You can take it away.
I got a Lowy. I don't know how to make that work.
Not much I could do with that champion.
Yeah.
I'm really happy that I could win. Thank you.
What happened then? That pen gaming, like, dominate everything, you know, guys. Like this is Roamer, Wiser, Kakai, and Titan. Let's go, guys.
Ex-teammate versus ex-teammate. The last heist versus the last hurdle. 100 Thieves versus Shopify Rebellion starts right now.
We can't flash there, we're fine. No final, no final.
Look for you, look for you, look for you.
Okay.
I can go after.
Silent door.
Look at Corky. I got Corky, I got Corky. Corky. What's in down? What's in down?
Fire no flash, no.
Keep on.
It's winning, it's hard winning.
IV 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Good track.
Yummy.
Game 1, 100 Thieves.
Good looking game number 1 from the Thieves.
Multi guys.
We use Journey, okay guys?
No retries. Look at
that. Start there, yeah. Cassante rooted.
Just
Thank you.
So, we already got Journey.
Yeah. What's your name?
Oh my god.
Oh! Bye-bye!
Holy
Bye-bye! Bye-bye! Kill them! Go back.
The Rebels are back to the drawing board. 100 Thieves will take game number 2.
TP.
Watch me.
Should play for fun.
Kill that.
Kill. Yeah, don't worry about play for fun. Don't have flash. Kill Jar, Varus.
Varus flash out.
Kill Necton.
Don't flash for Necton. Hey, Quadra.
The Thieves have done it! The heist continues! One more job! 100 Thieves are going to finals!
Yes, they are. We got Sniper joining us for waiting room. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. What about you guys? How are all you guys doing?
I'm feeling
Good?
Doing well.
It's the North Conference Finals week. I mean, it's the finals day. The run that you guys have been making have been insane. So it's been a special one.
It has.
Yeah.
I think I was kind of surprised to see like everyone just winning.
Like, I mean, I guess ever since I got subbed out, we've just been like winning every single game. So I'm like, oh, I might be the problem. But no, I mean, we've been doing pretty good. Hopefully we can win today.
Yeah, man.
That's the goal.
Quid River stepping up as well. I feel like the 5-man Yone ultimate was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, yeah, it kind of feels like a miracle run because the team was 1-6, and we were looking at some stats yesterday how no team has ever started that poorly and then won the split.
Yeah.
One team has made finals after start that poor, which was Good Game University when in 2013.
I
feel like you would have been like 7 at the time, or something like that.
That's crazy.
So it's been crazy.
Yeah. I mean, and I want to follow up because you said that you may be the problem. Beat your ass for that one. But like specifically, because it felt like I want to ask you what the process has kind of been like through this, because I mean, a lot of it has just kind of been like Quid and River kind of stepping up, playing really well. Bot lane's been playing well. It seems like everyone has been kind of stepping up underneath it. But for you, how has that process been?
I mean, it's been pretty good, honestly. I feel like everyone's been like super supportive and everything, especially the coaches. Like I'm still a part of the team, so I'm still like helping them out and stuff. But it's been pretty good. Like I've been having a good time, and that's like all that matters.
I don't think I've ever seen someone bought into this situation more than you have. Anytime we have a camera in the back, you're just as hyped as like Grayson or something.
Yeah.
Being able to watch the team play in that perspective, is it more like nerve-inducing almost? Because like from a coach perspective, if you're watching the team play, you're like, oh God, they're fighting again.
Bro, like watching their games is much more like nervous than actually playing.
Yeah.
I feel like they give everyone in the room like so much stress.
Yeah.
Especially like everyone on the Thieves. But it's always a pleasure to watch.
It's because you have absolutely no control of the situation.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
You can't be in flow state watching the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're just stressed all the time.
Yeah, literally 24/7.
Yeah. Let's look at the bracket from what's happened in this elimination phase leading up to the conference championship. 100 Thieves started in the lower bracket, took down Lyon 3-1, then 3-0. 3-2, 3-0, now playing their 5th best of 5 versus FlyQuest. Their path here was 3-0 against TL and 3-1 against Shopify with that one loss coming with a sub. So
that gauntlet.
I still feel like they've been a little undefeated.
That gauntlet.
Yeah, it's tough to judge that one game because I don't think it's Gakkos' fault either. I think they had a specific plan. I mean, they talked about it, how they had expected Shopify to pick blue side. They ended up picking red side. So they had a very different draft than what they expected. But yeah, I think FlyQuest are the heavy favorites. Sorry, Sniper. Headed
it's
into.
It's cool.
You gotta be the defender, right? The defendant.
Well, I feel like Grayson would be like, that's perfect, because he was talking about how the underdog buff is real for you guys.
Yeah, it kind of is, because like I feel like we've always been underdogs. Like 100 Thieves have always just been like, oh, no one expected them to win. But I feel like we've actually showed like a lot of good progress. And we might take it home today. I mean, hopefully.
If you do, you qualify for Worlds. Let's look at the LTA playoff bracket, though. All the teams are there. The South finished their split today, so Vivo Cade Stars is their #1 seed. We don't know the #1 seed yet, but it's going to be Fly or 100 Thieves that'll be in that upper bracket, with the winner going straight to the grand finals and the loser dropping down to match 5 there, which will be the losers finals. Those are the 2 matches that are going to be happening in Dallas, and then those other 4 teams
got one locked in.
Are going to be fighting
Red versus
North
Shopify.
versus South.
Yeah, they got Red versus Shopify. That one's going to be a fun one. I mean, just watching.
There's going to be some interesting drafts.
Drafts, crazy fights, like.
Talkers, I have some questions.
There is an assumption already that Otacon throws will happen between both of these teams.
It's true.
Just watching you guys. I'm just telling you right now, please, don't do it. But it will happen. So, yeah, it's guaranteed to happen.
Also, for this matchup today, you guys beat FlyQuest. It was a little bit in the past.
Yeah, it was.
But you did beat them back in Split 1.
Yeah. I mean, I was playing. That's all I'm gonna say. I was playing, so like, if we lose today, you know what I'm saying? It's because I wasn't in the arena. But no, I don't know.
It's so funny because at that time, like, Inspired in like Pro's episodes was talking about how it's like, yeah, but like Jax just hit a blast cone, was like in the middle of us, like it was a random blast cone. We lost the game because of it. Like they felt like it was fraudulent, but it felt like they were hurt.
Oh my God. I know. Those are good times, bro. I miss those times.
But all of that was spurred on from you guys taking crazy fights again and again, being confident in those fights, and coming out on the positive end of it. Have you been seeing that from the team as they're surging up?
Yeah, they've definitely been winning like a lot more scrims as well. And the team fighting has been amazing. I feel like this is the best team fighting we've ever gotten to as a team. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what's happening, but they're doing good.
It's the magic.
So, yeah.
Against FlyQuest today, we have some stats from FlyQuest where because they've only lost a single game, they're kind of first place in everything.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Let's see, kill to death ratio, 84% first turret. They have a major lead 44% of the time. That's over 51.5% of the game's gold. They're almost never behind. They get 67% of the Barons. They're ahead at 14. 85% of the Otacons as well.
That's insane. And also the one thing, like the one neutral objective you don't see there is Drake, and it's on purpose because FlyQuest are, I know you've talked a lot about this, Jet, they are the team that seems the most willing to just be like, if we give up early Drakes, depending, like composition depending, we then feel like we can still win the fight once it gets to soul point.
Yeah.
And look, it's funny because for the entire year, people have been talking about how it's like, oh, it's a 2-team region, right? 2-team region. Then C9 gets out. It's like, is it a 1-team region? That's the question, right?
Yeah.
So how dominant they have been, a lot of the times, people also echo it from not just stage games, but also scrim performances. I don't know if how would you say FlyQuest are in scrims? Are you coming out with any level of an edge there? Are you guys going out to KBBQ immediately after celebrating? Like, how are FlyQuest generally throughout the year in your experience?
They're always good in scrims, you know? It's never like they're like a bad team in scrims.
Yeah.
But we've actually been like, I think even against them whenever we scrim FlyQuest. So that's like always a good sign, you know?
True.
But they're obviously a good scrim team all the time. So yeah.
Who do you think is like probably a big threat within that team? Everyone talks about Inspired, so maybe if you want to go a little bit off a different version of that. Like
Buppo, obviously. Like I think Buppo is just so good. You can see it from when Gakko subs in, even though he's like 17 years old and he's like a rookie. Buppo just provides like so much for that team, and I feel like if he plays good today, they'll probably win. But if he plays like average, I guess, then I think we're gonna win.
There it is.
Just hopefully Buppo doesn't.
Nice.
Take over, you know?
Yeah.
The thing that always impresses me the most, and I don't know if you agree with this, Sniper, but the thing is, we talk about you guys as like super strong team fighting team. I also think FlyQuest are a really strong team fighting team, as we see some of these setups where it looks like they're completely out of the game. This is from TL. I believe there's one coming up from Shopify in Split 2. And they always manage to find creative angles or like keep their poise and keep their composure throughout. Yeah. Is this also your experience in scrims? Because it feels like they always find an angle even when it looks like they're about to lose.
It's always River, like finding the angles. I feel like he always does no matter what. So yeah, I guess River's the guy that like always finds.
So for you guys, it's River? Because they always say it's Inspired for them.
For FlyQuest.
So it's just the jungler.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's just always the jungler finding the angle.
Exactly, yeah.
Because what Emily said is very fair. Like, people will look at this and be like, oh, it's just Team Liquid, right?
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, but this also happened versus Cloud9 in the finals of Split 2. It's like, well, it's Cloud9.
Yeah.
I mean, they're chokers. Well, it happened to Shopify. It's like, well, it's just Shopify. It's like, then who? Like, how many points of evidence can we provide that FlyQuest, as a team, if they're behind, they will claw back into games, right? So you can never really sleep on them as a team.
Exactly, yeah. Wait, sleep on us or FlyQuest?
Oh, FlyQuest.
Oh,
but I mean, look,
You can't sleep on us either.
I was sleeping on 100 Thieves.
I
It's like this weird thing.
was sleeping on 100 Thieves.
Have you been checking the predictions these days?
I have.
Damn.
And it's not looking too good.
Yeah.
You guys are always saying we're gonna lose and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
We're doing a lot of sleeping. I'm doing a lot of sleeping.
I said 100 Thieves would win yesterday. I didn't say I said 3-2, not 3.
You flip-flopped.
I was the incorrect one constantly.
Yeah, he was the wrong.
No, I'm just joking.
One thing we do want to touch on and go a little more in depth on was the Tryndamere pentakill from last week.
That was crazy.
He had a lot of auto attacks. I broke it down in a video.
Oh, did you?
Hey everyone, Jad here. Welcome to the Tryndamere Breakdown. As you'll notice, when the fight starts at 21:43, Tryndamere is clearing his wolves on respawn. Once he kills all the wolves, he's on his way to the fight. 15 seconds later, Inspired's Tryndamere arrives to mechanically outplay the opponent. After getting stunned against the wall, Inspired kills Gnar with not 1, but 3 auto attacks. Next, untrained observers might think that Syndra's stun or Sion's decimating smash were the keys to the fight, but in fact, it was Inspired using his 4th auto attack at the fight on a Contracts before killing Seos' Leona with his 5th and 6th auto. Next, he sets his sights onto Palafox, where 2 auto attacks are all it takes to claim his 3rd kill of the fight. Watch this next part closely. Inspired goes for B-Boy's Corki, and his own ADC Masu stops hitting. 3 more auto attacks, and Inspired has his 4th kill. It doesn't matter if Masu Xayah dies, because Tryndamere is also an attack damage carry. Due to his mechanical perfection through the first 4 kills of the fight, and the auto he weaved onto contracts earlier, Inspired only needs 1 final auto to achieve the first Tryndamere pentakill in competitive League of Legends history. Skilled.
Very skilled.
I feel like I learned so much.
Yeah.
I wish I brought a notebook.
I had an extra line about how he got extra 21 gold after killing B-Boy by autoing the minion before going for contracts. It had maximized his overall income as well.
You just thought it would dumb it down, or it was maybe too much?
Yeah, I mean, a little too technical.
Okay, too technical.
I had to keep
That's
it
fair.
short.
Okay. That's
Also, our stats guy was sure to inform me that Tier 1 competitive League of Legends history. There had been Tryndamere pentakills before in amateur, but really, I was more impressed that he was able to win with the pick as like a team flex rather than like the way he played it. But I wonder what else he's got. He's played Master Yi in solo queue, Mordekaiser in solo queue.
He's got a lot of picks. That's the thing.
Oh, he got me a stats.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh my god.
Oh, and he got the record?
Not the investment
And the
jungle.
records? That's kind of crazy.
The Master Yi was not working out as well as the Tryndamere.
And it's funny. It's funny. I've seen at least like a little bit of the games, and his Master Yi pick is not bad.
Yeah, it's actually not bad. I agree.
Yeah, it's not bad. Even plus the record, that's probably a team fault.
It's just your teammates.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to get a good look at what he might play in like Game 4, Game 5, I'm just saying, take a look at that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we know that Inspired's going to be in the running for all the he won MVP last split, going to be in the running for Player of the Year, but there is one more player that we need to talk about for your consideration.
Oh, is it?
Do you think that you should win Player of the Year?
I mean, I think I've had some pop-off moments on stage, and the fans can really cling to that.
Masu barely misses on the 3rd shot as APA made enough distance, but now Busio into the back line takes out the Ziggs. Impact taking a ton of damage against Inspired. He's got to try to get away. Inspired chases after him as the Tempered Fate barely clips him. Busio the board god.
Over level 16, 14 on the soul laners on the other side. Masu could be in some trouble. They're going to flash in on him, but Masu flies over the wall, and Busio is there with a pop blossom for the counter engage.
You need to play something other than Summoner's Rift to like see the connections between what you learned in scrims and this game mode, and then you see the connections, and then you just get the learnings.
For the years,
wow.
That's for your consideration. But you mentioned another player.
But you were considering Quid.
Yeah. Your thoughts on Quid?
I think Quid's like probably the best player in the LTA at the moment. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's just insane.
Okay.
And he's just been playing really good. So I have to give it to Quid. I'm sorry, guys.
It's another one for your consideration.
For your consideration, Quid or Busio or Inspired.
Yeah.
From today until September 14th, fans can cast their ballots for Kia Player of the Year, Kia Rookie of the Year, and the Kia All Pro teams using the code on your screen. So go vote for your favorites, be it Quid, Busio, or someone else right now.
Because we could be inspired.
It could be inspired too.
Real quick, they're getting an interview ready on stage. Did you see the end of the South finals today?
It was VKF.
Yeah, VKF. See their jungler just took his shirt off before lifting the trophy?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
He like
That's
stopped
crazy.
the trophy lift. I don't know if he lost a bet or something. He stopped the trophy lift and he's like, hang on, guys.
Oh, wait, is there like a clip?
Gotta take my shirt off.
There's a clip.
Yeah.
I can show you after.
Okay,
If 100 Thieves wins today, either you were either running on your stage and ripping off your shirt, or you're convincing someone to do it.
Do it.
I mean, I'm not playing, so I'm not going to do anything too crazy. If I get subbed in, let's do it, bro.
Okay, that's a thought. That's a thought.
That's a thought, yeah.
Inspired's on stage.
Let's check it out.
All right, Inspired, there's been a lot of talk in the LTA about scrims recently, a lot of drama. So first I have to ask you, how's the practice been this week?
Just like every week, just preparing for finals. Doesn't really like change our practice. Been fine. We've been focusing on some stuff and just sticking to the stuff that were working for us the whole year, and yeah, we'll see.
Your opponent today is River, and River is one of my favorite junglers. You guys are right at the top of the LTA junglers. I feel like he is very creative with his ganks and likes to put out a lot of pressure. Is there anything that you try and deal with specifically when you're playing against River? And what is your opinion as him as an individual?
I mean, against him, we just need to play well because he will punish our mistakes, and I think he was the biggest factor why 100 Thieves are even in the final. Like, I think he did carry their series against Cloud9, and yesterday also felt like he was their best performing player. So hopefully today he will have an off day, and we'll play well as a team, and we'll just take them out.
What do you think of 100 Thieves' run overall? This like gauntlet run that they've been able to pull off. Does it surprise you at all? And what do you think is the reason for it?
Very impressive, honestly, winning so many series in a row. The reason, I don't know, probably they just didn't care that much during regular season. Now that the playoffs are here, they were like, okay, it's time to lock in, and they locked in. I think they were always like a decent team. I think very good individual players, but they were just struggling to play as a team. But now they fixed it.
All right, they've locked in. My last question is more of a request and not a question, because we just had in EU, Skewmont played Jungle Volibear. I've been maining Jungle Volibear for years now, and very few pros play him. And you played Jungle Tryndamere kind of for fun. So my request is, if you are winning and you feel like you have another for fun pick, can you hit me with a Jungle Volibear?
I think Tryndamere is more likely.
Okay, well, we'll send it back to the lounge. No more Jungle Volibear.
Shot his shot.
Yeah, keep shooting your shots, Kobe. Keep going.
Maybe you can talk to River. Get him to play the Volibear for Kobe instead.
Do it for Kobe.
He would first
He
time
absolutely would do it. That's the thing.
That's great. That's great. But yeah, this goes back to the whole point about 100 Thieves that are surging, that made that gauntlet run. They're a team that like no one would have expected at the beginning of this split. As you can see, from weeks 1 to 3, 1 and 6 until now, like 12-3 is crazy.
That's crazy.
This is the first time I've looked at this graphic. 12-3.
Well, we keep updating it because they keep winning more games.
And they swept yesterday, so it's just a +3.
And by the way, beginning of the year, Otacon troubles. End of the year, Otacon improvements. Everything has been looking better for 100 Thieves.
Correct.
And except for Jet.
Except for
Jet. What happened? Okay, he's good. He's good.
Yeah. Yeah, chillin'.
You're good.
Yeah.
I think you're fine. I think you're good.
All right.
You're not good. You're not good. Look, we can yap.
Yeah,
they got you.
I've been talking to the void. That was my audio pack. I thought it was my
earpiece. Yeah.
Earpiece. Okay, so I have a couple of clips for you guys.
I'm ready.
Okay.
From good team fights and bad team fights, 400 Thieves, and they seem to have this ridiculous ability to win fights even when other teams have great setups. So like in this situation, if I look at these team compositions, Shopify should have the tools to just win a fight if they keep their lines proper, because they have, just in terms of tanks, they have Scion in the front line, they have Orianna for control, they even have Bard for re-engage, Zen is a really strong front line, and they're also kind of all grouped up here, so it's really difficult for 100 Thieves to approach properly. But what ends up happening is River is just kind of messing around in the back, puts a nice ward down in this bush over here, and then because they're so worried about a steal, they all pull off going for River. But rather than it being like this big chaotic play where, oh no, River's on the run, like while this is happening, everyone else on 100 Thieves is looking for a flank attack on the other side. So in this example, it's just how they're so good in the chaos. Look what happened now. The lines are gone. The front line is up here, Palafox is caught, and they win the fight basically off of this play because Contracts is still taking the Drake. So everything got chaotic, and they're able to just kind of dominate the fight from this stage forward. But I feel like if this is a normal fight, they end up losing. Now, here's one of the issues that I'd say from a fight that didn't go so well, and this is against Cloud9 in the game that 100 Thieves lost, and this is maybe one of the things that FlyQuest would be able to do better, because in this situation, rather than chasing after River, they're just willing to flip it, and they keep their team together and approach the fight in the right way. So as soon as this plays through, you can see all the flanks that 100 Thieves would be setting up to create a chaotic fight go for nothing. River flies in early. Quid can't get the flank quite in time. They were hoping to approach from angles, but C9 never split up, just stayed grouped with the Renata Sivir, and they clean house. So I feel like some of the time their chaotic plays don't work out for them, like in this example. It's a little bit because of the team comp as well, but overall, I think aside from fights that happen like this, the way they flank team fights is just so impressive to me.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, those are all great points. But I hope Dokla can kind of shed a light on what's been good for the team. Of course, Kobe is standing right next to him for an interview.
Oh, big dose.
All right, Big Dokes, your opponent today is Whippo. You guys have definitely had some beef. How excited are you to go up against Whippo, and how is the lane gonna go?
That's a really good question, Kobe. Yeah, we definitely have disagreements. I mean, he made like a personal attack on me for unprompted for no reason, so I don't like him at all. and the lane will go how it goes, but I think we'll be coming out on top.
I mean, you guys are on a crazy run right now through the lower bracket, this gauntlet run for 100 Thieves. You're just gaining momentum with every victory, it seems like. The vibes have been immaculate. Where is this run going to stop? I mean, everyone all year long has said, FlyQuest, by far the best team in the LTA. You know, no one can challenge them. What do you think of that?
That's another really good question, Kobe. I'm going to say this train is not stopping. It's going all the way to World Finals.
Nice, I like that. And you do have, just next week, we're going to start our cross-conference play, North versus South. You have been to Worlds before with Energy, but then you went through a period where you weren't even on a team. How much is it going to mean to you if you guys are able to actually earn another spot at Worlds and play on the world stage again?
That's another really good question. But playing at Worlds is obviously the most fun because you're just traveling the world playing against the best players, and you're just enjoying your time with your team. And this team I really enjoy being with, so that's definitely the goal. I think winning this play is also very important, so that's honestly more important than qualifying. It's just beating FlyQuest for sure.
All right, well, your enjoyment definitely comes across. Your coaches over here trolling us and laughing all over the place. We'll send it back to the lounge and see what they think.
Oh, I'll tell you what I think. Because yesterday I was wrong. I thought this would be the last heist against Demonte's Diamonds, seeing what they can do here to be able to attack and get in there. You know what? They already did that. Right now, we've got to deal with
the technology, man.
The Museum of the Flying Arts. Now, I want to get your thoughts on this because the problem is the security room here is a little too centralized.
Okay.
And the doors would be tough to be able to get in and steal literally anything if you're going to go through security. So, you got window installations here.
Yeah.
You got window installations here. One directly into the trophy gallery. You don't want to get into the Whippo's wide wings.
Okay.
Busio's in the streaming closet. You're not even going to have to deal with him.
Cool.
You got Scrim Inter solitary confinement. That's where Jensen's probably is right now. I mean, to be honest, that's what. No one can go to Korean barbecue here if you're in the Scrim Inter solitary confinement. So, smash through the windows. Get right into the windows. You can go into the inspired MVP collection, steal that. Busio won't hear you. You go straight into the trophy gallery. Get right out of there. If you have enough time, maybe you can enter like the Best in the West exhibition. Just sightsee a little bit. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm going in the Busio streaming closet. I think he's kind of the go, you know?
Okay,
I think
so
he's
you're taking him with you?
I'm taking him. I'm taking him with me.
That's a good strategy. I like that. You know what? I like that plan. Let's get back right here.
Yeah.
True. If it takes Busio away from FlyQuest, there's not Gakko's on support. I would actually pick 100 Thieves. I feel like I take them.
That makes a lot of sense. The only concern is if you do it while he's streaming, then the entire world knows. So that's the problem. That's the biggest security camera.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sniper gets suspended for a game, but they have Dokla as well. So I think they'll be going to be able to take
come on. That's crazy.
You got a lot of strategies. Too many strategies.
Yeah. There's a lot of strategies flying around. You're kidnapping Busio. There has to be punishment.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
For sure.
We touched on this earlier, but this is the worst record through 7 games to make finals in North America. Good Game University was 1-6 in 2013 spring. They didn't win finals. Cloud9 also second worst, didn't win finals.
Yeah.
Who knows what happens with 100 Thieves?
True.
Today.
Who knows, guys? They just subbed in another top laner and they started winning all of a sudden.
I don't know. I'm just saying there's been crazier.
You gotta stop with that.
Sorry. I'm pushing it at them.
But you're setting up a great story because Sanshao and EDG.
Oh, God,
All I'm saying is some crazy story. Game 5. Maybe you get called on stage.
Who knows?
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, yeah. Literally.
Anything can happen. Yeah. So it just needs the right storyline.
Yeah.
It needs the right storyline. But you know where it all started? At the beginning of the year.
True.
That upset against FlyQuest.
True.
That got you guys into the finals.
Yeah.
That had you guys standing on stage. That had all the talk like from split 1 to split 2. So when we didn't believe, and I'm apparently the biggest hater, I just never believed.
Yeah.
Like you guys.
That's fair.
I mean,
you guys
I
always
also
smash through
didn't
that.
believe.
Hey, thank you, Emily. Thank you.
I'll admit to my mistakes. I did not think you guys were going to win this.
Yeah.
This
Wait,
game.
against FlyQuest, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got
in
you.
first season.
What was your thoughts back then? And how did you guys feel like you were able to take them down in split 1? And can you like reciprocate that?
I think everyone just played good that day. Like the vibes are good. And I feel like that's kind of how everything's been recently. Yeah, the vibes have just been amazing. And when we beat them, the vibes are good. So we just got to keep that up, you know?
It definitely feels like everyone is really enjoying the last ride sort of thing. And now it's been extended all the way to LTA playoffs, maybe to Worlds. But the team seems to be playing a lot more free than they were in like even split 2 when you guys were struggling. So it's really interesting how it's been able to improve. We have predictions.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the predictions? I'm
I was
excited to
gonna
see.
say,
We're
I
gonna pull
feel
them
like Sniper's not gonna be happy with
I'm not
you.
going to be happy.
You're not gonna be happy with me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's me. Never mind. I thought that was someone. And then it was just me. Guys, come on.
All right, no, you're the lawyer here. You need to make the
convince
case.
us.
3-0, Jets? Really?
I did say that.
Jet, why?
They have,
Why?
Yeah, at least I gave you a game.
They
That
haven't
was the
lost the
least-
game with Whippo the entire split.
True.
I have to respect it.
3-0 is crazy.
It is a little crazy.
Yeah.
And listen,
You also went through.
Wait, you went 3-0 as well, right? Bro, I didn't even see that. What are you?
you're just gaslighting
I'm
me.
the only
I'm sorry,
one.
Chad. It wasn't
I'm
just
the
you, bro.
only
It was
one of
nothing.
the three of us that's even giving them a game.
Make your
Emily,
case to
thank
us
you.
and the
Holy.
fans out there. Why should they believe in 100 Thieves today?
We're the best organization out there.
Yeah.
And we have amazing vibes, amazing coaches, amazing players, amazing staff. There's no way we lose today, you know?
And you guys are
we got
saying
this.
you're saying that you guys are playing the best in team fights than you guys have ever played.
I think so, yeah.
And you guys are winning like scrims, which I've never heard you guys ever do.
Everyone, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been good. I think we got this today. We can win.
All right.
Nice.
Thoughts, Emily, as the biggest 100 Thieves hater?
What? Excuse
She has the
you.
only win in there, like you guys.
No, I just think 100 Thieves have improved. I actually really liked not only the team fight that you pointed out, chat, but the Otacon. Yesterday. But I think FlyQuest are just that good.
Okay.
This all makes
That's
sense. But my producer just told me in my ear that we won't start the show until you yell into that camera to start the show.
Me?
You.
Do it.
Start the show now.
Start!
Let's go. Start it, guys. Freaking go.
They say it's lonely at the top. And if that's true, then I hope FlyQuest has enjoyed the solitude. They've been the best team nearly all year long.
FlyQuest were first all season long, and from the upper bracket, they will earn themselves their victory in Split 2.
Every player on FlyQuest is a threat, with Quad coming off his most dominant performance of the split against Shopify Rebellion. Well, Whippo, he's looking more confident than ever, and hasn't been shy about letting everyone know that FlyQuest are the top dogs in the North.
Masu's going in for the auto attacks on the Snake as Whippo's in a 1v2, and he wins those! Triple kill for Wide Whippo!
In the bot side, the future of the LTA has arrived. Masu and Busio are dominating the bot lane regionally and internationally. This duo just keeps getting better, with Busio in particular coming off of his strongest split yet.
Inspired chases after him as the Tempered Fate barely clips him! Busio the Bard God, Church is in session!
And that's without even mentioning the best in the West, Inspired. The pentakilling MVP jungler is once again crushing all challengers and leads the pack as the favorite for Kia Player of the Year.
But it's a triple kill to Inspired! It's a quadra kill to Inspired! In the jungle Trendemir game, Inspired claims a pentakill!
Long live the league. Long live FlyQuest. All that stands between them and the LTA North trophy is to take down an on-fire 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves defy expectations, eliminate Cloud9, and move forward!
The Thieves may have toppled FlyQuest in Brazil, but Split 1 is a distant memory, and that initial high has been tempered by low lows. But despite the knowledge that this will be their final heist, the Thieves have rallied. FBI and Ayla have dismantled star bot lanes, knocking out those who have been ranked above them, while Quid and River have returned to peak form, looking like the best mid-jungle duo in the entire league.
Realm Warp to get everybody out, but what an ultimate! Quid! Fate Seal on a 5!
The addition of Dokla seems to have been the catalyst for it all. Every match could have been their last, but they just keep winning.
The heist continues! One more job! 100 Thieves are going to finals!
It's time to lay it all out on the Rift to crown the Kings in the North.
Hello, Riot Games Arena! Today, our teams face their toughest trial yet. Please put your hands together for your LTA North Conference finalists! Up first in the top lane, the latest member of the heist, Big Dokes Dokla! And when the wide man speaks, we talk about it, Whippo! the muscle, who never saw a fight he couldn't win, River! Up against the frontrunner for LTA Player of the Year, Inspired! In the mid lane, the safe cracker who's sealing fates, Quid, versus the man who sent Caps packing only 2 months ago, Quad. At AD carry, the leader who's tasted victory in finals before, FBI. Taking on the man featured in a Worlds video his rookie year, Masu. And at support, the brains, hungry for his first ever title, Ayla. And his opponent, chasing his 3rd title in as many years, the best bard in the West, Busio! 2 teams enter, but only one will stand as champions. Make some noise, Riot Games Arena! Your Split 3 finalists, FlyQuest and 100 Thieves! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. It is time, the final showdown to crown our LTA North Conference champions before heading into competition against Brazil next week. Everybody expected FlyQuest to be here, and 100 Thieves have defied all other expectations to meet them as their opponents. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Azael for this best of 5.
I mean, I just think it's a perfect David versus Goliath type matchup. 100 Thieves have been on this absolute Cinderella run. They have caught fire during the best of 5. They are crushing people through the lower bracket, playing incredible. And FlyQuest is a team, like you said, everyone expected to be here pretty much all year long, have been looked at as the best team in the league. If 100 Thieves are able to pull it off, take them down, it would be an incredible story.
And they certainly are coming in with a lot of momentum. I will say Quid was looking like Goliath yesterday on that Yone with the sweetest 5-man ult I have ever seen. It was so clean, and that has been a big part of 100 Thieves' strategy here. So in game 1, in most of their series,
they will.
When they give up the Orianna, they always pick Quid, a melee champ, into it. It has been Akali until Akali is banned, which FlyQuest are also doing here. Last time, they then switched off the Akali into the Aurora matchup for him, and he performed really well in the Aurora as well. But it's the same idea for 100 Thieves. They give over these low mobility carries seemingly early on, and then they pick their kind of attack flank style into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone who has given Quid the Yone has regretted it. He has won every time he has played it. You know, all 3 games, 100% win rate throughout these best of 5s. You know, they have really focused on putting him on these aggressive playmakers, and that is where he is excelling.
All right, so bans are done in the first half. Yone, Vi, Akali banned out by FlyQuest. 100 Thieves getting rid of the standard Pantheon and Azir for red side, along with the Poppy. First pick for FlyQuest is the Wukong here for Inspired. Putting him on a powerful AD jungler means I'm looking for some AP solo lanes next to it as 100 Thieves locks Orianna for Quid.
Yeah, it's the reverse of the strategy. FlyQuest are deciding, you know what? We've seen what you've been doing in these first games versus all the other teams, so we are going to take the engage part instead. Early pick the Wukong, which is usually paired with something like Annie, but that's why 100 Thieves then go Orianna, because they say, okay, fine, if you want an Annie with your Wukong, then you're going to have a rough matchup and play into an Orianna who is going to outrange you, and we even get our own combination of engage with Orianna plus Rivers Jarvan. That shockwave with Jarvan engage is super threatening, so do like the 100 Thieves side here, and I don't think FlyQuest should go with the Annie, because your lane is just a little bit it's a little bit too rough. And so they do the Victor instead. Much, much better lane matchup there and much more comfortable for quad.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, if I'm FlyQuest, I think I'm extremely confident if you were just playing a scaling macro game. That is really where they have excelled. I do think that 100 Thieves, when they are at their best, is when they have a lot of aggressive pieces. They can find skirmishes, force fights, and kind of individually outplay. And FlyQuest has been almost unbeatable, it feels like, in the organized, slow-paced games. And this is the style that they're going to be wanting to play here with Yunara plus the Victor. It's scaling, it's team fight. It's FlyQuest, I think, in their comfort zone here, as Dokla, as he always seems to do, is going for this Rumble. Ever since he's come in, he's been going to it time and time again.
And it's another extremely good pairing with Jarvan here. I feel like 100 Thieves are really crafting to some of their strengths. You have Jarvan to keep people in with the Cataclysm, Rumble Ultimate on top of it. Again, when you're facing something like the Victor, these low mobility carries, they are always looking to attack. And Dokla's Rumble has been very successful for the Thieves.
It really has. It's going to be interesting to see if FlyQuest are going to try to limit some of the AD carries available here for FBI. He does seem to kind of go a couple different options when they are playing these heavy dive things. Either it's a Jhin to kind of support, it's an Ezreal to be able to have that safety and that long range to be able to kind of come through with that. Or we do sometimes see a Senna, kind of mixed in, unless he wants to go really aggressive, and then kind of go Kai'Sa or Lucian. So there's a lot of different ways they can look here. I'm going to be interested to see what sort of style they really want to bring out. And Corki going to be the first ban there for FlyQuest in second phase.
Exactly. FlyQuest looking towards those bottom lane matchups that might be more annoying for Yunara to have to deal with. Meanwhile, on the other side, because 100 Thieves have their top laner, FlyQuest do not yet have Bwipo's pick locked in. They removed that very standard Galio counter pick against the Rumble. Want to take that one out of the picture and guarantee that Bwipo is not able to play from a position of strength very early on in the game. As Bard will be the next ban here for 100 Thieves. Very much respect that one, keeping it out of Busio's hands. He has been an absolute monster on the pick.
You got to pay the tax at this point. That is the champion I by far the most associate with Busio. He's the best Bard in the league, and you do not want to give it to him in a good spot.
All right, what is it going to be here for the Thieves? FBI has been quite good recently for this team. A lot of mobility is available, so even though they are looking at like Wukong engaged, I mean, could be an option.
We're stacking circles.
We're gonna go for a strong lane, as well as just continue to go for more engage here. I actually really like this look, grabbing the Nico here for Ayla.
Yeah, it's all just AoE ultimates, throwing down tons of CC to be able to lock them down for that shockwave, for that equalizer. It's a clear game plan here from 100 Thieves, and it is all based around these ultimates. Really excited to see what the final pick is going to be for FBI. Clearly, I think they want to have a bit of a conditional pick here, try to potentially be able to really win that 2v2. When you go Nico, you already have a super powerful support for the lane. So I'm curious to see, will it be an Enchanter here on the FlyQuest side to try to bolster their 2v2?
I'm feeling Jhin for the 100 Thieves side. I feel like that long range and follow-up and a lot of CC would complement it really well.
I feel like I could see Jhin, I could see Ezreal, or I could see Kai'Sa kind of as his options that kind of fit the FBI style and do kind of fit what they're drafting here for the comp. Busio, because they want that extra go button, he's not going to go in towards an Enchanter or anything like that. So I do think, if FBI is going towards that Jhin that you're expecting, they have Prio in the 2v2. Also with the Ezreal, you can really get Prio in that 2v2. So I think they have a couple really strong options here. I don't like the Kai'Sa that I was talking about as much from this position, but we'll see if he's going to go for option number 3, a mystery door here.
Would you expect then, since we already do know it's Nico plus 80 carry versus a Rel Yunara lane, the Rel and Yunara are going to try to get out of there faster than otherwise. Okay, Smolder. Never mind. All right, going for some scaling power here.
So the nice thing about Smolder is you can kind of similarly to Ezreal, you can assist the dive with your ultimate, from long range. And I guess he is feeling, because he is paired with a Nico, that they're going to have a pretty strong 2v2 that you can kind of stack and scale. And I'm interested to see how this does work out, because Smolder is slow, but it does give them some really powerful scaling options to try to match that of Masu on the Yunara here. Yes, this is a lot of team fight, but they have some powerful scaling here too.
Especially because they're playing versus Wukong jungle. So Wukong jungle is not going to have a really high pre-6 threat to go to the Rel. And so if you're playing Smolder with double, range for Smolder plus Nico into a lane that has Rel, then maybe can get a lot of stacks early on and have a smooth kind of ramping there.
So are you guys feeling one side solidly one draft over the other here, or is it rather just a difference of game plans?
I think both drafts are really really, really strong. Honestly, both teams, I think, got kind of what they wanted. It's going to come down to execution. To me, if 100 Thieves can win, this sort of draft, that really spells good things for them in the series, because I do think they're playing relatively standard. It's not anything crazy. It's not Quinn on a melee champion where he can kind of really look to kind of take over. He's playing Orianna. It's going to be about team fight execution. I feel like that is the bread and butter of FlyQuest. So through that sense, I do favor them with nameplates on. But as far as just the drafts, I think both teams got really great things.
Yeah, Quid not on a melee champion is one of those things that doesn't feel as good as it could, but on the other hand, Dokla with his Rumble has been working a lot of magic with it. He's had a lot of success on this champion.
Yeah, plus you've got River Jarvan here, so I think the Thieves do have some comfortable stuff. Ayla as well had some really good Nico games. So we'll see about the playmakers for 100 Thieves, because I think there is going to be a lot of focus on River and on Ayla. The Jarvan and the Nico are all of the setup here for this team. So you have to have them really making openings here for the DPS.
Okay, so we're waiting on everybody to get started here, waiting for minions to spawn, but I'm hearing reports that Quadmas came twice this year.
Meow, 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 meow. A holy cat version. Blah. Blah, 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 blah. I know the lyrics for that version. Blah, 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 blah. Quad, you're a blah. Am I blah? You're blah, blah.
One of my favorite holidays, Quadmas.
This is powerful level 1 comms right now, boys.
Blah is a popular emote for Ben, the best Path of Exile player in his Twitch channel, and I know Blippo is a huge PoE fan, so I think that's why Blippo went
is that the originator of it? It's the crossover episode?
Yeah, I think that's why he went for it. Blippo, though, taking a couple of harpoons as he tries to get the lane from Big Dokes, who said in our interview with him right before this, he was pretty honest. Yeah, he's got some beef with Blippo, so this top lane has some extra ego going into it.
That always makes it fun to watch here. Early on, as you see Busio go for that crash down level 100 Thieves, happy to just use the heal to get the extra little bit of combat power to get away from it, but now Busio yet again ready to try to commit. Masu flashing forward, FBI down to 100 HP, the Smolder about to die. Flashes and barriers to stay alive. The pressure is on in the bottom lane from FlyQuest.
The timing's so good. So they charge up the Q for Masu, and once you have Yunara's Q ready, like her level 1 is insane, and so Busio goes for the play immediately, flashing in. They get a lot of health in addition to trading all these summoner spells. That means both junglers pathing down towards bottom side. They're pathing towards a lane that is very volatile with everybody using summoner spells down here. The only one that's left is Ayla's flash.
Well, I just love how the FlyQuest duo played this out. Nicely done by Ayla, stopping the base there from Masu. Busio does get it into Crash, but it's just so smart, because if you play out this lane slowly, you will slowly get whittled down by the Nico. You're going to lose the 2v2. So they find an opportunity to look for the all-in there, to force those summoners off FBI, to send him back to base, and to create an advantageous situation in a very difficult 2v2. It's really, really smart stuff here. Even with FBI doing PTA here on Smolder, which I think is more of kind of a nod towards the early game. It's not something I've seen a lot. It's almost never, ever used in Pro. And they're able to make it work, and that's one of the most impressive things about this FlyQuest duo.
Okay, Inspired looking at River's side of the jungle here as he and Busio are trying to control this bottom side area for the Scuttle Crab, but River has his teammates here first. With Ayla and FBI nearby, it means that the 100 Thieves jungler can immediately take control over the Scuttle Crab and secure that for himself.
Yeah, we'll see about the follow-up down there, because I guess the real test of the value of the play is going to be if there is some sort of jungle pressure follow-up. And so you see a lot of investment in vision down there on that bottom side too. Not only do they have bot side awarded 400 Thieves, but they also have the award on the second respawn of Raptors to see when Inspired is re-clearing on the Wukong.
And it was a quiet thing, but really that Ayla interrupt on the recall from Masu was such a big deal, because that killed the tempo of Masu that they had really gained from that play. That bought time for FBI to get back as he gets solo killed.
Done. First blood from Quid, putting the pressure onto Quad's Victor.
What is Quadmas to a Quiggle? Quid going for the solo kill after teleporting back. He chooses his moment because he goes back, he gets his buy, he teleports in, and immediately forces the kill onto Quad. Quid has just been on fire. It is crazy.
He has been incredible, and I wasn't even talking about it because I didn't think that Quad was going to stay around long enough to actually get taken down. But 100 Thieves on a tear, and they're looking for that one last job. It has been one last job so many times in a row now. This team just refusing to lose. And look at this incredible run that they have had through the lower bracket, taking down Lyon, who was favored against them, then 3-0ing TL, beating C9, that expected finalist 3-2, another sweep against Shopify, and now they are here. It has been such an incredible turnaround from this 100 Thieves squad.
And you have to remember, the reason that this graphic starts in the lower bracket isn't because we had to cut off the part where they lost in uppers. They started down there because they were 1-6 going into this part of the season.
Yep. They came from the streets, Flowers. And now they're here at the finals, and in large part due to Quid right here. And getting the flash as well, that is big.
I mean, Quad making a pretty big mistake there. Was very low, got greedy. He wanted to finish off those range minions before he based, but he walks up while Quid is hitting him to use the laser, not even on Quid, but on those range minions. And now this is Quad with no flash. They could look here. River is hanging on the side.
Yeah, Quad has got to be mindful of this, man.
And Quid constantly is going to be able to position very aggressively and threaten with his shockwave because Quad here, without flash, has to play so safe. It's really going to have ramifications for like the next few minutes as far as the lane phase does go. Busio now coming over to give Quad some extra help and extra security. Now Quad knows, all right, both sides of my lane are clear. Now I'm safe, and now we can attack Quid. No flash on the Ori.
All right, Quid in some danger as Inspired jumps forward, but the Wukong is not yet level 6, so he cannot lock the Orianna up long enough. Now Busio goes in for the crash down. Public execution coming in from Bwipo, and Quid is down. FlyQuest sends the whole crew.
That is great coordination from FlyQuest. Busio goes in, he can lock him up so that Bwipo guarantees hits the Mbessa ultimate. And 100 Thieves, you have to say, maybe there's a little breakdown in communication there. Like, he wasn't scared enough about the possibility of Bwipo coming down. Really nice timing there from FlyQuest. FlyQuest just sent everybody towards mid lane. Moss is the only one who didn't come on over. And FlyQuest, they do even up those scales for mid lane.
I mean, I can sympathize, with Quid's thought process in that moment where, you see 1, you see 2, you see 3, and you're like, okay, well, I'm out here. Surely that's it, right? Like, surely there's no more. But Bwipo arrives as well. And FlyQuest doing a great job of supporting Quad here. That had been one of the kind of stories, one of the things that people were pointing to as a potential weakness for FlyQuest is people were saying, well, they don't really play around Quad, and sometimes he can be preyed upon. But Quad, I think, has been stepping up in the best of 5s. And FlyQuest is making sure that he is in a good spot this game. He made a mistake. He did get taken down in that 1v1, but they are right back over there with the entire team to get him a kill.
Exactly. They go to defend their boy after he got taken out and had no flash and was vulnerable. So we'll see now about the lane swaps as Dokla on the bottom side is just matching up here versus Masu, and they're teleporting Busio back out to mid lane for the grubs.
Exactly. The grub timer is now, and 100 Thieves are already in the pit. River jumping back towards Inspired there. FBI standing right beside his jungler to make sure they maintain control over this area. Busio and Inspired making their way up. Busio not level 6, no Magnet Storm available for this rel. First grub already claimed by 100 Thieves. They're trying to stick around and fight here for the second and third. Ayla Clone's going to do a little bit of scouting as Dokla has Masu trapped into the turret down in the bottom lane at the same time. Second grub down to about 1,000 HP. Nicely done, secured by River. That's 2 grubs guaranteed for 100 Thieves. They know they've already got the majority, so now they'll walk away.
This is very well navigated. And Dokla, in the meanwhile, pushed Masu under the tower, like you said. Also got a plate down there, and now is going to draw the TP from Bwipo. So really well done by 100 Thieves.
Another thing going well, we saw FBI on the Senna yesterday stacking super well, and the Smolder here, he picked it into a lane 2v2 that's got a melee champ in it. He can try and stack off, and then with the lane swap, he also was able to stack off of Bwipo. So this Smolder is in a fairly good spot for 100 Thieves, and we saw how well it went for 100 Thieves when they had this stacking Senna go well.
Yeah, absolutely. And FBI, he was the player of the series against Shopify. This guy was incredible. 22, 1, and 26. Like, are you kidding me?
That's crazy stuff.
No, not kidding. That's real.
That is nuts, man. As a scoreline for an entire series, he went off, was really playing well. And FBI, when he is at his best, this guy is a threat. This guy can take over games, take over series, just like he did against Shopify.
Yeah, and he called it himself too. We even listened in on the comms where he's calling bot gap. But here, able to stack up really easily since they're constantly swapping back, and it's going to turn into the Dragon Control as well. Remember, since 100 Thieves got 2 of the grubs, they got their objective there, and now they're going to get the objective here with the Dragon, so that will be 2 towards their feats.
And we have so many players, on these comfort picks in this game, that we've talked about. Dokla, again, on the Rumble, 4-0, hasn't lost on it since he came back. This is one of the reasons that a lot of people were talking about them wanting Dokla to come in.
Hold on. Whippo in some serious danger. Pop Blossom forces him to flash away. If he gets caught up in that CC, gets hit by Mom, and then the follow-up damage from FBI, that's a kill. So great pressure again coming out from the 100 Thieves bottom side duo right after they get done picking up that Dragon that we're talking about. 100 Thieves has had an awesome first 10 minutes.
They certainly have. Let's see about the Busio roam here, because he's just coming to help Whippo. Again, after Whippo was just under attack so heavily, Busio makes sure there's going to be no dive here. Then he clears out the vision as well. He's constantly like tending to the map. When Quad got hurt, he went over there, helped out mid lane, and same thing here for the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that Busio really does well for FlyQuest, is he's often the one covering, allowing Inspired to get that extra farm, but Dokla could be in trouble.
Yeah, Dokla going to be the target here for Inspired, but as soon as River shows up, that means FlyQuest does not want to overcommit. Quad would have had to put himself way too far forward for that Jarvan to have an easy target access. As Quid has to get away from Masu, now Busio stepping forward here, crash down back into Ayla instead, just for a little bit more trading. But nice read there from River, recognizing that could be an opportunity for FlyQuest to try to punish Dokla, shadowing him, getting him away safely.
Yeah, I mean, still a good value gank from Inspired too, because he just has to show up on Wukong. Doesn't even take very long, and he gets the flash. Now both top laners will be vulnerable to follow-up ganks.
I mean, Inspired is just such an efficient jungler, right? He's always going to maximize farm, and he has such good mechanics and such good team fighting that he really gets the most from it. But that is kind of what I wanted to talk about with Busio, is how his playstyle also helps to enable what Inspired wants to do, because he can take these moments to cover his laners, and that allows Inspired to continue focusing on farm, focusing on that level. And it also often results in an experience advantage for Masu, because he's usually the one that's left in these isolated 1v1s and kind of collecting that XP in a solo lane.
Okay, it's still a 500 gold lead for 100 Thieves. First items coming online in a lot of different locations. Junglers have the Trinity Force and Sundered Sky, respectively. Dokla does have Leandries on that Rumble. Also has his teleport ready to go for the next time that a big fight breaks out. That Rumble could be a huge contributing factor. Quad getting the Rod of Ages online at around the 12-minute mark. Generally where you expect a Victor to kind of get rolling early on with this item, so that'll be fully stacked around 22. And we're still waiting to see Quid get that fully completed for himself.
Honestly, if we're going to see some sort of action here in the 2 minutes between objectives before we have any objective on the map to fight over, we're definitely looking at a jungle invade at the moment, because River wants to pressure.
Yes, he does, but Inspired is not going to allow him. Just immediately smites down that blue buff, guarantees 100 Thieves cannot find any more smaller wins. However, the Thieves are placing down more vision. They're trying to make it so they get these unexpected opportunities to catch somebody on FlyQuest off guard through a rotation.
And as soon as they place it down, FlyQuest are there, they clean it back out. Busio with Inspired as a duo, sticking together, uses his sweeper, they clear out the vision so that Inspired gets to jungle in peace.
It's always the best to know that your team is making it so you're not going to constantly get harassed when you're just trying to farm up a couple of Gromps, a couple of Wolves.
The support has a lot of jobs, you know? You got to go defend everybody, you got to clean up the jungle, pick up all the garbage here, make sure your jungle is going to be able to jungle in peace. And now they can actually look for a play on the opposite side of the map. These flashes that were blown for both top laners, looks like both River and Busio have some ideas here, and so kind of mirrored at the moment.
Okay, River does find a good angle there on Busio as he tries to clear out that ward. Finds some quick damage onto him, but obviously nothing to threaten anything lethal. 1 minute now left on the clock until both the Dragon and the Herald spawn. So this is where I'm looking at to see if anybody can force someone. Summoner spells out at a critical time, force a bad recall, could lead to a free objective. There are unleashed teleports ready to go for Quad, Bwipo, and Dokla, but Quid still has about a quarter of the timer left on it, and that's something that could play a pretty major role if FlyQuest want to try to jump on one of these objectives as soon as it spawns.
All right, well, we are still going to look at Busio clearing out garbage from the jungle.
Yep, that's his job. He's the trash man.
Returning right back to his duty.
And you can see Bwipo going Cyclo Sword here. So he did make a pit stop for that Hex Drinker, but now as Hex Drinker plus Cyclo Sword, so much damage done by this item. It is really powerful in those side lanes. And there's also triple AP threats between the Nico, the Ori, and the Rumble. So I do think the build makes a lot of sense.
And I do like it because the enemy team is also fairly squishy. The enemy team we talked about in draft are going to have to rely a lot on the Jarvan and the Nico as their setup. They have plenty of damage, but Ayla and River really have to be on point here to set that damage up. And so Bwipo is kind of building to punish some squishies here. Cyclo Sword goes a long way towards getting some solo kills.
All right, FlyQuest are deciding they are going to prioritize control over this bottom side river, at least right now. Inspired will clear out enemy vision from the Dragon Pit, but he does not want to immediately start the objective because they know 100 Thieves are still around the area. Dokla overheated right now, going to go back to 0 heat as that runs out. Ayla and River also waiting nearby, ready to try to punish if FlyQuest wants to continue the objective. Ayla clone's the only thing that's going to go forward for now. Ward back over the wall there to get an eye on FlyQuest.
And since they're keeping Smolder mid here, just farming up Smolder stacks. Okay, they actually call FBI now.
Okay, River's coming in to try to smite fight, but Inspired has already secured the objective. A TP summoned up here as Quid arrives back into the mid lane for 100 Thieves, but the objective already belongs to Fly.
This is horrible for 100 Thieves. They teleported also. Wait a second. All right, now we're having the Victor come teleport to defend, but there's 4 people here.
Okay, Inspired ready to try to defend his own mid laner, but Quad is dead. 100 Thieves makes the 4-man play here in the mid lane, and they find the pick on Quad.
So they teleport in late, they watch the objective go down, and then they still just force mid and get a kill! The Thieves, they actually made that good for themselves. They get the kill because Quad teleports in, they immediately tower dive, and now they're going to be able to answer with the Rift Herald.
And I actually really like the way they played that out as Inspired maybe looking to challenge.
Yeah, he jumps in there, finds some quick burst into FBI. Busio goes in for the Magnet Storm, catches everybody except for the AD carry. Masu needs to stack this up fast. River taking a ton of damage, but he does not die just yet. TP coming in now. Dokla ready to join up with the rest of 100 Thieves. Herald down to about 2,600 HP. Inspired still around. He's got the eyeball. He's got the smite. The eyeball's on the floor and Inspired wants to go in and claim it, but he takes a whole lot of damage trying to do it. Now having to flash away. Inspired wanted to make it happen and Bwipo misses public execution. Now Busio in danger on the backside of the fight. 100 Thieves looking for health bars. Quad's made his way back in now as well, but he can't get anything. The rest of FlyQuest can't set it up for the victor. Somehow, nobody's dead here.
Oh, it's so scrappy. And in the end, 100 Thieves, as they're pulling the Rift Herald back, it just turns around. So then Inspired has access to the eyeball combo with the smite, and he's able to get it. Okay, and in the end, they did pick up the eyeball as well. Bwipo's got it now. He's going to use it topside. So FlyQuest, wait a second.
Hold on. Bwipo walks right into the Tri-Brush. Dokla's waiting on him, and River's right behind him. Now Bwipo jumps into the Herald to avoid disaster, gets himself back away. You know, he summoned it up top, but maybe it's just a long road to mid.
I think it's going to expire. I don't think he's going to make it. We'll see.
Oh, just barely didn't get there. But the most important thing is he did not die.
He did not die, but there's still a cost to that. He flashed and he used the Herald for no charge, right? So there is still a good reward for the 100 Thieves finding him in that brush. Not only you force the flash, you waste the Herald, so they're going to get no crash, no tower from that. And it does mean that the first tower feat that you would think would be going FlyQuest's way is now still available.
I love how scrappy this game has just become. So FBI flashes away from the Rel engage, or it could have been even worse for 100 Thieves. But then the teleport comes in earlier for the Rumble. So Dokla arriving first. You think 100 Thieves fully have this. But Rift Herald's losing patience, so they pull it back here. And Inspired says, yep, thank you very much. Just yoink that one away.
Yep, and this one just got so delayed that with the Hex Gates, Quad was able to walk all the way back, rejoin the fight,
and it just gets crazy going back and forth. You know, Busio's having to flash out on one side. As soon as Quad arrives, it's able to get them the space to pick up the eye, which didn't really end up paying big dividends, but still at least kept Bwipo safe on the top side.
What a close game, as the gold lead isn't even a couple hundred for either side. And gentlemen, it's 45 seconds until Doomsday. Otacon is ready to spawn in the top side of the map, and we'll see whose attention he draws first. Bwipo's about to be in some danger, though, as River immediately jumps over the wall. Bwipo tries to find something back with the public execution, but there ain't no way, man. 100 Thieves sets the trap, and Bwipo takes the bait. Now, Busio trying to clear out the wave in time, guarantee that 100 Thieves cannot force down this turret. He will clear that single wave, but he won't be able to hold out any longer. His teammates up at the top side trying to race it, and they do get the time. Busio stalls for long enough.
That's actually a really big play there from Busio. Heads up to go and clear out the wave, just barely earns them that first tower.
And even a bigger heads-up play is the 100 Thieves original play, hiding on the fog of war here. I want to hear comms, because I feel like that's a River call. He's like, hide in this little piece of fog of war, and Bwipo's going to come on through, and we'll jump on him. But they find their kill. The race goes the way of FlyQuest, which now means we're looking at the next objective, this dragon in 40 seconds. That thing could be the objective that actually gets it 200 Thieves feats, or is traded for an Otacon on the top side, which has tremendous value. So a lot of effort being put in here to at least keep vision around this Otacon. Don't worry, Flowers, they're not going to just randomly hit it.
Well, it's feats for either side, no matter what objective it is, because it's Grubs on one side, Herald on the other, one dragon for each one, and one's got the tower feat, one's got the warfare feat. The boots are going one way or the other. Otacon's up there on the top side, dragon spawning in 8 seconds on the other end of the map. Let's see here, this mid lane tier 1 turret for FlyQuest just barely hanging on.
So Flowers, you wanted to track some big plays between these two guys, who are two of the favorites for Kia Player of the Year. I think Busio gets one here.
Give Busio a tally.
One.
Saving that tower long enough to earn the feat, stop 100 Thieves from getting the shoes, that's important.
First big play of the day. There we go.
All right, here comes the dragon we were talking about. Teleport comes in. This is going to be a full 10-person banger.
Okay, 100 Thieves have control over the objective, control over the pit. The dragon is not being DPS'd very quickly. They're taking their time on this one. Bwipo takes a quick chunk of damage from Quid on the other side of the fight. Dragon down to half HP. FlyQuest moving forward now. Busio there with a flank. It's the Magnet Storm again. 100 Thieves! But the Shockwave! It's a massive counterattack! The Shockwave lands. Ayla's very low. Inspired looking for a little bit more. FBI still alive. Quad needs to provide a little bit of extra damage. It's Inspired and Quad versus Quid and FBI. Inspired needs a little more. 150 HP is all that Smolder survives with, but it is enough for now. Inspired drops. 100 Thieves, the team fighting, shows up again.
Last time it was the Yoning in the same position. Today to kick off finals, it is the Orianna for Quid, and that Shockwave was just as nice.
Let's see, where's our counter for Quid big plays? Because we're going to need a lot. All right, Busio, though, he goes in. The engage looks really good. Inspired then can follow up with the Wukong knockup, but Ayla flashes over the top of this wall. Ayla locks them up with the Nico ultimate, and then Quid brings them all together with that Shockwave. It just was such a massive combination, and we did highlight so much how Ayla and River are going to have to set them up. And Ayla really did this time around. That was huge with the Nico ultimate into the Shockwave, and now the Dragon's still available. They're burning it down, Flowers.
We're right back to it. 100 Thieves have the objective again down to about 2/3 HP. FlyQuest on the approach. Ultimates critically about to come back up, but many of them still with a few seconds left on the timer. Bwipo on the bottom side flank of the fight. FlyQuest now on top of the Drake themselves. Inspired waiting for his moment to jump in over the wall. Now River's going to get bursted low, and the Drake is stolen away by Inspired and FlyQuest. Bwipo's in the middle of everybody, but Mom comes roaring in. Inspired still barely alive, and Busio dies to Quid. Bwipo on the run, but he's isolated from the rest of FlyQuest. Dokla wants to hunt him down. He needs another Electro Harpoon, but he will not find it. FlyQuest continues making their distance. Critically, they were the ones who secured the Drake, so they'll secure the feats as well.
It is hard to steal objectives away from River, but Inspired does it here. It's still at the cost of the team fight, though. 100 Thieves still fighting very well. They kind of pull back into that tri-brush.
Yeah, it's a really good steal here from Inspired. FBI was marking Busio over the wall, and then they go in. He's able to burst it down. River just getting focused. The rest of 100 Thieves couldn't really join in on the fight. Whipple finds a pretty good angle here, but with the equalizer and the shockwave, they get Inspired low. Mom can't connect, so Inspired does limp out, but 100 Thieves at least get a kill back.
If that's what we got for the third dragon of the game, imagine what we're going to get for Otacon. This is about to be a spicy side of the map, my friends. Baron's going to spawn here in 45 seconds as well, which means this could be a real 1-2 punch that completely blows open a close game if one team takes a decisive fight.
Exactly. This game is so close right now, with fights going both ways. Really depends on the positioning beforehand. I will say, though, Quid here, level 16 over Quad. He is a full level over this Victor. And level 16 for control mages is huge. Like, that level 3 Shockwave, that thing is definitely going to be very painful. So we'll see if the experience advantage means a lot. His arm guard is now broken, though, so no extra safety for Quid, though he does have the extra power of the full 10 stacks on his Dark Seal.
So as the arbiter of big plays, Flowers, was that Smite steal counting as a big play? Are we giving him a point?
Against River, come on. You got to give him
all right, I'll give him a point because it's against River.
Over here.
Because it's against River.
It's all tied up.
Okay, well, all right, we're all tied up.
1-1.
We're 1-1. Worth pointing out as well, because we haven't been talking a ton about it, FBI has 225 stacks on the Smolder, but FlyQuest is already starting up the Otacon. 100 Thieves coming in. River takes the Hex Gate. 100 Thieves trying to secure themselves the Scuttle Crab for the big burst of vision. FlyQuest have the Otacon down to 1/3 HP. River's making his way forward. Golden Aegis pop just so he can walk up a little bit further. 100 Thieves coming in to challenge. Busio wants to keep everybody away, and FlyQuest are ready to try to turn and burn, but again, Ayla turning around with a Bomb Blossom. Inspired is low. River is already down. FlyQuest have killed 2. 100 Thieves, though, looking for an isolated Whippo when they find him. FlyQuest only have 2 men left standing, and they are not standing tall.
And the Otacon lives! It's still alive! Messing with
Masu died! The Flame Spitter! Masu's recall just barely didn't have enough time to complete, and Dokla, with the Flame Spitter into the brush, takes him down. Now with only Quad left alive on the FlyQuest side, 100 Thieves are pushing down mid.
They're going to open up mid really easily here. The second tower goes down. Extra gold for the Thieves after the fight. Dokla even pushes it on top side. I mean, that one was crazy. So River got close enough to make them think like, hey, I could steal this at any point. You've seen me do it before. So FlyQuest, they turn onto River. He gets off his Cataclysm just before he dies, and it's enough for 100 Thieves to actually burst them down. But FlyQuest on the reset here, this Otacon is still available, so you kind of got to get back there to defend.
And I mean, look at how fed some of these carries are now getting on the 100 Thieves side. The 2 richest men in the game, Quid and FBI, 6-1 and 5. The IE just got finished now as well for FBI. They are monstrously strong, and FlyQuest are really going to have some problems.
And that money is meaningful because he got to finish, upgrade his arm guard into the Zonias now. Quid's going to have the extra safety. Let's see about round 2 here with the Otacon. Quad is still not level 16 on the Victor, though.
100 Thieves have the entire team up here to force down this tier 1 turret. They've got the extra power of the 2 grubs. Their carries are so fed.
Whippo's bot.
Otacon's going to be their target here. Whippo is on the other side of the map. He does have his teleport to come up here and try to stop this if that's what they choose to do. The rest of FlyQuest is hanging around the area. Otacon down to half HP. 100 Thieves staying on the objective for now. Whippo still pushing bottom side.
Oh, Dokla flank.
Dokla's coming around from the side. The Otacon's down to 3,000 HP. Quid's going to be the target here for FlyQuest, but a nice use of Zonias keeps him alive. River's going to be killed off first instead. Ayla's under pressure. Whippo into the fight. Quid trying to get away. Busio and Quad fighting back as FBI goes in for the enemy mid laner, and he burns him down. Whippo's still alive with a shutdown on FBI. Now Whippo goes back in. The Mbess is going to try to be the hero today. Whippo looking for the angle. Back in against Big Dose, but he's overheated. The melee attacks hurt so much. Whippo is the only man standing on FlyQuest. It is a 4 for 3 for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they get 1 extra kill, but Inspired got the Otacon before he died. With his dying breath, he actually got it.
And Inspired steals another objective away. It's an absolute bloodbath at the Otacon. This was crazy. Inspired decides to full send it on Quid, but watch how quickly Quid reacts with the Zonias. He negates so much damage when FlyQuest try to pull the trigger on him here. He's instantaneously going into the Zonias before the laser can hit. They negate so much there, and FBI is free firing. This counter engage comes over with the equalizer, with Ayla's ultimate, with everything getting piled in, and FlyQuest starts getting roasted.
And then look at this Otacon. It just gets queued down. That's not even a smite that he gets it with before he dies. It's the big bonk. All right, back to the Dragon, though. 100 Thieves are going to claim the objective on the other side of the map.
Isaac, I think we got to give him another point. I think Inspired has got to get another point for stealing that Otacon away in a fight that was so hectic.
That's two.
This game is so close. You got to get every single thing you possibly can. It all matters. Inspired securing that one there. Very important for FlyQuest because they are still 3,000 gold behind 100 Thieves. There are Zonia's Hourglass available on both Dokla and Quid. FBI is a 3-1-9 Smolder with a rapid-fire cannon. Finding these targets is so difficult.
That is definitely a big play. As a jungler, even just watching that, my hands are shaking. With the seeing Otacon be at 400 health, then 300 health, you're like, what?
You are clenching.
Somebody get that.
I mean, especially against River. I feel like River is the smite god. This guy steals so many objectives. So credit to Inspired. Obviously, Wukong, with that Q smite, has a good finish here and is able to pull it off a couple times. He's level 16 now, 2 levels up on River currently. Of course, River is more than halfway towards 15. But Inspired is a real threat. We can see, though, Quid on 3.5 items here, has the Magi's upgraded. Their carries are so powerful on the 100 Thieves side here. And it's been a really impressive game number 1 from 100 Thieves, because honestly, I didn't know if they could just go toe-to-toe with FlyQuest in a more standard style of composition. And they are really showing that they have improved by leaps and bounds.
I mean, this is showing me, 100 Thieves is the real deal. Because the conversation all year has been about how FlyQuest is at the top. If they have a challenger, it's C9. And everybody else is trying to get up there. 100 Thieves have defeated all other opponents. But now to be able to go toe-to-toe with FlyQuest and beat them in a straight-up fight like this is very impressive stuff.
I mean, just look at the before-after here. Since adding Dokla, the team went from 0-4 to 13-5. They really have been able to turn things around in an incredible way.
And I also think, with the addition of Dokla, a lot of the other players are also just individually playing better. We're really seeing some vintage Quid and River plays and FBI plays once again. And Ayla here with the setup on the Nico.
Going deep behind. They're trying to look for a flank potentially here, but he got spotted.
Yeah, we're putting Inspired moving around together. Quad also does have his teleport available, and so he's going to move up, join up with the rest of the team. Both sides smelling a fight on the way as Bwipo has to try to get away. Nice slow coming through from FBI, Quid, and Dokla. They force the flash out of Bwipo's Ambessa, and he has got to keep running.
He does. The rest of the team coming up the river to try and defend as well. So 100 Thieves do not over-chase. And they're going to actually just retain control over the vision here around Baron. This is going to continue to put pressure on FlyQuest. This constant vision control is very dangerous, and you start to lose out on small amounts of resources as 100 Thieves continue to control the area.
Absolutely, and while they do get that flash, they obviously are down in the equalizer for now, so 100 Thieves aren't going to want to fight until that equalizer is back up. That is when the advantage is at its maximum, especially with Dokla at level 16. Also worth noting, Ayla has a Seekers right now, so it's going to be hard for him to ever finish that Zonias this game, but he's going to have that one really explosive moment, and you have to make the most of it when you are playing support, because this late in the game, you just don't get continuous gold. You really are going to struggle to ever finish Zonias.
And looking at this scoreboard right now, the biggest individual lead by a significant margin is in that mid lane. Bwipo's trying to find an opportunity here on Dokla in the bottom side. Knocks him down to about half HP here pretty quickly. Dokla returning with some firepower of his own.
They're going
Does
Baron.
pop his Zonias. 100 Thieves are going after the Baron here at the same time as Bwipo finishes the solo kill on Dokla in the bottom lane. FlyQuest moving in. The Baron's already down to 4,000 HP. Ayla with a defensive pop blossom just looking to keep Inspired away, but the Baron has already been claimed by 100 Thieves. Inspired and the rest of FlyQuest are looking to cut off the escape route. Quid tagged by the Arc of Ruin and beat down by the follow-up from FlyQuest. Inspired has found his way over the back line. He's looking for FBI with a little bit more damage from Cyclone too, but he cannot find it. FBI survives, but the rest of the Thieves are going straight to jail. FBI finally falls a
Whippo is at the enemy gates.
This is crazy from FlyQuest. They might have just ended the game right here, right now. Inspired got a solo kill on FBI in the midst of his whole team. They're pushing bot, and they're looking to end game number 1.
It's 10 seconds on Dokla, but everybody else won't be back for half a minute. FlyQuest has everybody except Inspired, and they're pushing on to Nexus turrets. They want to make this the ending push, but Dokla drops the equalizer and stops them in their tracks. FlyQuest still hanging around a little bit longer, but it looks like the game will go on.
What a banger we are seeing in the finals here between 100 Thieves and FlyQuest, pushing each other to the edge. Now, Whippo, he has the support of his team behind him, so he goes for this 1v1. And again, he went the Cyclosword build. He is very well prepared to just win a 1v1 anyways. So the rest of his team, now when they get this information on the Baron start, you see the rest of FlyQuest running over there. And even though they don't get there in time to actually contest that Baron, they get all the kills in the chase down.
And how about that from Busio? TP's into bot lane, drops the redemption, then runs up towards that top side. And we have to watch Inspired here. He gets kept out by Ayla, but Ayla has to commit the ult. Inspired is able to find a solo kill. He's level 16 on the Wukong. He gets in, and I don't know if we're going to see the extended play, but he's able to actually kill off FBI
Huge.
solo and forces summoners. He burned him down with the red buff, I think it was, at the end of the fight. No one else dealt a point of damage to him.
Yeah, that chase down was huge for FlyQuest. Of course, when you're looking back at it for 100 Thieves, you're like, oh, well, we should have just like sacrificed somebody. But they like try and stick around and end up losing even more players trying to get Quid out, because Quid had a bounty on his head. And he was the one that was like furthest behind with the Baron. But that is just tremendous here for FlyQuest, getting all of that back for themselves. And now they're the ones at soul point when the next dragon does come up. It's going to be big.
And that kill pays extra dividends because now Quid lost all his Magi stacks and sold it, right? So that is gone. That's a little bit of gold lost as well. And 100 Thieves going to have to really be on point now. Your base is cracked. No inhibitor on that bot side. That means one majorly lost fight, the game will end. They will be able to push in and close it out here.
Whippo Zambesa, almost full build here with this champion. 2 lethality items, plus Spear of Shojin means he does so much. It's how we saw him just spamming those abilities out, seemingly like it's Earth mode in that bottom lane 1v1 against Dokla. As FlyQuest continue to try to choke 100 Thieves out of their own jungle, they want to put down as much vision as possible. River's going to do everything he can to clear that away. It's still another couple of minutes before we have a Baron to fight for, before we have that soul point for FlyQuest to fight for, and they want to make sure that they're building as many resources as they can. But Ayla with a Pop Blossom on Masu. 100 Thieves jumping in to try to take out the FlyQuest AD carry, but instead it's Whippo into the back line. Now Ayla's going to be the first to die. Charlotte, no! It's FBI! The Smolder is down and 100 Thieves have been routed! FlyQuest find exactly the angle they were looking for, and it spells doom for 100 Thieves. That is an ace for nothing.
The FlyQuest Avengers! The FlyQuest Avengers assemble to defend Masu as he checks the brush, and they're going to take game 1.
They'll march it straight down mid lane. 100 Thieves fought them tooth and nail for 36 minutes. But as soon as you give FlyQuest an opening, they're going to take it all the way to the Nexus. 19 to 18. Game 1 goes to FlyQuest.
That was such a banger. Back and forth, game 1. You can't ask for any more than that. What do you think, Lounge?
I think that was great. What a great watch. We talked about how every time you count them out, FlyQuest managed to find an angle, and that is why they are our best team. It was looking so good for 100 Thieves.
Usually I look at it from the other side. The team that threw the game, they had to lead 100 Thieves. Yeah. It has to feel bad for 100 Thieves to be in the position that they were. Get Baron, it looks great, then suddenly it doesn't.
I'm a little shocked because this was looking like every 100 Thieves game we have seen this weekend, where it's close until they win clutch team fights, but they haven't beat FlyQuest yet.
Yeah, and it was that split decision. They get Baron, and then they're just trying to get everybody out with Baron, or as many as they can. Cataclysm back in, Inspired locks everyone up, and then they're just wiped. They only have the 1 Baron left, and that was just... Yeah, I mean, that was the moment it felt like the game was back in FlyQuest's way. Like, they were just going to win from that point.
That is for the Cataclysm. You want to ulti him just so you can get him out of the bowl.
Or no flash, or no flash. Nico's going
oh, guys, they're going. You go.
Coming. Can you go Rogue? Can you go Smolder?
Smolder, no Sams.
Smolder.
Smolder does.
Smolder is dead. Let's fight to the death.
Ori,
Ori, no flash. Ori, no flash.
Take a slow Whippo, we kill Ori.
No flash. I'm going.
End mid.
Yeah, we can pass flash.
I died.
We're gonna.
And this is where things went right for FlyQuest. It all started when Dokla didn't shake Whippo's hand.
Oh, yeah.
So
that was the beginning.
Whippo wants to get the revenge here. But anyway, Dokla didn't necessarily see Whippo in this spot and is trying to push out this wave likely before teleporting for some type of Baron setup, just trying to get the wave shoved out. But the fact that Dokla spots him, Whippo spots him right here, Dokla kind of knows he's dead already, so now he's just trying to buy as much time as possible. And this forces 100 Thieves into a bit of a quick play where they're like, you know what? We actually should just start this Baron because they probably were sending more people, and they actually were at the start. So Baron happens, this 1v1 completes for Whippo, and it just becomes a bit of a Baron race. Since 100 Thieves does get it, but do not have Dokla and have to respect Whippo's ability to teleport in, they're not like willing to fight a 4v4 because it could quickly become a 5v5. And then a lot of just like little things end up happening in this fight. Catching Quid, Inspired managing to solo kill FBI on the backside of this fight, burning him out at the very end with a red buff tick. Really clutch. But then also the coordination of the overall team for Whippo to actually never reset and get them all this additional gold before the eventual base defense extends the game. Just an insane game we saw from 100 Thieves and FlyQuest. Because I had 2 other clips already pulled out that were going to be 100 Thieves team fight wins, where Quid was fighting insane shockwaves. We got more, actually. Look at this gold graph.
Oh my God!
Look at how much 100 Thieves is going to be in control in this large section of the game. So just really awesome. I just wanted to live in this for a little bit. 34,000 damage for Rumble.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Raz?
Dude, he had a great game up until that last solo kill that Whippo got.
That's pretty
good.
Damage on kills as well as even because both teams had so many kills.
I just live in this moment right here.
You live in the
that moment hurts. That moment hurts.
7,000 Yunara damage.
Yeah.
38% of the team's damage in that moment, but for the overall game, just an amazing spread. Whippo actually had a good. I mean, Dokla played so great that whole game aside from getting picked.
True.
Okay. We don't have long, Emily.
Yeah.
What's happening for the rest of this series?
I mean, this is what makes it so difficult, right? I do want to bring up this week's Pagoda moment featuring the Ayla Quid Wombo combo from 100 Thieves, because this is where it looked great. And like in a mirror of yesterday, right? Yesterday we saw that 5-man Yone ult. This initially looks like a really great setup from Busio, but then Pop Blossom into the Ori Shockwave. It's just insane.
That's like one of those picture-perfect finishes, where if you stop the tape here and said, yeah, so 100 Thieves clean this one out, they get the gold lead, they win the fights, it's just going to be that over and over again.
Fairy tale ending.
But it's just FlyQuest. If you give them that one mistake, they will take it and run with it, and that's why they're such a scary team.
Well, I just feel like 100 Thieves has been beating teams in the chaos.
Yeah.
But this is the first time in a while that a team was better than them in the chaos.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if you see a Pagoda moment worthy play like that one, let us know by spamming the Pagoda moment emote rather in chat.
There's gonna be a lot of those in
I
this
think
series.
the other thing, these two teams are very strong team fighting teams. And I think that's why, like when watching yesterday, right, in 100 Thieves versus Shopify, I actually thought the way they chose their team fights, the way they set them up, especially with flanking angles, was really, really good. I feel like the only team that can go toe-to-toe with them, even like you said it's chaos, chat, it's chaotic, but I also think, especially for 100 Thieves, this is the most intent I've seen from a lot of their team fighting. But I think FlyQuest is more than willing to just be like, okay, we are also good at this.
That's true, but I got 3 facts to lay out.
Okay. All right, Raz.
Number
Thieves
1.
choose blue.
Okay.
All right.
Number 2.
No subs.
No subs. Number 3.
There is a game after this break.
See you there.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
But you can look for a fight after, okay? Look for the fight. I'm just gonna push both, okay? They're not fighting.
Oriana gonna die.
Yeah, I'll push both.
Oriana no flash. I will try to flash on Small if he comes.
Okay.
We can't do it now, but... I'm fighting, guys, come. Small has flash. We're coming. Small flash.
1 HP. So unlucky. Smoldy got him. Nice. Huge. No flash, Mulder.
We can have both or not.
As soon as you give FlyQuest an opening, they're gonna take it all the way to the Nexus. 19-18. Game 1 goes to FlyQuest.
Hey everyone, Jad here. Welcome to the Tryndamere Breakdown. As you'll notice, when the fight starts at 21:43, Tryndamere is clearing his wolves on respawn. Once he kills all the wolves, he's on his way to the fight. 15 seconds later, Inspired's Tryndamere arrives to mechanically outplay the opponent. After getting stunned against the wall, Inspired kills Gnar with not 1, but 3 auto attacks. Next, untrained observers might think that Syndra's stun or Sion's decimating smash were the keys to the fight. But in fact, it was Inspired using his 4th auto attack at the fight on a Contrax before killing Seos' Leona with his 5th and 6th auto. Next, he sets his sights onto Palafox, where 2 auto attacks are all it takes to claim his 3rd kill of the fight. Watch this next part closely. Inspired goes for B-Boy's Corki, and his own ADC Masu stops hitting. 3 more auto attacks, and Inspired has his 4th kill. It doesn't matter if Masu Zaya dies, because Tryndamere is also an attack damage carry. Due to his mechanical perfection through the first 4 kills of the fight, and the auto he weaved onto Contrax earlier, Inspired only needs 1 final auto to achieve the first Tryndamere pentakill in competitive League of Legends history. Oh my goodness. Hope you enjoyed that. I hope we see another Tryndamere in this series. Although it would take a little bit more of a stomp, I feel like, to precede the game than we saw in this game 1. Because 100 Thieves definitely looked like they came to challenge FlyQuest more than teams have so far this split.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, again, a lot of the improvements that 100 Thieves have made have been in their decisiveness around choosing fights. But just a reminder, every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us and a few of these teams on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. Yeah!
Winner of this series, winner of this series guaranteed to be there.
Raz is going to do the same thing where he tries your local cuisine, but only at the airport.
I mean, that's where it's best
I'm looking, but no, it is not.
That's where it's best served.
Yeah, if you're looking to make good impressions, I think it's every city likes to load the best things in the airport.
You just have to rage bait every population that you're entering. So right now, Texas, I'm back.
You already did this in Houston.
Yeah, now we're doing it in Dallas. So game 2. Of course, as I mentioned, 100 Thieves are on blue side. I wonder what the adaptation is going to be. I expect Pantheon to still be banned. I just wanted to mention that just in case it isn't. A few teams have decided that wasn't going to be the case.
We gotta watch out for it, but I don't think it's gonna go through. I think we experienced that once already. And LTA North teams specifically seem very, very like we do not want to let this through. Because sometimes we do see it, especially in game 4s and 5s over in LPL and LCK.
Yeah.
However, LTA North specifically, the one time it went through was the other day in the C9 100 Thieves series.
Yep. Hey! He's here! He's watching the games! And we haven't called the LAPD!
3,000 miles?
We haven't called the police?
Looks suspiciously like Hingis, just saying.
What, just because he's bald? Okay, that just sounds like baldness.
But hold on, real quick. FlyQuest is continuing to keep their spirits high. Let's take a listen.
I heard there was a secret quad. Secret quad? But you don't really care for quadu, do ya? Shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
Quadu, quadu, ya. Quadu, ya. Guys, great harmony. Quadu, ya. Guys, quadu, ya. That's an excellent cook.
That's insane. That's insane.
God. It's so funny at how progressively embarrassed Quad is getting as well. You know what it reminds me of is actually the Flash Wolves. Like, I know Sniper came on initially, talked about the good vibes on 100 Thieves. I think as we see the Merry Quadmas sign in the crowd, FlyQuest have great vibes too.
Actually, it reminds me of, and you were there in that moment, Season 2 Worlds, CLG EU, Eye of the Tiger.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Just like, it's the vibes. That's all that matters. People talk about it from 100 Thieves side.
I prefer to remember Flash Wolves.
What were they singing?
They sang during every draft. I don't know, it was in Mandarin.
And you don't even remember the song. I'm telling you the exact song.
You know more Mandarin than me. Anyway, we see Vi locked in for River, a pick that he's been really stellar on throughout his career.
And FlyQuest taking no chances. I was going to wonder if they just were locked into these 3 red side bands, Yone, Pantheon, Azir, not wanting to give any of them over as a first pick. But that ultimately does mean you have to give over the Vi. It's already been set up as well. 100 Thieves has banned Poppy both games because River doesn't. I feel like River just absolutely hates playing against Poppy because it actually catches him out when he's in stupid spots.
Yeah.
So they banned that and picked Vi.
It ruins those flanks he wants to go for. But this does set up the Vi Talia trade, right? Talia is something that we've seen Quad have a lot of success on, and the Xin Zhao locked in for Inspired.
Few options here for 80 carry side. Lucian and Nami is available. Varus is still picked, but there are some teams that are just apparently anti-Varus. Bard gets picked away from Busio for the entire series. I wanted everyone to know. Busio will not have it.
We will not see the Busio Bard.
Yep, they're just going for the big flank team comp again. This is what they do. So they got Aurora, 99% chance that's going mid. Bard ults flying in from anywhere, and then River with flanks on Vi.
Yep.
Dokla very much said that he thinks that Aurora top is fake.
Yeah, he does not believe in the Aurora top.
Oh,
and
okay,
Whippo willing to blind pick the Scion here. He's very willing to do this against a lot of top laners, but I also do like it when you're up against those 3 picks already because 100 Thieves is already into, we need to flank and burst. It's very unlikely they have enough sustained damage to kill Scion. Raz.
They just love FlyQuest. What can I say?
They love them.
They love FlyQuest. And also, if you see the Aurora, yeah, not a tank killer, so you're going the Scion pick anyways. So,
oh my goodness.
Great job there. I think we all love FlyQuest. Okay, let's see what's going on in the second phase, guys. Crying again.
Oh my god. This is the second time. Is the second time this weekend that you cry laugh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some things that'll get me.
Oh, wow, okay. We see the Renekton and the Gwen taken out. I was actually thinking that the answer that they're probably going to go towards is Aatrox, which is kind of something we see as well into the Scion.
Yeah.
But the Renekton and Gwen taken out, as well as Karma, and then we'll see what that final pick is going to be, potentially taking away some other strong leaning options for FlyQuest.
So I also just got some news that Busio has injured his finger.
What?
And they're running him a Band-Aid on stage, so we might pause the game at the start so he can apply the Band-Aid.
What the hell happened?
We don't know.
This is the sabotage that needs to be happening for FlyQuest to lose.
I just want to know what is there that, like, how do you injure yourself from what we have available?
One of our producers says maybe he's clicking too hard.
That could be a thing.
What?
You never know.
He's too dedicated.
He's applying
to
the Band-Aid right now.
That's amazing. Hey, he's doing it during the draft just to cut the time.
Pick the simple champion Alistair just because of the injured finger.
That's actually such a beefy front line in Alistair Scion. I mean, technically Xin Zhao as well just because of ulti. But that is going to be hard to deal with. You do need some level of tank busting from 100 Thieves side.
Especially with what 100 Thieves like to do and what they already set up with this first rotation.
They're already starting with busting Busio's fingers, so maybe something else could work.
The Cassante coming through. For Dokla.
Yeah, now they need the 80 carry pick. It's wondering if they want something that locks with their dive comp or if they want a chance of killing Scion. I think Kai'Sa's interesting here. Kai'Sa Bard isn't a great combo.
Oh, they are still going to go with the Senna.
The dive with the Senna ult.
Yeah. So. And I mean, Senna is something, again, we talked about it yesterday. Really strong pick for FBI historically. Really strong pick for FBI literally just yesterday.
Yep. And so the tank busting is going to be the tough one.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be a big issue. But if their focus is just to kill Taliyah or whoever the last pick is going to be, good luck, Masu. You are going to be the target. Is it going to be Corki? Is it going to be, okay, Varus. So it's going to be Varus.
Yeah.
Recognizing that that's going to be the risk. So good luck, Masu. This game is dedicated to getting on top of your head and probably taking you out.
Yeah, but I mean, they have so much peel and frontline for him. This is, like, if I'm the Varus, I'm like, okay, I have a team comp that can help me succeed. Raz, which comp do you like better?
I like FlyQuest comp.
Yeah, same. I think 100 Thieves got exactly what they wanted, though.
Yeah, I think they got exactly what they wanted. The comp is very much them, and every time I go against their composition, you know, I'm wrong.
Same. Grayson comes in, he's like, guys, you didn't believe in my comp.
Yes.
What's up?
But I love FlyQuest comp. Everybody here tends to love FlyQuest. I'm asking the casters, do you guys love FlyQuest?
Yes, Raz, we love FlyQuest here in North America, but I think the question that we
Especially
have...
when they're beating G2 3-0.
Looking at this, yes.
I also love 100 Thieves.
Yes,
Yeah.
100 Thieves has been doing great. A lot of people are loving what we're seeing from 100 Thieves. But I will say that our concern here on the caster desk, looking at the 100 Thieves comp, is where's the damage going to come from to get through this front line?
Yeah, I mean, Scion, Alistar, as well as Xin Zhao are going to be pretty tough to knock down. The same can be said, though, on the other side, you know, Taliyah as well. It's going to be poke Varus. So that could be difficult to get through Cassante because it's not actually on-hit Varus for Masu. But there are a lot of squishy targets besides the Cassante. So we'll see, you know, can 100 Thieves be able to pull it off? Because as much as you want to talk about front to back, and that's kind of how a lot of people will evaluate comps, Quid plus River, that is a really deadly combo as far as how you're going to dive, as far as how you're going to put pressure on the back line. Fly comes in, you are CC'd. That means you cannot miss Aurora QE, and that means you are losing a whole lot of your health, if not all of it.
Whoop. First piercing arrow misses. That's not a good sign.
Oh,
0 for
no.
1. 0 for 1 at level 1 here.
Or are you getting your misses out of the way first?
Oh, okay. Just
You're
chalking it up
unloading
to the... All right, yeah, we're getting the duds out of the quiver. That way all of the good ones are going to fly straight. Okay, that's what we're looking at here. FBI running Ghost on his Senna in this game as well, so double mobility summoner spells here for the 100 Thieves 80 carry. Electrocute for Ayla's Bard, too, so no Summoner Spellbook, extra laning power instead.
Yeah, this is exactly what FBI ran yesterday, and he was stacking that Senna game way faster than our average Senna stacking. He was insane on the stacking speed. He also got super fed and super rich. So
right.
He had the best of both worlds. He had a lot of gold and a lot of souls.
Yeah, they had some bloody team fights where he picked up like 10, 15 souls, it felt like. So it was pretty crazy.
And also what they did, is pick it into a melee support, but also they lane swapped to get him even more stacks off of the enemy melee top laner. So we shall see if 100 Thieves try and do some similar stuff.
Okay, while we're waiting to see the action really kick off, we've got Jat standing by with 100 Thieves coach Golden Glue.
Thanks. I was on the game, but I got to ask you about the first game, how much of a banger that was, and also with how momentum-based 100 Thieves has been. How's the vibes after narrowly losing?
I mean, I'm hoping we don't overreact. That's the one thing we kept telling them about the game, because it was a close game. We came down just a couple dragon fights. We had a lead. I mean, I think the guys are still going to be, playing strong, and I don't know. It was a crazy game. I was very shocked with how all the team fights and how basically they kept coming from so many different angles. But yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, it was an insane game. Also, this is your third best of 5 in 3 days. How's the fatigue like for you and the guys?
I don't know. I actually was pretty happy with the energy levels that we had into game 1. I feel like everyone. I mean, this is kind of the pinnacle, right? We've come all the way from it. Oh,
call it.
Oh, nah, that's fine. They just use flash. I mean, you can tell, like, I feel like people are playing pretty loose. Like, and even level 1, all the summoners were burnt bot lane level 1 last game. So I think both teams are playing pretty loose. It doesn't feel that tense.
Great. I have to ask you about the draft. What needs to go right for this draft to win?
I think this game, I think Senna can stack infinitely versus this comp. I think that our early game, we should have push bottom like you can see here, so we can go for an early swap and get the early lead that way. And then just looking for bottles on the mobile carries and making sure we don't overextend when we go in. Yeah.
All right, appreciate you taking the time, Golden Glue. Back to casters.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that is great, a lot of pros will talk about picking Senna into Scion comps, because oftentimes you can get in this lane swap situation where you can then just farm souls for free off the Scion, who is relatively low threat. There's a lot of kind of lower range and melee champions in there for him to farm up off of, but pretty spicy early game down on that bot side. Busio looking for the Q flash and knocking FBI back on the tower, but FBI did not have tower aggro, had not hit them in that moment, so they ended up being A-okay.
Yeah, that's benefits. They were so pushed in that there were plenty of minions there still to tank up the tower. And then off of the early push that they got, he got to get his recall off and head back to lane here with the boots. And he's going to have CS lead here afterwards, too. They get the interrupt on the team, too. So that is going to kind of desync here a little bit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about scrims and how to scrim and kind of a lot of back and forth. This originally started, there was a pros episode where the coaches were all talking about, and DeMonte, kind of was talking about how FlyQuest played scrims. And Bubo definitely took exception to how people have been talking about their scrimming and how they play, whether or not they should be playing out games where they're behind or FFing or remaking and so on. But he has clearly felt that, hey, you know what? At the end of the day, we're the top dogs. I don't care how we scrim. If you wanna show us that we're doing it wrong, beat us on stage, right? And there has been a lot of, I'll say, like, heat around this topic these last couple weeks.
And Dokla taking some damage up here, though. His Pathmaker should be able to get him far enough away. Piercing arrow there from Masu. Oh, thought about it. That rain of arrows forcing the flash out of Dokla, who thought he might have just been on the edge and didn't want to give first blood over to the FlyQuest AD carry. So free summoner spell up there for FlyQuest.
Yeah, the extra sidestep there, trying to dodge the arrow, but then still took the arrow damage and lost the distance from not just running away straight and trying to actually dodge. And so good follow-up from Masu. He's like, okay, fine. You tried to dodge that and I hit you. That gives me enough to threaten lethal here with the rain of arrows. And so getting the flash out of Dokla for their aggression.
Yeah. And when you're that low, it is so scary to not instantly flash when you see any sort of animation, right? Because sometimes they can just go for a flash auto that might be able to finish you off. And if you're not instantaneously flashing before that animation starts, it is going to follow you after that flash. And here's that swap we were talking about. FBI down towards that bot side. Bwipo TP's in there, and he's just going to be looking to try to farm souls. But Bwipo knows it, and he is just moving up and away and trying to not allow FBI to get that accelerated soul stacking.
gotta say, it worked out so well for them, yesterday, and he is getting a lot of farm this time around too. So we'll keep track of it because it was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun keeping track of the pace that he had yesterday. Meanwhile, Dokla up there, right back to dodgeball.
And speaking of that pace yesterday, this was the split 3 average for Senastacks versus how FBI was yesterday as far as the pacing. It was looking really fast.
Okay, but now we got to fight as River's in some danger, trapped inside of the Dragon Pit, and immediately just exploded by the collapse from FlyQuest.
Yeah, they absolutely deleted him, Flowers. That's objective on top of the first blood here for FlyQuest. Huge start to the game. I mean, River just went in so early and finds himself, queuing into the Dragon Pit to try and get away. But FlyQuest, they just flash in. Blippo here did invest his flash, so he doesn't have it now, but still should be fine.
Yeah, you're still just up against a Bard and an out-of-mana Senna, so not really a whole lot of pressure on the Scion there, but Inspired picking up that early Chemtech Drake. Not the strongest Drake in the world, but hey, nice early objective, and you claim it 60 seconds before the grubs even spawn, so it's not like it's going to distract you or mess up your tempo on the way to that objective that everybody always wants to contest in the early game.
Yeah, it's just been really fun. I mean, it's kind of a similar thing. We saw last game when it was 100 Thieves with the Nico. They have this range advantage in the bot lane 2v2. You're expecting them to be able to get a big edge there. And Busio, just similarly to last game, wanted to go aggressive, wants to put that pressure on to try to make it difficult to play out these lanes. I just like how FlyQuest is constantly able to problem solve these situations. And it just shows their intelligence in how they play these difficult matchups.
All right, you can see 20 seconds on the clock until the grubs. Inspired, moving through his jungle, picks up his chicken camp. He's going to grab his second spawn of red. Xin Zhao at level 6 with a red buff, ready to fight for grubs. That's a pretty good green light, I think.
Yeah, definitely is. That's also why they were ready to just, slam the engage there on the dragon fight as well. When you're playing Xin, you want to get these fights in. You want to get aggressive. And so I don't think anyone's going to come actually fight them at the beginning of these grubs. Let's see if they finish all of them, because River is in the area, but would be kind of dangerous.
Yeah, we've already got 2 grubs down. 100 Thieves moving their way over now, but the third grub is in the sights of FlyQuest. Inspired still has his smite ready. That is a 3-0 grub count for FlyQuest's side. Ballbreaker comes in from River, but again, he's going to be the target. He tries to dive back under Quad. A ton of damage with the FlyQuest mid laner seals his fate now. Inspired might just join him. The Zinjo has to flash away, but Masu's going to get rooted up here too. Busio wants to play protection, but Masu is in danger. He fires back and gets one on River. Kill credit over to Busio. FlyQuest makes it an even fight and takes the objective.
Exactly, a 1-for-1 after they already got all 3 grubs. You can tell the call from 100 Thieves is, hey, we can force this engage because we've got a flank from Quid here. So River actually does a good job buffering using his Vi ultimate to get through the counter engage from FlyQuest, but he sustains enough damage in the chase afterwards that then they still get the extra kill here. Yeah, it went into Busio's pockets. They would have loved to have all of the money go into Masu's hands, but they at least got their counter kill there for FlyQuest and got one on the way out.
It kind of reminds me of, FBI posturing very aggressively there. He was looking to see if he could get in range for a Q auto, try to potentially finish. Quid was talking about how they were playing around Otacon and focusing on playing for the fight versus playing for the objective. So some people are like, well, why are you even here? You're showing up late. But that's the buffer you're talking about, Kobe. Vi goes in.
Yeah, he got the engage, and then Quid, used his ultimate and his flash as well to go for it. But since Inspired is able to flash and then dodge while he's in the brush, he lived, meaning that it was only the 1 kill that 100 Thieves got with full committing there.
Masu almost got taken down, did get rooted up by FBI, and Ayla was threatening a wraparound, so Masu going to have to go back to base, but Quad has moved over here to take over this lane, and you're going to see Masu very likely heading out towards that top lane. So FlyQuest just moving around the map well, trying to cover each other. And it looks like instead they're going to send Masu mid, so likely Quad will be answering that top wave with his TP.
And even though a couple of kills exist for either side, the largest individual gold lead is still FBI's Senna in this early game. This is a really good sign for 100 Thieves, who we had concerns about where will the damage come from as the game goes on. If Senna can get fed, if he can be stacking 30%, 40%, 50% ahead of expectation like we saw in his previous Senna performance, this guy could be that big railgun that just blasts through FlyQuest. But now Dokla's going in after Bwipo, goes back in for another Pathmaker. Not really going to find a whole lot more here. Whippo continues to trade rather aggressively, but with no mana left in the tank, there's nothing more for the Scion to accomplish.
Nicely done by Dokla, though. You know, gets enough mana, goes all out, puts some pressure on, forces the flash. So yes, he can't get the kill, but is able to force that summoner. And it's just a good aggressive play here from Dokla, who's played really solidly against Whippo through these 2 games.
Yeah, I like how he walks up on his level up and then, you know, goes aggressive with it. Whippo, of course, he flashed, but now he's going to have the ultimate advantage for, you know, a small amount of time. We'll see, maybe after the teleport back. There could be something, because you look at the minimap, Inspired is clearing his bot side jungle at the moment.
Okay, we'll see Inspired make his way down around that area as Quid does get caught by a seismic shove into the unraveled earth. Means Quad gets to chunk him for about half of his total HP. That Scion ulti is going to be saved as Whippo teleports back down to the tier 1 turret, because there's 15 seconds left until the Drake spawns. Both teams could be turning their attention towards that one here very quickly. Dokla waiting in the tri-brush, going to find Whippo waiting for him. Pathmaker has already been used. The CC immunity is not available, but Dokla getting out of the way of the wind becomes lightning there with some nice footwork means that he will not be the victim of Inspired's 2v1.
So Inspired did cancel his recall there too, and Dragon is available, and it looks like they're just going to start it up here for the Thieves after that.
Okay, so Quad has Weaver's Wall, but he does not have Teleport. It means he's going to have to find a little bit more distance here as Masu gets caught out by the Tempered Fate. Busio with that Unbreakable Will, trying to make sure he can defend his AD carry, but Masu's already down to 50 HP, and Ayla has taken him out. Quad arrives to the fight, but the fight is already over. 100 Thieves get a pick on the enemy AD carry to get the Dragon to boot.
Great punish there on Masu, who had no flash Varus. Very easy for Bard to get the ultimate on and set up the follow-up.
And Masu's getting put pretty far behind, right? He's getting pressured heavily. He's only got 87 CS at almost 13 minutes. That's pretty much unheard of for Masu. You know, he's not playing double combat sums. He is playing TP, which obviously can be very nice, but in these situations, not having a Ghost, not having Cleanse, these types of things can make a really big difference. Does have the Ghost Blade now to try to be able to have that additional movement speed to try to dodge out on some of this stuff, but Masu is getting preyed upon. And this comp from 100 Thieves is really built well to punish a Varus that's already struggling.
Oh, now Masu again, though. They're not going to give him a break as soon as he steps away from the turret. 100 Thieves beat him back down into the ground.
I foresee another strong FBI Senna game. Here we go, bot.
Yeah, Dokla's going all out, trying to bring Whippo away, and he flashes back in front of his escape route there with the ultimate. Want to prevent the Scion from reaching safety. Dokla with a commit on the summoner spell extra there, but he cannot do enough damage to really kill the Scion. Both teams trying to make their plays here, but it's 100 Thieves finding more angles early on, particularly on Masu.
I mean, Dokla's really going at him. You can tell he wants to prove a point, man. Felt slighted by Whippo and definitely wants to show him what is up. Has been playing super aggressive. Unfortunately, it does mean at the end of the day, that's your flash and your ulti. Just traded for the ulti, couldn't get the kill.
Everybody is trying to make the big play here in this series. And remember that from today until September 14th, fans can cast their ballots for the Kia Player of the Year, Kia Rookie of the Year, and Kia All-Pro teams using the QR code on your screen. So let us know who you think really runs the Rift. Who is the best player competing here for the LTA Conference Champions, for that title down in Dallas, for the opportunity to represent the region at Worlds After.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, Player of the Year is a player that's in this game, I think, absolutely. So definitely a lot of deserving ones in there to be considered.
Yeah, chat, who do you think is the Player of the Year, particularly in this game? Let's get a current survey. I hear some cheers.
I heard a Busio yell.
From the crowd already here live. Let's see, though. FBI spamming his usual emotes here in mid lane, and Flowers, you went over it. He is having another extremely good Senna game. He's able to dodge out on the Varus ultimate quite easily here, and it continues stacking at a very nice pace.
The danger of that Varus ultimate, though. Ooh, Whippo, though. 1 second. Flashes out of the way of the Vault Breaker, but now the Aurora ulti locks him up. Whippo could be in some serious trouble. 100 Thieves. Not only do they make Masu waste his ultimate, but then they find a free kill on Whippo right as the Rift Herald spawns. This is great timing for the Thieves.
And River, you know, his scoreline isn't looking crazy, but he has been really active. He has been finding some very good plays. And when River is having a good game, this team, I just think, is so successful. They give him so much credit about how creative he is, about how he can find these interesting angles. Good sidestep with a Ghost Blade there from Masu, but you can see his buy record really.
Yeah, now Inspired though, ready to go in. Busio is the initial target from 100 Thieves, but instead it's a punish from FlyQuest. 100 Thieves feeling themselves just a little bit too much here, and that Rift Herald that looked like it would have been a free thing, a sure thing, now is the target for Inspired. An attempted sidestep there from Quad does not work. Ayla tags him with a Cosmic Binding, and Quad has to flash back over the wall. Now Dokla's arrived into the fight, and Whippo's ready to swoop in from the other side. Dokla goes all out to try to avoid the seismic shove. Inspired staying alive here with the Xinjiao ultimate. Dokla here on the front line. Finally dies with a piercing arrow. Masu's on the board, and FlyQuest are winning the fight. Busio goes in for the headbutt. Polvin Quid is forced to flash away. Unraveled Earth to make sure that 100 Thieves can't do anything else to follow it up. 2 kills over to the side of FlyQuest ties this game up 4-4.
Yeah, Dokla just TP'd into such a tough spot there. Really got blasted by FlyQuest right as he arrives, and just opened up an opportunity here for FlyQuest to turn around that fight, to be able to chase in. He had to use all his resources just to try to survive. Ends up getting CC'd up and taken down regardless.
Whipple will take a couple of punches from River here, but really nothing threatening with Quad right nearby. Obviously, they are standing on top of a ward, so there's no reason that River should ever be in any danger from this. But now River back to the Herald. Again, they had this down to about 5,000 HP when they tried to make the play onto Busio that got turned around.
Yeah, and he knows because he saw the blue trinket in there, but there's a real trinket ward in there as well, so plenty of vision. Nobody going to overcommit to this. And since Dokla doesn't have teleport this time around and they sent him back to bottom lane, don't think that 100 Thieves are going to recommit to this one. Whippo, of course, his ultimate is coming up in a few seconds.
Yeah.
So the Scion actually has a little bit more luxury in going on down to the bottom side. Sometimes, you know, he can leave earlier and get his ult to be able to get over to that side of the map. But Big Dokes is getting the push in bottom lane first to apply that pressure.
And I think one of the big things in that last fight for FlyQuest with those kills they picked up was Masu's piercing arrow that got the final hit on Dokla, put some much needed money in his pocket to get this Varus back to a point of being relevant in this second game. But 100 Thieves will go ahead, seize the opportunity to take the Rift Herald. Nobody from FlyQuest is in the neighborhood, so this should be free.
Yeah, Flowers, you had your double reset there for Masu and Busio. So them back in base, spending that money that you are talking about for Masu and returning right back to the mid lane. So we'll take a look at this next dragon then as far as the move of resources over to the other side of the map. Quid, of course, does have his teleport and also just went for a reset here on the Aurora with ultimate ready. This time around, though, it's a lot easier when Varus does have flash to be able to avoid this very explosive engage from the Vi and the Aurora. So we'll see if Masu can outplay this time around. But Quid might be just the alternate target since Quid has no flash himself.
It's a small thing, but I really like it from FBI. He pushed out mid lane, then he goes and helps with a jungle clear to get more souls with River before going back mid.
Hold on, the Chains of Corruption have found a target on River, but now a nice Tempered Fate. Big engage coming out from 100 Thieves. Dokla jumping in, Quad's already under pressure. Ayla gets away at the same time, and Quad's the first to die. 100 Thieves maintaining defensive lines for now. Pressure onto FBI in the back, but Inspired can't quite kill him. Ayla gets away with 100. Inspired dies before he can find anybody. FlyQuest barely missing out on so many kills, and 100 Thieves are running him around in circles. Ayla jumps in for another kill. 100 Thieves are going to kill all 5.
The Thieves are playing on the knife's edge in this fight, and it all started with Ayla. Bard ultimate onto both carries here. He nailed them both.
I mean, it started with Ayla and also ended with Ayla. This guy finding a great bind to keep the team safe. They step up, they spot the carries here. Ayla finds the angle, hits them both. How about this timing as well, right out of it? In comes Dokla, flashing into position with the Pathmaker. River goes in as well. The CC was perfectly timed. Ayla gets out, stays alive. FBI is looking like he's cooked, but no, in comes Ayla. Bard's thrown on the wall, barely survives. The team peels back. What a team fight from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Ayla was playing on range there because he knew Inspired wanted to flash at him, but he didn't have E. So Inspired flashes, but then he can't eat Ayla because he moves back out, and he gets this auto off on the other melee champion instead. And Golden Glue is popping off. They played their range so well in this fight, 400 Thieves. And they're rewarded, of course, with a dragon on top of it, but that is Feats Flowers, that is the gold lead, that is the double dragon stacking for them.
That is a Chinese TikTok Bard performance right there. That was absolutely beautiful from Ayla to make that fight work.
3,500 gold lead now is what they have earned off of it. And this is, hold on, Tempered Fate comes in. Ayla looking for another one. Busio stunned up into the wall. 100 Thieves thinking about another angle, but Busio wants to turn it around. Nice double seismic shove coming out from Quad. Rain of Arrows has found the kill into FBI. Quid wants to get away across worlds, but now Inspired swooping in from the other side. The Xinjiao does not have the flash. He would have to land. The wind becomes lightning over the wall to try to look for the angle. They're not going to find anybody else but FlyQuest with a pick onto FBI. They're going on to the Otacon.
FlyQuest got a combo of their own onto the 100 Thieves carries, and now this reward is actually going to be huge. It is less kills for FlyQuest off of this fight, but the Otacon is a more powerful single objective. Wonder how much of an effect this flower power will have. 100 Thieves during the Otacon take, though, are trying to make the best of it. They're trying to push both mid and top.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get the mid-tier 2. They're going to get the top tier 1. FlyQuest get the Otacon. They get a kill. They take that bot tier 1. So a lot of trading across the map.
Okay. Teleport coming in down to the bottom side. River now getting jumped on by FlyQuest as FlyQuest is getting jumped on by 100 Thieves. It's two separate fights. River gonna die here. Quad's gonna do the same. So a pick for either side on the mid laner or the jungler in entirely separate spots on the map.
What an action-packed game. Both these teams looking for every single opportunity. You lose a fight, what can we do next? We're gonna play cross map. We're gonna punish the late recalls. We're gonna constantly look for the next step. Both these teams really playing confidently, and that's something that you love to see, especially when everyone is coming into this expecting that FlyQuest is a heavy favorite. You could see 100 Thieves trying to play more defensive, but that is not their style. That is not how they have success. They need to play with confidence, and they're doing just that.
And that guy right there, Quid, once again, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Confidence, you gotta have the confidence. Upgrade that baby to a Medjai's again. I don't care if you've lost your pages in the past, don't worry about it. Upgrade that thing again. Let's get that full burst potential from the Aurora. He already has his 2 items. He has a sizable advantage here with the 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. I want to see, because if you have the full burst damage against the Varus as well as the Taliyah, it's all about tracking their flashes, and then can you get the pincer movement? Can you get those engages?
3,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves feels really good. You can see second full item completions on the board, like for both sides right now. Also critical to note, Ayla does have that Mikhail's to make sure that he can help his teammates if somebody does get tagged by a chain of corruption, particularly because the engage mechanisms for the side of FlyQuest, chains of corruption is like your pick tool. Sion kind of needs to follow up. Alistar needs an angle and particularly really wants his flash. So being able to have that to free whoever gets tagged from the Varus, I think is really big.
Absolutely. I mean, earlier we were also talking about quad miss, but we also got to talk about the other side of it, the Quiggle. It's a battle of the ages here. The Quiggle versus the quad miss. Round 1 went to quad miss, but round 2 is looking like Quiggle is out to the early lead.
Quiggle is making a strong run right now with the Dark Seal. It looks like he's going for Bloodletter next as well. Bloodletter's Curse, the triple mask build. In the meantime, though, here we go. The pedal difference is actually right above 1,800 at the moment, and that is just the damage. That is just the
adaptive force.
Flat adaptive force. It is not taking into account the experience as well. That is nice.
Or the proc.
Yeah, so it's a lot of extra power that FlyQuest was able to earn by grabbing that Otacon for themselves. You compare 1,800 gold's worth of adaptive force value to a 2,800 gold lead for 100 Thieves. It makes the game a lot closer than it might appear just at a cursory glance of the scoreboard. We have 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns. We have 30 seconds until Baron spawns as well. And if 100 Thieves can earn this Drake, now they're at soul point. All of a sudden, the game becomes a lot scarier and a lot faster for FlyQuest. Quid gets jumped on. Chains of Corruption fly out, but they will not find him. Quid gets over the wall there, has to expend the flash as FlyQuest force out a critical summoner right before the objective.
Yeah, Busio spent his flash as well. We'll see if he has something with that summoner spellbook ready, and he's going to swap over to Exhaust, so that can be critical if he can time it well on someone like Quid when he's going in.
Dokla ready to face check here into the brush, but he goes over the Unraveled Earth. Dokla's already down to half HP, but the Tempered Fate doesn't get a whole lot done here just yet. Busio backing away as Quidbo charges into the middle of the fight. Everybody on 100 Thieves scrambling as Quid steps out of the
the way of the seismic shove. Inspired very low, going to be taken down if he ain't careful, but Monster's already died. Boosier's about to follow. 100 Thieves are steamrolling the #1 team in the LTA. These fights are just not close, and 100 Thieves smacks them around 3-1.
100 Thieves play dive so well. You can tell they're focused on the enemy carries here. In this one, even though Dokla starts out really early, and he flashes to ult the Scion back, and River is helping him on the Scion until the opening comes up for River to flash ult Masu to help Quid finish him off, and that victory in that fight should result in the Baron for the Thieves.
Baron as the reward for that fight. Not even the 3-for-1 that I said, it was 3 for nothing. Nobody on 100 Thieves dying in that one, feeling so strong in these fights, so confident. We've been talking about 100 Thieves team fighting during this entire Miracle run. They might fall down early in the games, but they have the confidence, they have the hands, they have the team play to fight their way back into the games, even against a squad like FlyQuest that has been so far above everybody else for the rest of the year. 100 Thieves is truly rising to the occasion.
We can see it one more time. This is what you're talking about, Kobe. Dokla goes in, and it's looking like it's going to be a really bad start for him, but Flash ults, pulls Bwipo away to the side, and FBI and Quid are doing such a good job of putting pressure onto these carries. Inspired goes forward onto Quid, but the seismic shove is narrowly dodged, and then there is the Flash ult into the backline, but we're back to live. Great sidestep on the Bartle.
Yeah, Tempered Fate hits nobody, but Bwipo is isolated. He's in danger now. 100 Thieves looking for the pick on the enemy top laner. He might be Scion, but he's not feeling that tanky. Dokla just creating space so that nobody else on FlyQuest can get anywhere close. Dokla's still got half HP. The Aurora ulti comes through. Inspired Xinjiao just not able to get a whole lot done here either, as 100 Thieves are marching straight into the base with a 7,000 gold lead. Bwipo's still dead for another 40 seconds, and the mid lane inhibitor falls 27 minutes into the
The Thieves are just constantly on the attack. And
oh, he's letting them know.
All right, we had the Quiggle. What is the FBI spam of emote?
Well, the Quiggle originated from FBI spam dancing on the Xayah. It was his imitation of that. So maybe we'll get the return, as 100 Thieves feel like they are on the precipice of tying this series up.
100 Thieves now with the pressure on the tier 2 in the top lane, just taking everything they can with the remainder of this Red Bull Baron power play before they go for a reset.
And they're constantly on the attack. They're looking to even just engage on the Scion, start working away slowly on the Scion's health, get him into a bad position, and then fully engage.
And we got to talk about this Cinderella story. You know, these are some of the greatest kind of Cinderella runs we've had in North American League of Legends history, all the way starting back, with Cloud9 in 2013 summer. This CLG win against TSM in finals. Yes, they were a second seed in the regular season, but it just kind of seemed impossible to take down TSM in that era. EG, one of my favorite ever runs with Inspired, back with that Danny JoJo roster, and this 100 Thieves roster trying to pull off that big run too.
Inspired's already down to half HP though. The Tempered Fate has collided. Inspired on the front line about to die, but immediately 100 Thieves collapse. There's nowhere for FlyQuest to go. River might just drop here. Quinn in a little bit of danger, but he gets back away. Masu finally finds a snipe, but it's going to be the cost of his very own life. FlyQuest, they tried, they died, and 100 Thieves hold the smoking gun. Bwipo's the last one left running away, and 100 Thieves are ready to end this second game.
Quid is still after him too. Quid was so low getting in there. He survives in the end, and 100 Thieves, they clap immediately back.
Bwipo's not gonna have anything to say about this one. Dokla shoves him back as he tries to channel a decimating smash. The Nexus turrets are not going to be any detriment to the 100 Thieves victory march. There's still plenty of time left on the respawns for FlyQuest. 100 Thieves have made it to the Nexus. 100 Thieves have made it a series, and they'll tie us up after 2 games.
What an incredible first couple games here to kick off the LTA North Conference Finals. Lounge, who's got the advantage going into Game 3?
I mean, it has to be Hundo Thundo!
Yeah!
Have you flip-flopped already, Raz?
Yeah.
You predicted Fly 3-0.
I'm looking at your
Don't
new
worry about
outfit.
it. Don't worry about it. Look at the boys as Victory walk out there as they're planning for Game 3. The Game 3 assault is already in motion.
They're strategizing.
I'm just happy that we're getting such a banger series so far, and that 100 Thieves was able to bounce back in Game 2 with still a very 100 Thieves-like game where they're just finding angles in messy situations, and they were not dissuaded by that game 1 loss.
Yeah.
And they just continue to go in. They're still playing so free.
Yeah, and Grayson talked about it in your interview with him, right? Where he was like, yeah, like we were in winning positions, but we move on. He talked about draft, and this was, even though Raz and I kind of sided on favor of the FlyQuest draft, this was a draft that 100 Thieves were very prepared to pull out.
You first, then I start.
Keep hitting, keep hitting.
Kill top tower.
5 Alistar.
Yeah. Play for Endox then.
Alistar is
I
not
don't really do damage to tower. It's the best.
We should maybe play 5, no? Just play 5. Play 5. 3 Xinjiao. Okay, hit tower.
Guys,
Yeah, you can.
we can just straight up ignore that.
Xinjiao coming. Nice.
Nick, I told you. Good trade.
He told him.
He told him.
Slightly lower energy
What did he
than I
tell him?
expected. They just took a game off the champs. FlyQuest, I mean, it's been so hard for any team to even get a game off these guys. But 100 Thieves, they have given us a series.
Yeah, first loss in split 3, game loss with Bwipo playing. And yeah, the start of this was River just being a fool in the river to give a first blood, but it didn't stop him from finding incredible vials for the rest of the game. Like, look how close this was. Look at that.
This was so close, and this was kind of the sunk cost fallacy fight, right? Where it's like, oh, we feel like we need to keep going in.
It's just
a little bit.
1-for-1. And they were close to getting inspired, but he just kind of he just juked it a little bit.
Yeah, they made Masu's life miserable, though. Raz, you were talking about this because you looked at kind of like the early lane swap and what happened to his gold lead. Then they just kept focusing him over and over again.
Yes, because like he just had a huge deficit like 8 minutes into the game, basically, where, I mean, right here you could see them bullying Bwipo, but you saw him be able to, like, he had to swap out of bot lane, he lost the wave there, went topside, they tried to make a play, he lost that wave there. He was getting harassed by FBI mid, so he lost the wave there.
Yeah. This was the fight I was thinking of, where it's like, okay, Dokla TP's in, it's like, all right, we back up, surely we back off.
They didn't hear no bell, Emily. And when you land that Q from Ayla, I
They
understand
didn't show
making
the rest
call.
of that fight.
But this moment here, yes, Ayla kind of trolls River a little bit with that ult, but they have good follow-up anyway. And this is when it really started to feel like 100 Thieves were getting that momentum in the game.
Yeah, I mean, watching FBI here live with the sliver with the Bard stun, but keep in mind, he had flash this entire time, so that's where the turn can really continue. Both River and FBI have flash at this point of the fight, and they just both pop it onto Masu. Just awesome execution there at the end.
I love tracking River in fights because as long as he survives, he's always trying to find the angle onto carries, especially on something like the Vi.
Okay,
this
was
looked
tough.
a little bit of an overreach.
And committing everybody to an Alistar with ult, but then look at this flick from Quad and the damage follow-up from Masu. Like, that was picture perfect right there.
And that's when you start to get a little bit concerned because FlyQuest, they look like they're coming back. They
But
get
then this fight, I'm telling you, watch River. He is constantly looking for the flank to get onto a carry, right? So initially, he's going to link up with Dokla onto Bwipo, but then watch as he's constantly looking for the angle onto Masu, goes up here, immediately, boom. Again, you talked about how they made this Varus's life miserable in a lot of these fights, and it starts with teamfight targeting like that.
Merry Quidmas. I mean, that was what we were looking for, and this is the fight that felt like it basically ended the game. I mean,
I believe it was Merry Quadness, actually.
No, that was a Merry Quidmas. For that one, it's Merry Quidmas.
They can both celebrate, yeah.
I mean, he literally won the fight, so he's the one celebrating.
The colors of these two teams.
He's quite literally celebrating, and Quad has his head in his hand. So I think that's fair. And you see this, but I do want to really reiterate the CS difference that happened bot lane, because this was a very tough one from Varus in particular, because Masu coming into the game, we said that he was going to have a tough time, and then it started really early on in the game. The swap was really rough for him, and then he got harassed like mid lane, so he couldn't really play that out. And then you saw the team fights visually, if it was very difficult for him to fight. The entire composition was dedicated to getting to the back line, and they got to the back line.
Yeah, and I'd also shout out FBI. Like, so few people have looked good on Senna in the last couple months, but he's had back-to-back strong Senna games. They find good angles where he can get stacks in lane, where there are enough frontliners that in fights he can continue to stack and stay safe, not to mention they're pulling it with dive comp so he can fly in with his ultimate. He's doing a really nice job.
I also want to give shout out to his lane partner, Ayla. Going Battle Bard with the Electrocute instead of the Summoner Spellbook allowed them to push Masu out of lane, because you're abusing that level 1 Alistar, making their life miserable and making sure that they're not having as good of a game too.
Yeah, really good series. We're hoping for 5 of these games, but also don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats, especially if you're here for a long time. For less gold, scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on lollysports.com to access the Champion Shop, featuring exclusive deals and 50% off on Uber Eats. And I hear this break is short res.
It is short. I'm just going to say I will be flip-flopping to a 3-1 FlyQuest victory.
Oh.
There it is. There it is. That's it. 3-1.
So you gave them the game. That's what the shirt's for?
I had to. I actually had to. I was wrong immediately. But yeah, after the game, it's a short break. We're back. Hundo Thundo.
Hundo Thundo, baby.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Look fast.
Combine them.
I got them both.
Yeah, direct.
Ali's not joining me.
Ali.
Yeah, watch me.
Ali, no.
Come. Counter wall.
Yeah. No flash virus.
Sun.
Yeah. Look, no flash.
No flash.
Whoa.
Ali.
No flash virus.
Okay.
You can still look. No flash virus.
There's some flash, Abby.
Takes.
I'm looking virus.
Wait, watch
guys.
Vars. Watch Vars.
Okay, I'm using Herald mid, okay?
Yeah.
I can solo grade, you guys push.
100 Thieves have made it to the Nexus. 100 Thieves have made it a series, and they'll tie us up after 2 games.
Think you got what it takes? The 2025 CLOL Fall Warm-Up is your chance to prove it. Gather your squad, rep your school, and battle it out against the best in North America. Registration for the 2026 CLOL season opens in November. Don't miss your shot at glory in the College Championship. Stay tuned for more info at universityesportsna.riotgames.com.
Kings of the North, Kings of Collegiate, Maryville University are your 2025 Collegiate League of Legends champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riot Games Arena here. We are in the middle of what has been, for the last 2 games, a banger best of 5 between FlyQuest and 100 Thieves to figure out who will be our LTA North Conference champions. Both of these teams have come out swinging, and especially 100 Thieves have shown they belong in the heavyweight division.
And I've got some insider info. I ran into Quid in the back hall. I asked him why he didn't do the Quiggle. He said the Quiggle only comes out when it's Xayah doing the dance.
Okay.
So if
it's got to be Xayah.
It's got to be Xayah. So if we want the Quiggle, we need an FBI Xayah pick.
Also,
and a dance.
Also, now he's thinking about it because you just mentioned it. So if they do pick Xayah, I feel like it's guaranteed.
Yeah, I was trying to accept it.
Yeah.
You know, I was trying to get that in there.
Now he's definitely
I was
gonna
like, why no Quiggle? He's like, well, it wasn't Xayah. I was like, oh,
Also,
no.
like, yeah, the center one is kind of hard to imitate. Like,
yeah, it's doing the gun.
It's like
the gun.
all over the place. You know, you got to do like
Gotta
circles.
get your keyboard.
You pick up the keyboard and wave it around like the gun. Then we get a tech pause for
That'd be a
broken
flex.
peripherals. We don't want that. We got to
Maybe you
avoid
don't
that
need
one.
it at that point in the game, you know?
You just play with only mouse,
Only
clicking
mouse,
your ability.
yeah.
That's the ultimate
That's a real
flex right there.
It's probably got to be when the Nexus is dying. You
That's
know?
the way you really let them know. But honestly, 100 Thieves let them know last game. Those team fights were seriously impressive. When the game was 4-4, remember that the next team fight made it 9-4.
And they let specifically Masu know a lot. That Varus truly knew by the end of the game. I mean, it started in lane. 100 Thieves were bullying him in lane. Then the lane swap, they also got the better lane swap. And then they had Vi and Aurora just killing Masu on repeat. I just feel like 100 Thieves are very, very good whenever they have whatever dive tools, you know, they can actually get for their team, even if it's not like full dive squad. They're really good at executing those types of fights and finding flank angles and really having
Happy
that focus.
birthday!
Hey!
Happy birthday to that guy. Hell yeah.
It was also just recently Captain Flower's birthday. Happy birthday!
Thank you, fellas. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And the only thing I want as a belated birthday present is 3 more games of what we've got so far, because this has been so much fun to watch in these first 2 games between these teams. Let's hop into the draft for game number 3. FlyQuest back on the blue side. They remain banning Yone every single game. This gets my 2 thumbs up seal of approval.
Yeah.
The Gwen also banned.
Until game 5. Then we let it through.
Then you let it through. Right, okay, yeah,
That's
there's
if you want
the
to
strat. Okay. We've
That has
got
not
the
worked out
Azir
for
and the
teams.
Renekton banned out by 100 Thieves here as well, with Trundle being FlyQuest's last ban of the first half.
I just want to hammer home, you know, how crazy it is. You know, if you go back just like a month or 2, well, really just a month, the fact that 100 Thieves would be in the finals against FlyQuest all tied up. And just to let you know, if you didn't, this is the first time that FlyQuest has actually dropped a game with Flippo this entire split.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Exactly, and that just it puts much more meaning on this 100 Thieves miracle run that they are doing through the gauntlet all the way from the bottom. You know, because there was so much stacked against them this split, with the organization leaving as well. But these players are not going anywhere. These players are definitely stars.
This is a good audition.
They're looking very
yeah, it is.
If you wanted to make an argument for I deserve to be in the league, how about making finals, playing FlyQuest toe-to-toe? I think teams are going to be salivating to sign these players.
Yeah. I would also start a petition, even though some of his teammates had said that River, this might be his last year. He didn't guarantee it yet, so let's start the petition to keep River as well. We'll keep all of these players.
Give me the pen right now. I'll sign. Give me the pen. I'm ready to go.
All right, well, he's going to be playing against an inspired Sejuani here. Sejuani first pick sets up for possible melee solo laners for FlyQuest. I would say that's way more likely for a top lane melee champ. Quad is way better at, you know, mage control mage mid. So maybe this Sejuani early is just setting up for a Renekton for Bwipo, because that combination is very good. Renekton is also very good. Oh, it's just banned as well. So he's not going to be the Renekton, but maybe some other sort of melee champ on the top side for him.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have a lot of options for Bwipo. This guy is so flexible with all the different types of champions that he could bring out. We've been working through a lot of tanks already. Nefiri going to be coming out for River. I feel like he was the best Nefiri player in the league, but this has really fallen out of favor.
And it's a great matchup into Sejuani. So I think it is a good time to bring that favor back, bring the dog back. Into Sejuani, you have so much freedom. It is very easy to use your W to avoid the CC from Sejuani. You go Conqueror. You can basically lifesteal off the pig.
The special here from Quad, going to be bringing it out.
the old pocket pick.
Exactly. Rarely gets to play it. It's often banned in any sort of a good scenario, but this is a blind rise with the Cassio open. Really good Cassio matchup. And Quad, he is famous for this pick. Really excels on the Cassiopeia. So bold by Quid to just slam down that rise, and we'll see how it works out.
Get the Aatrox here as well for Bwipo. They banned out that Renekton that you were talking about, Kobe. But hey, they're saying, all right, we've got another strong, blind pickable top laner right here with the Aatrox.
So a lot of fun stuff you can pick into Aatrox, like stuff with lots of mobility to get around the queues. They were hovering well, they were hovering a lot of stuff. But in the end, it's probably just going to be more standard. They were hovering far too many things there. And in the end, it'll just be the classic Jax for Dokla.
Well, and now we had, carry versus carry game 1, tank versus tank game 2. We are back to carries again here. Dokla and Bwipo have just been scrapping heavily in that top lane. They are going right at each other. And it's going to be fun to see Dokla on this Jax again. I remember, when he first subbed in with the team, bringing out this Jax, he was looking for solo kills, looking to play aggressive. He really has had a different perspective on how he wants to play after coming back, not being in the LCS then LTA for a while. It really changed his mindset, and he wants to kind of have no regrets, play exactly how he thinks he should on stage.
And I think it was you I was talking with when we saw him come back and play so aggressively and play so in the face of his opponents. It's awesome to see somebody who was in the league out for a while and then returns to have that killer instinct instead of just playing cautious, playing to make sure that he can still just, meet the bar. He wants to exceed the bar and smash the bar, and that's what makes him so fun to watch.
And early on, Jax is definitely a good pick into that top jungle, because your Counter-Strike means that they're not going to be able to stack up Sejuani passive stun very quickly. But when Sejuani has access to her ultimate, then you really do have to respect the possible jungle ganks up there and temper your aggression a little bit as far as when and how much you are jumping all the way in.
Just blame your jungler if you die to it.
There you go.
That works
the natural opportunity.
I will say, Nefiri can go jungle invade versus Sejuani and push Sejuani out in a lot of times.
Why wasn't my jungler doing that?
Yeah.
It's my jungler's fault. Always is. Always was.
We're on the same page here, Kobe.
Don't worry, I'll go for the invades. Also, though, if I go in and I find him and I fight,
then it's top diff.
And there we go.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
All right, so one thing I'm noticing here in the second half of the bans, Renata Glass, first ban from 100 Thieves, is telling me that they want the second half of their draft to be more full send with the Jax and with the dog. On the other side, Rakan and Sivir going to be banned away. I feel like if you're trying to go full send, both of those champions would be good ones to pick. That's the read that FlyQuest has, so they're going to take them out. I don't know if that is a graphics error or if 100 Thieves missed their final ban.
Poppy is the ban.
Poppy is the ban. Okay, the last ban there for 100 Thieves is Poppy. It's just not displaying itself, so that's not available either. Jhin, the lock-in for 100 Thieves.
Okay, so looking at some CC for their bottom lane, some playmaking down there. Unfortunately for FBI, he's already used up both of his really good stacking champions, both the Smolder and the Senna, so gonna have to go with the good old-fashioned Jhin pick for himself. Meanwhile, drop down on the graphics real quick, but we can update you. The next two answer picks for the bottom lane for FlyQuest, they're going with the Lucian Braum here. And they have the confidence here. Braum, does have very good ways of controlling melee carries, so can make it kind of difficult for the Nefiri and the Jax sometimes to actually operate within the team fight. That plus the Cassiopeia is a lot of counter engage.
Yeah, exactly. If the enemy team is spinning their second half bans, banning dedicated counter-engaged champs like Poppy and Renata, you're saying, all right, well, there's a third one, and it's this big, bald mustache man with a shield. We're going to lock him in. That's our guy.
And while there's been a lot of talk about EU Lucian and 14% win rate over there, here in North America, Lucian has a 66% win rate. The Lucian has been looking good. And Masu, definitely one of those Lucians that can pilot it to a really high level. So going to be excited to see how he can perform, especially coming off that Varus game where he was pressured so heavily and was really punished. You know, he had an uncharacteristically low amount of farm, didn't have the impact that he would have liked to.
I swear, North American Lucian has come a long way. But I mean,
It has.
It also used to be us being like, whoa, please, nobody pick this champ.
That's why I took the opportunity here.
Yeah, it's actually a true moment that we need to give some breathing room here because North American Lucian is absolutely popping off. Like, even FBI, who he's playing against, had
Our
a
boy
massive...
Jan, B-Boy. We got lots.
There's a lot of good Lucian players
We're handing
here.
out Lucian cards left and right.
Everybody's got a Lucian that they want to show off. And for Masu, I think this is a great pick. It's a confidence pick to bounce back with after that weaker Varus game that you were talking about, Azael. It's uncharacteristic to see him 30 CS behind and not contributing big damage to the team fights like we've seen him do so many countless times before. And I think game 3 is a chance to redeem that.
I got to admit, though, the first thing I think of when I see Masu Lucian is the tri-brush. I am traumatized.
We're going to have to get you into some therapy. We are going to have to get past this.
We're going to give you something new to think about.
Okay, yeah,
that's what this game should be.
He's going to do something cool, and then we'll have a positive association.
He's in a tri-brush. He's out of a tri-brush.
Okay, all right.
He's walking away. He's
just
safe.
pretend. Just don't look at the tri-brush, Kobe. Look, he's by a line brush. He's by a line brush. That's a line brush. That's fine.
Thank you, Masu. Thank you.
That's just a normal brush.
You just need to use some positive associations here. You know, think about a happy place. Think about FlyQuest 3-0ing G2. Forget the tri-brush. You know?
Cleanse the palate of the mind.
I like that.
All right.
Thank you, boys. Helping me work through this trauma here.
I got you, man.
That's what homies are for.
That's what your friends are for, man. Sometimes you just
Okay,
need
he's
a little
fishing
help.
for gold here.
All right, yeah, Dokla pulls up a $5 fish. Feeling pretty good. It was actually worth more than 5 because look, the scoreboard says 6, so it was like 5.5. Oh, that's only a $1 fish. That one doesn't taste
he's
very
getting
good.
rich.
You get mostly ones. That's why the 5 was a big reaction.
All right, now a little bit of trading between our mid laners here. And remember, this is an old pocket pick for Quad. This is something that a lot of teams and a lot of players have had so much respect for him on. Also in a classic counter matchup against the Rise.
I got to point out that we got a leash from Bwipo. Bwipo actually leashing for Inspired. So this is very intentional. It's very rare nowadays to leash for your jungler, but against Jax here, you're always going to have to seed priority early. And so he wants to supercharge the clear for Inspired to actually be able to get something, we don't know what, but off towards the bottom side of the map even quicker. And we did mention as well in Champ Select that Nefiri does get to prey on Sejuani as far as the individual one-on-one matchup. So that is a little bit of extra boost in clear speed super early on with Bwipo helping out.
All right, so as our junglers are off to their starts, we've got Emily standing by for an interview with FlyQuest coach Nukeduck.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Nukeduck as we kind of watch his team go through the first few levels of the game. Nukeduck, going after that loss, what did you tell the guys in the prep room before this game?
The main thing is that 100 Thieves plays very distinct, and we got sucked in a lot in this game, and we were I guess nervous, just going with their flow a lot, and that basically means that they go unpunished when they do their things. So that was the main priority. Yeah. Try to go back more to our game. Yeah.
And then in looking at this draft, Nefiri is a pick that Rivers picked out a lot in the past when it was super popular. We've seen it rising in LPL and LCK. How surprised were you to see this come out?
I mean, a little surprised. We haven't seen it much in scrims, but of course, if they played in LCK and whatnot, then people in they're probably gonna pick it. So yeah, I didn't expect it, but it doesn't make a huge difference, I think.
And then going forward with this draft, what do you expect of the overall game flow, and what do you want to see from your team to do better and take this game home?
We have to, not run after them too much and not make sure we don't lose laning phase, I guess. Yeah, because the enemy picked to win laning phase, I assume. Otherwise, the comp doesn't really makes much sense from them. So, yeah, we just gotta be fine on that.
Well, we're gonna go back to the action, so it looks like some stuff is happening on the top side.
You had asked that question, Kobe, what is Inspired going to do with that time? Well, it let him re-clear. Doklo forces the flash. He would have had the solo kill if Inspired wasn't there, I think. Would have been close at the very least. But spicy stuff, and River's coming bot.
Yeah, River looking for Busio and Masu here. Throws out the first Darkened Dagger, doesn't find a whole lot. Second one's going to miss there as well. So River just providing a little bit of pressure relief here for Ayla. As we will see him jump forward there with the call of the pack into the Eviscerate. Busio takes a lot of damage here. Second Darkened Dagger doesn't hit. Busio nicely timed there with that flash to get away as Dokla arrives after taking his first recall.
Yeah, Q2 with Conqueror stacks there. You gotta flash that for Busio, so good job by him. He does live. Bwipo also had to flash up on the top side, so 100 Thieves at the beginning of this game putting on the pressure and getting the summoner spells.
Yeah, and they get this early swap off here, so nicely done. They already had. They have a 15 CS advantage right now on the Jhin over the Lucian, so they are in a really good spot. And Ayla was also able to hold that wave for so long to have that stacked for Dokla, so he wouldn't lose a lot off of the swap. We'll have to see how much CS is there for Masu to pick up. Looks like a lot of stacking waves that will obviously close that CS gap, but still, nice early moves here from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and especially kind of nice tempered aggression from Dokla to be able to jump out with his Trinket Ward afterwards, escape the kind of bounce back gank that Inspire did. And we were talking about the extra time as Dokla now getting zoned away from the wave by the duo. But when you do leash for your jungler like Bwipo did, and then you don't show up top lane for a while, your opponents call that. And so then they kind of get lulled into, oh, it's just going to be a top-down clear from Sejuani. But him bouncing back actually turned it a lot. Bwipo now.
Yeah, Bwipo's in some serious danger. He's 40% HP, level 5. River also level 5. Ayla takes a turret shot walking through to give himself the positioning that he wants for the dive here onto Bwipo. Ayla, however, takes a big hit! And Bwipo just sat all three of them down for a lesson.
Ayla! He flashes and doesn't get out of chain range! He got pulled back in! Holy moly, Bwipo able to get the chain into Q3 kill.
That was nice from Bwipo, man.
I mean, Bwipo playing it excellently in the 1v3, but also Ayla walks up, takes a tower shot early, then flashes, doesn't get out of the chains. Like you're saying, Kobe gets snapped back into that Q3. Massive mistakes from Ayla. Costs what should have been a pretty easy to execute dive, loses both his summoners and first blood.
Well, now Quid's coming down to the bottom lane here with Dokla, just trying to allow this Jax to get the wave shoved up so that Masu and Busio can't have this exactly where they want it to be. The extra pushing power from the Rise is going to guarantee that Dokla can now have his opportunity to get out of here if
hold
he
it again.
needs to. And you can see the wave, though. Quid's roam is costing him as Quad crashes the mid lane wave into the tier 1 turret, and that's going to be minions lost for 100 Thieves as now Quad meets River in the river and tries to see if there's anything that he needs to do here, but it doesn't look like it as the waves are all wiped out and Quid heads back mid.
I mean, honestly, this was just so well done there by FlyQuest. This sequence of events is so good for them. Obviously, there's this 1v3 play on the top side. This is what I'm talking about. Ayla walks through, 2 tower shots, loses his heal, but he still wants to be the one tank, and Ayla almost dies again in a 1v2. He has got to tighten up here.
Lock in.
Yeah, this Karma has got to be careful. You are not playing something tanky. You are not playing something that can just haphazardly do these things. You are not the Braum. Karma cannot carry a door. This Aatrox is hungry.
I mean, they have to base in a 2v1. Now Bwipo has control of the lane. They're the ones that had the earlier swap. They're the ones that had the better spots. Dokla gets away frozen on a bot. They have this 1v3 outplay on the top side. Then Quad, is pushing in a wave mid because Quid had to roam down, loses an entire wave to try to unfreeze the wave there. This sequence of events was just so good from FlyQuest. The wave manipulation, the individual outplay is culminating in a very nice advantage. 800 gold.
All right, well, let's see if the grubs change any of that. River just starts him up. Inspired is here. He's got ultimate ready.
Yeah, but you're going to see a rotation over from Quid and Ayla here as well.
The duo lane is walking over for FlyQuest now, so you see them cross through mid lane at the moment, but it's all just one and out. Okay, so 100 Thieves, good comms there.
Yeah, exactly. They're saying, all right, they can't get the grubbies. They're not going to get a full 3-0, even if they get a majority, so we'll just dip. They don't want to overcommit to this and put themselves in a bad spot, so Inspired should be able to just grab this. We'll see if Ayla tries to steal one away with a Mantra Q, get cheeky with it a little bit. But
he's had enough cheeky plays already. So I say...
No more cheek out of you, young man.
Yeah, after that, you say, calm down a little bit. You got no flash, buddy. Maybe when your flash comes back up, we'll give you a chance at one more.
Yeah, you're losing some privileges. If you were going Q-Max, it's an E-Max Karma now. You're standing behind me. You're pressing shields. You're in a timeout, buddy.
Everybody's health bar better have some gray on it in the next team fight. Bwipo's going to try to get this wave shoved up down here. And honestly, even though earlier on we were praising Dokla for the fact that he almost had that solo kill there on Bwipo, but if you look at the current state of the farm of the top laners, like the econ between these guys, 70 versus 49. Of course, there's more for Dokla to pick up, but still a substantial lead for Bwipo.
Yeah, I mean, the lane swap was just brutal to Dokla, with it being frozen on him with the enemy duo. And so having to scavenge now under his tower while FlyQuest collect their dragon.
I mean, it's a really bad feeling, right? You feel like, hey, I outplayed in the 1v1,
Yeah.
you know, I put you in this bad spot, then my team fails the dive, gives over first blood, and I'm having the wave frozen on me. It's not like you can outplay the Braum Lucian in a 1v2. Yeah. So it's just a tough spot, right? It's not really like an individual mistake that created that. That is team play from FlyQuest. Great job in the 2v1 punishing, and a failed execution on the other side from 100 Thieves, and that puts Dokla in a really tough spot now in his 1v1 now that they're meeting up.
We do still have a pretty good gold lead here for FBI on the Jhin in particular. This guy has had some impressive performances so far on his stacking champions, so we'll have to see how well he does now on this one that will not stack. So the Jhin should have plenty of opportunity to contribute to these fights from a long way away when the Jax and the Nefiri run in, and it's all about the accuracy. Can you hit those shots? The deadly flourishes, the curtain calls. If he can have those dialed in, FlyQuest could have some serious trouble because everybody on the team, as long as Braum's Unbreakable isn't up, could be potentially very vulnerable to those, except for Inspired Sejuani. Bwipo jumps back in for the Q3. Not really going to find much off of that one as he and Dokla continue to scrap.
Yeah, I mean, it really just further emphasizes how rough that mistake was for 100 Thieves. Wait a second.
Hold on, Bwipo popping the World Ender to try to get away from Dokla's Counter-Strike here. Now that's ulti for the Aatrox, but no ulti spent there for Dokla. So if this runs out without anything else happening, and it looks like it will, that's now advantage for Dokla in the 1v1.
Yeah, really well played, and Bwipo knows there is an opportunity to get solo killed here, so he has to back it up now. Dokla going to try to hold the wave a little bit, but of course, it's just going to be a TP right back from Bwipo, and you can see Inspire moving out towards that side of the map, so even if it did get frozen, he will be able to reset it, no problem. And Dokla going to have to go back to base here and TP back himself after collecting these range minions.
And the plan for 100 Thieves, you know, with these champions is to have some good map control later with split pushing, but if Bwipo's Aatrox is having a really good start to the game, that could make that a lot more difficult. You know, you want your Jax and your Ryze to be good in their 1v1s versus him, but if Bwipo's getting a lot of money off the dual lanes.
There it is, Helm's Pursuit with a Rune Prison. Quad trying to outplay it here a little bit with the Miasma to slow them down. He's already down to 40% HP. He's going to need more poison there on River, but here come the Darkened Daggers. Flash over the wall from River. Quad with the outplay in a 1v2. He's still alive for now. Quid finally takes him out, but Quad's fangs sink into River, and he makes it a fair trade.
That is crazy because River even immune his ulti as he goes in with the W. He timed that perfectly, and I thought with that happening, I was like, wow, nicely played by River. It's an easy kill, but even from there, it is Quad able to make something happen. This guy is just terrifying on the pick. 5-0, 12.6 KDA. He knows how to make it work on the Snake.
Yeah, he's turns out pretty good at the Cassiopeia. Remember, back when nobody else was playing this, it wasn't really even being picked up as a counter pick in certain matchups. It would still get banned against FlyQuest just because of Quad being this known for it.
And he had his Rylai's done. So he's going to be able to apply this slow to River. So even though the immune on the ultimate, he's getting slowed on the Miasma, does have the Rylai's even as he tries to go back in. Quad dodging a lot of skill shots there is very important. Dodging these Qs from Quid means that he had enough life to be able to answer the flash over. He was ready with his flash to answer over the wall too, so not having to use his flash to dodge those Qs, actually just using his tail. His tail. Just slithering.
Just sliding back and forth.
Sliding back and forth, dodging those.
Oh, man. You see the two sides of it. Yeah, I mean, not only just dodging out those Qs from Quid, he was dodging the Darkened Daggers as well. I mean, he just played it so well. And River, while he did actually backstep and avoid the Q that was coming through, that Noxious Blast, he was still standing in the Miasma, which means you're still poisoned and you're taking that bonus Twin Fang damage. So yeah. I think he kind of overstayed his welcome in that a little bit. But still, great play from Quad. Comes up big in that 1v2. Those are the kind of plays that just hype up the team. I mean, you can see the reaction from Bwipo it gives you so much confidence going forward in your teammates when they can make a big play like that.
Yeah, you just naturally trust the guy. He's put in a spot where he should be dead to rights, and he comes out with an equal trade. You're feeling great because you now know that your enemies are investing resources for what should be a good play, and it's just not paying dividends. So everything that you do is just going to be that much better by comparison as long as you can clutch it out. We do have 45 seconds on the clock until the Rift Herald spawns, but less than 30 until the next Drake is on the Rift. Masu fires off the culling, but only gets a little bit of FBI's HP as 100 Thieves move to control the bottom side river.
Yeah, and Ghostblade there, really highly prioritized with the tier 2 boots, gives you a lot of movement speed. So he forces out that dash, then gets the Inspire from Ayla to be able to sidestep most of the culling.
They're going for an invade on bottom side here, though. River made his way down, jumped over the wall, saw Inspired at Krugs. So they know that there is defense here with Inspired being around and just finishing up Krugs. Since they see him, they're going to start the Dragon instead. No dive for 100 Thieves, but full commitment here. And Quads can just stay top. The Cassiopeia getting money up there on the top tower, getting turret plate and pushing the wave in is good for FlyQuest. So they make the call, you know what? Yeah, you can have your Dragon, don't care. And then 100 Thieves do use their Quid teleport to answer the big wave.
Yeah, and while Quad is getting paid in the side lane, Dokla is most certainly not. He's at 90 CS right now at 15 minutes. Has been in a bit of a tough spot. Got frozen out and has not been able to find an opportunity to really just sit in that side lane and try to catch up and farm. He's very far behind Whippo. And Whippo on these bruiser-type champions, I just feel like this guy's built different in the team fight. It'll be interesting to see if he does go in towards Sterix. Already has the Sundered Sky, and we know how much he loves Sterix and loves playing around that power spike for 5v5.
And I mean, you can just see the difference in their economies in the inventories. They both have their first fully completed item, but then Whippo has tier 2 boots all the way done. Jax is walking around barefoot.
His toes are just out there wiggling in the grass.
Why did you have to be that descriptive? That is...
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you...
It's tragic.
Why are you saying that?
I mean, look at him. He's got no shoes. Doesn't look clean. Nobody wants to walk on that.
Don't zoom in on me.
Please buy this man some shoes. Dokla does
Somebody
get
help him.
yoinked back by
At least the brown bags.
Chains, if only he had some shoes, the chains wouldn't have got it.
At least we've updated Jack's model since the beginning, but Quid.
Yeah, Quid's in some danger here. Inspired and Quad knock him over. And critically, that is also the 3rd kill of the game for FlyQuest. They already got the 3 neutrals. That means they earn themselves the feats of warfare. Busio throws up the Unbreakable as he does get rooted there by the Karma, which means he's not going to take a whole lot of damage from it. It's a more than 1,000 gold lead here for FlyQuest 16 minutes in.
The rich just get richer. Whippo has even nicer shoes now.
Whippo's got the special limited edition version.
Yeah.
And Dokla is still without footwear, but the curtain call opens up. Masu in a little bit of danger here. Busio blocking up,
River
trying to keep him alive. River coming around from the side. Masu dashing away, gets away for the 4th shot. Nice exhaust onto River to guarantee that he cannot get the kill. Now they want to find some more. Deadly flourish on Masu puts him down to about 50 HP. He's still bleeding to the Nefiri Darkened Daggers. They will not be able to kill him. And 100 Thieves, they get really close, but they don't get what they came for.
What a clutch exhaust there from Busio. Had spellbooked over to it, found the perfect opportunity. Inspired's going in. Does he really want this? Yeah, he can't go for the charge.
The triple! Yeah, he's going down into the river.
It's going to expire, I think, almost guaranteed.
Yeah, he just rams it into the wall instead. You just park it in the ditch. Oh boy, Dokla, Whippo and Quad should be able to find this one pretty easily. Whippo will take the kill credit on that one, and now River's got to try to get away here too because Inspired would lock him down. And now, even if the Herald doesn't charge, that first turret is going down, Kobe.
FlyQuest are dismantling the side lanes here versus 100 Thieves. The Inspired ganks, the rotation down to the other side this time around. They already destroyed them up on the top side. Now they can get second charge off as well. A secondary tower into the hands of Whippo. This is huge. FlyQuest actually just blowing open the lead.
Okay, Ayla and FBI trying to see if there's an angle here back towards Masu as River shows up, but Quad is also shadowing. They don't want anything to do with this super fed snake. Whippo does secure the tier 2 turret down there in the bottom lane. It's now 18 minutes into the game, and FlyQuest has a 3,000 gold lead. Normally, I would say this means the game should be theirs to decide, but we have seen 100 Thieves team fight their way back from these types of situations so many times throughout their run through this bracket. Now, the pressure is truly on. I feel like this has been the most one-sided game so far in the series, and 100 Thieves have to step up.
And I mean, just look at the top laners. Down here, we got one. Up here, we got the other at the top. So definitely going to be tough now for Dokla to really stay relevant, as Bwipo got even more gold, got that tier 2 gold from the bot lane.
Okay, so let's take tally of where we're at in the game. It is 60 seconds until Dragon. It is also 60 seconds until Otacon. Neither team really has a whole lot of flower petals just yet, so Otacon could also signal a big spike in terms of your overall lead through that. So I'm curious who we're going to go for here, boys.
I would say it's all up to FlyQuest at the moment because they have multiple 2-item advantages in mid lane and in bottom lane. They do have the extra carry power down here, so they're ready. It is their choice when they want to actually bring their Sejuani over and use Inspired's ultimate, because they are built to team fight. A very, very structured team fight here. You got Braum, Sejuani in front. As long as Quad is kept safe there, I feel like FlyQuest are going to have huge potential. So it's very dangerous for 100 Thieves, and I almost just want to lean towards, hey, maybe like give up the next Dragon and just go for some side lane money in the meantime instead. Choose your moment a little bit more wisely. They did, of course, just now get some second item completions for their carries as well, though.
Yep, and Knight's Vow was the second item for Inspired. He is linked with Quad, so wanting to keep this Cassio safe here. Steric's done now for Bwipo. He's going to be really strong. Yeah. They're putting a lot of emphasis on keeping Quad safe. If Cassio's tanky enough, it can be so problematic. They're just going to start Otacon and Dragon at the same time.
Hold on, we got to fight though. Bwipo has found FBI back in the mid lane. He goes for the World Ender. He's trying to full send this. Ayla flashes over the wall, trying to peel for FBI, but Bwipo just turns his attention back around. He's on a killing spree, and the enemy support is dead. FlyQuest, they find the Drake, they find a pick. They're feeling good.
Well, we knew Bwipo was going to be a problem, and the problem is here. He just goes right in on FBI. He just demolishes the bottom lane 2v1 again.
Now the Otacon started up for FlyQuest. River is nearby. 100 Thieves trying to approach. River does get tagged by the Winter's Bite. Got to be careful about that one. Bwipo forces out the call of the pack. That is a big cooldown for River not to have. If he goes in, it is a one-way trip guaranteed. FBI and Dokla also still hanging around the area. That Deadly Flourish won't find anything. And the Otacon is secured without error by FlyQuest as they pick up 15 flower petals, and Bwipo's still going in. Q3 on the 2 targets. Dokla and FBI have to try to get away, but there's the stun to FBI, and he gets knocked down. Dokla has to flash over the wall trying to escape. 100 Thieves scattering all over the jungle, just trying to get away. Dokla caught out again, jumps out of the way of the Infernal Chains. FlyQuest are running this mid game.
Yeah, and they're so far ahead, and their team comp is just so much better for 5-on-5s. I feel like this one is going to be really insanely hard for 100 Thieves to pull back the game, because FlyQuest, all they have to do is constantly group up at these objectives. 100 Thieves, you cannot get caught into one of these fights, and they're not even going to the objectives to answer. Bwipo is just coming out and finding them. And he's like, okay, I will take on 2, maybe 3 of you at once, and if you try and fight back, then Inspired comes over and we'll still chase down a kill, plus getting all the objectives anyway.
Exactly, and I mean, you have that redemption that's already early purchased from Busio, dropping in to support him. We had Quad, just a brick wall, at that last fight. They're going for Otacon, they're trying to get in. You just can't walk through the miasma. You can't get in onto Quad right now. So things looking very difficult for the Thieves. Quietly, we have seen Quid spending a lot of time in the side lane, so he does have a slight gold advantage. Obviously, the top side of the map is where all the gold is really concentrated for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
But Quid and FBI still are going to have opportunities, and there's going to be a ton of pressure, I think, on Quid in particular to try to find a kill in a side lane, try to find some sort of way to make it so FlyQuest can't just rinse and repeat this grouped up 5v5 that you're talking about, Kobe.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the key. The only hope is really, wait a second.
Yeah, this could be a problem for FBI. The calling takes him down to 200 HP. They almost find the kill. The redemption sniper shot nearly finishes the job there from Busio. And now FlyQuest have to try to get away. Quid wants to get some kind of a lockup here, but FlyQuest exfiltrate.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves, without Dokla there, they don't have hard CC. Like, you have to land Jin snares or like a Karma tether or something, but this team is so much more built to play the wide map, and since they their side lanes just kind of got destroyed in the early game here by FlyQuest, it is really hard for this 100 Thieves team to operate. So we'll see. Maybe they can get some, surprise like flank plays off, or maybe Big Dokes could come up with some insane Jax multiple people counter strike or something. But you gotta believe FlyQuest with their discipline are gonna be able to set up their front to back.
Yeah.
And Inspired's gonna lead the charge.
And I like how you mentioned the Big Dokes multi-counter-strike, because that's really the only way that 100 Thieves can engage. I mean, Nefiri doesn't have hard CC. Jhin could maybe land a deadly flourish, but FlyQuest, they're just going to go ahead and TP Whippo in here as they look to control this topside river, control the 100 Thieves red side jungle. The Baron is going to be spawning in 45 seconds, and FlyQuest know how far ahead they are in this game. They want to make this scary for 100 Thieves. They want to make this an easy Baron start for themselves. Busio's got to be a little bit careful, throws up the Unbreakable, the red buff down to 1,000. River's actually going to win the smite fight for that one. Dokla steps up to claim the secondary red buff. Whippo hits him with a Q3, and Dokla's Jax has already lost half health. FlyQuest trying to see if they want to go any further forward. Whippo does steal away one of the Krugs, and then just spins that sword around, ready to regroup outside of the jungle with the rest of the team.
Yeah, you can see Quid again just constantly to those side lanes, trying to draw people down to him. Quad will go to answer, but Quid, level 16, first in the game to actually hit that mark. He's been constantly out towards those side lanes, and is working in towards his third item, and he has got to find something. It's just very, very difficult because both the soul laners are super strong right now. So it's not like you can just hard force and get a kill onto Whippo or onto Quad if they show up to answer. It's got to be some sort of like a 2v1 situation, which then opens up FlyQuest to make these plays on the other side of the map where Masu is putting on pressure every time Culling is up.
Yeah, and then you look at the other possible split push. Dokla is down right now 2 levels. He's about to take over though, so it won't be a full 2 levels, but he's trying to get his experience by split pushing up on top side. And 100 Thieves are in a position where they're gonna have to outplay at some point, because FlyQuest, again, you just group up at the objective, you grab that thing, and you force 100 Thieves into more difficult scenarios. 100 Thieves, since this is just Dragon's sole point, they have another 5-minute timer. They can wait until the next one before the true big objective goes over, and they're going to try and make the most of that time. During that time, you get as much money as you can off the side lanes. Maybe you can come up with some area to outplay through some vision sort of setup, but they have to keep their... Well, here we go, an attempt for it.
Yeah, but again, this is kind of the problem of 100 Thieves don't really have a way to engage. They don't have a way to say, all right, we're going to go in and try to pick this guy. The one thing that I will give them that's kind of the non-copium angle, the reason why I think there is a legitimate reason to say, yeah, hold out for 5 more minutes, the gold lead for FlyQuest has stagnated. It has been about this 3,000, 3,500 for a good while now, so 100 Thieves have at least stopped the bleeding.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if FlyQuest will do a Baron Force before Dragon Soul, because you only have 4 minutes to wait on the one hand. But on the other hand, you also, I feel like they could gain a decent amount of small like cooldowns out of 100 Thieves if they do some sort of vision-controlled Baron force. And then you don't commit to the Baron. You don't want to flip at this point because you have such a good lead. But if you kind of start it up and then you force some cooldowns from 100 Thieves and then get off the Baron or look for your turn with your Sejuani ultimate, then maybe you even set yourselves up with an even easier Dragon Soul fight that's now only 3.5 minutes away.
Yeah, and as we know, I mean, if they don't respond quickly, this Cassio shreds Barons. You can kill that thing so incredibly fast. Yeah. Lucian also has IE now as well, so this is a high DPS Lucian build. You have the Nabora, you have the Essence Reaver, you have the IE. This isn't like Collector. It's not an early game focus. So Masu's DPS is going to be super high now too.
Yeah, and then the other side of the coin is Flowers. We can just wait for 3 minutes and go for the Soul instead. The lower risk here, and then they could try to just force 100 Thieves to walk into them there, and then you have to walk into Sejuani and Braum and Cassio and try and outplay and try and outfight it.
Okay, 100 Thieves have control over that bottom side river right now, though. Unfortunately for them, like you said, Kobe, it is still about 3 minutes until the Dragon, so pretty hard to maintain control over that area of the map when you're this far behind for that extended period of time. They will roam around as a team. Again, Quid, the strongest one on the squad by quite a significant margin. You can see FBI is still working on completing that third item, and none of these 3 items are an Infinity Edge either. He has to feel like he's going for the armor pen because he knows he'll be shooting through through Bwipo and through Inspired, but it means that it's going to be so long before that Jhin really is a super large threat.
And even then, like, how are you killing Bwipo here? He's got upgraded boots with the buffs on your shields from your Spirit Visage, and the Sterix that you already mentioned super early on. And Aatrox also amplifies healing. So he has mega amplified healing and shields, and multiple of both. Like, Bwipo is truly going to be a raid boss.
He really is, and you can see that Inspired, he feels like this game is about quad. Not only did he get the Knight's Vow, now it's an Abyssal Mask, right? So it is just all about setting up quad for success.
And now, FlyQuest's next step for success is taking out the Tier 1 turret here in the mid lane. 100 Thieves will not be able to defend that one. So the FlyQuest gold lead going to approach about 4,000 now, as there's 90 seconds left on the clock until the Drake spawns. FlyQuest will take control over the Baron pit.
Yep. Control, the name of the game for them. We heard from Emily and Nukeduck at the beginning of the day. Nukeduck was like, okay, they drew us into their pace of the game. So very clearly, FlyQuest are not going into any sort of pace of the game towards 100 Thieves. They're waiting for the soul, but actually going to fight over the red buff first a little bit here.
Yeah, these are the super-powered post-Baron red buffs that the whole team gets. Inspired wants to steal it away, and he'll find it. Arctic Assault back over the wall towards the team. Quid tries to escape. Bwipo's in the middle of everybody. 1v4 Aatrox, and it's the 4 who are struggling. Bwipo just continues going forward as River is exhausted. Bwipo staying alive through the Sterix. Big Dokes goes in for the 3-man stun, but it ain't going to be enough. Dokes already down. Nice ulti from Quad. A double kill from Masu as FBI falls. Quad just continues charging in. This snake has fangs, and 100 Thieves don't have the antidote. FlyQuest pick up 2, and they're making their way over to Baron.
Okay, so it's option number 3, the red buff, actually. That is going to be the thing that determines these objectives, because that is going to be a Baron right into a Dragon Soul. 20 seconds left on this Dragon Soul. 100 Thieves, they're making the call to teleport back out. Maybe they think that they can squeeze in a dragon kill during the reset.
And I just love the timing on what they're going for here, FlyQuest. They all have their 3 completed items. They know they're at a much stronger point in the game, and look at them turning on to Quid. He's the strongest member. They all peel back to try to free up Masu, and it's Bwipo alone, but it's Bwipo. We talked about how ridiculously tanky he is. They can't burst him down.
And now Quid's under pressure yet again. Busio, Bwipo, and Quad all looking to focus that enemy rise, focus that potential carry, while Masu and Inspired are still both doing the damage under the Drake. River wanted to come around for a potential portal steal on the Soul, but he's not there in time. Now FBI's in some danger. Focus aggro onto Quid now instead. Masu dashes right back in for a bullet in his back. Quid is down for the next 55 seconds. The Dragon Soul has been claimed by FlyQuest. 100 Thieves are knocked on their butts, and they are not standing up. FlyQuest keeps them down.
Yep, and they've got Dragon Soul on top of the Baron. They're coming for the base next, Flowers. That's all that is left. So they're split pushing. Well, they're also going to go for Dokla.
Yeah, Dokla's trying to get something back in a side lane, but Busio and Quad do not want to let him. Counter-Strike's nice against auto attacks, but Cassiopeia's fangs do not care. Bwipo wraps around the guarantee they get the kill, and now there's still 20 seconds left on Quid. 45 now on Dokla. FBI with the Jhin gets caught out by the Glacial Prison. Masu doesn't quite have enough damage to finish him off here just yet. Deadly Flourish ain't going to do enough to fire back into Masu.
Here comes Bwipo.
River here on the front line. Bwipo wants to go over the wall. Maybe look for FBI. Q2 goes through. FBI is down, and Bwipo is flying through the 100 Thieves base. River manages to get away as Quid respawns, but FlyQuest are just knocking these guys down across the rift, one after the other after the other. FlyQuest have just been better here in this third game. They will take the inhibitor in mid lane. They will take out the inhibitor turret bottom lane. 100 Thieves still have 20 seconds till FBI and Ayla are back alive. Quid just gets dogpiled. FlyQuest heal themselves up with another redemption. Dokla and River are next to fall. Fly did it in one long extended play. They make their way onto the Nexus as Ayla respawns only to nearly die to the culling. And FlyQuest send a message. 15-1 in game 3. They're going to match point.
I think Bwipo sent a message to the 100 Thieves bottom lane as well, because the game started out with him killing the 100 Thieves support, and it ended with him killing the 100 Thieves bottom lane again in their own base.
Monster performance out of FlyQuest. Can 100 Thieves bounce back? Lounge, what do you got for us?
I don't know.
I'm saying Whippo was wide.
Yeah.
Very wide.
I also
Very
loved
wide.
all of the redemption follow-ups from Busio. It was kind of a race to see if he could get in, like steal that kill, you know?
That's the game you have to completely forget about if you're 100 Thieves, because I
Yeah.
don't feel like their draft suited their strengths there. They didn't have that much CC, 4 flanks. They put themselves in a position where they had to win lane early.
Yeah.
And then once they gave that kill over to Whippo in the 1v3, oh my
Yeah.
God.
That was the kicker. That one dive that got botched. Ayla tries to get through the turret, takes 2 shots, it gets pulled back in after flashing. And from that moment, it's like, yeah, the comp doesn't really work anymore.
But look, everything is going horribly, all right?
Oh,
Bulletproof windows, they can't break in. They're all bulletproof, especially Bippo's wide wing. It's way too wide.
that room didn't work. What other rooms can we look at, Raz?
Everything is horrific.
Raz,
we
what
actually
other
have to
windows?
go through the front doors.
Oh,
The
no.
security guard is watching us. That's the problem. Unfortunately, he's going to be catching us. Maybe we can go through the gift shop, but everything is not going to plan.
And you lost the marker as
Yeah,
well.
what?
Oh my
Throwing
God, it's
stuff
all bad.
everywhere.
It's all bad.
Yeah, that is, okay, so I did predict a 3-2.
I mean, there is one there, yeah. I'm just gonna go mid bot though. We can end.
I think we can end together.
Yeah.
Rise no flash on I bolt. If someone walks up, I can CC him off you. Yeah, and Infinity should be back up soon.
Look and Rise. He will get yanked. He will get yanked. We can go.
Nice.
Okay, going
No
Jax.
flash, no flash. I have traps here. Well played.
Nice job, team.
Nice.
Like I was saying, I had him 3-2.
Yeah.
I think that's the 2 for FlyQuest. But to your point, Jet, 100 Thieves need to mentally reset after that last one, because that one did not go well. They got a single kill, not much went their way. So it's I'm not very confident 3-2.
I mean, let's look at the series. Maybe you'll feel more confident after that, because I would say game 1, they came out absolutely swinging. Quid landed so many huge shockwaves. FBI got very head on Smolder. This was the closest game of the series, probably. Oh!
Yeah.
It's
This
both
was
days, by the way, yesterday and today, Emily.
Yeah, this was such a good combination. Again, speaks to specifically Ayla. I feel like during the 100 Thieves kind of run through this lower bracket, he has been absolutely instrumental in setting up so many of these team fights. And then, you know, Quid just absolutely smurfing on the Ori, landing that shockwave. This didn't go so well.
Yeah, they think they have the line onto Masu, but this is FlyQuest showing how good they also are in that chaos. We were talking about how 100 Thieves often make chaos happen. FlyQuest comfortable there, keeping their AD carry alive, and this was kind of the final touches of game number 1, where it was close. 100 Thieves did make them work for it, and I was actually getting really excited for them, thinking that they could take this one.
Yeah, and your voice wasn't the only thing that broke. I mean, 100 Thieves broke too on that game.
I've been screaming a lot this weekend, Raz. Yeah,
The Bears.
not the first time it happened.
The
yet.
Bear play was bad, that play was bad.
We didn't see it, but the big thing was that Baron, right? Like when they actually make the play onto Dokla on the bot side of the map, Jack covered it immediately after that series, and that's kind of when FlyQuest are able to take over. Game 2, Nuke Duck said, oh man, they dragged us into the chaos, you know?
That's when you think you're out. They pull them back in. These fights are great from 100 Thieves side. Masu was just like, at every angle, he was afraid. For a good reason, because they were looking for
He's
him.
already playing lethality bears, and he still couldn't find a way to be safe enough while still feeling like he's participating in the game. Like, look at this angle right here. This late in the fight, do you really think Vi and Center are gonna flash on you?
No, I wouldn't.
I don't think so.
Probably not.
If it's River's Vi, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Not the Senna. I'm not expecting the Senna, but River on this Vi pick, I can't say enough complimentary stuff about his team fight targeting. There was a fight a little bit earlier at Dragon that I thought he just had a laser focus of how he was going to get on top of this Varus.
Actual night terrors there. Meanwhile, yes, FBI Senna had an incredible game.
Yeah, and I gotta say that laser focus on Masu before kind of leads into the next game, because yes, it was the Bwipo show. I actually thought that Masu didn't have like that standout of a performance in this game. He was playing on the back foot a lot.
Yeah, I mean, 29 CS deficit from going
Ayla.
into this game, but the focus is on Ayla for this
Yeah.
one. Bwipo and Ayla, they had an alone time in a 1v3. You never expect that. Oh!
I talked about
Hold it in.
Ayla was part of the glow up. That was a mistake from him that was really, really costly in this game.
And what I found interesting here is FlyQuest knows they're going to have the scaling advantage, and then it's actually 100 Thieves in a 3v1 and then a 2v1 is how FlyQuest gets their first 2 kills. So like the fact that they're scaling anyway and they just get these 2 individual outplays on both the Cassiopeia and the Aatrox, from that point on, I thought this game wasn't going to be close. And Bwipo here shows you why the team comps ended up being so favored for FlyQuest.
Yeah.
There's that redemption.
Redemption coming in this time to
They just can't kill him.
To aid Bwipo in absolutely taking over and massacring 100 Thieves.
And when Bwipo realizes they can't kill him, he just makes a show of it. He walks up forward into 4 people. He recognizes it. He just does it for fun. This is what he gets his kicks out of. So I love it when Bwipo realizes either on Scion and in this game it's the Aatrox that he's like, no, I'm running wild.
Yeah. Did he take that fist bump denial personally, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think Dokla did too, even though he was the one who slighted him. I do feel like they especially want to try and put Bwipo in the dirt. And I mean, honestly, Bwipo kind of made the game-winning play in Game 1 when he solo killed Dokla in the bot lane, which led to the Baron take that was a negative 2,500 gold Baron power play for 100 Thieves. And then the Aatrox play, even though I feel like it was the team composition, was the kickoff to them winning Game 3.
Yeah, all I'm saying is these dollar bills here that they're stealing feels counterfeit.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel real.
I don't know if these are real bills, actually, Raz.
I doubt they are. They
So
would not trust us with that much money.
mental reset for 100 Thieves. Do we think they can do it? I think that's going to be the question on everybody's mind, right?
I mean, I think mentally they can do it. Physically, I don't know if they're better than FlyQuest.
Why are you
Because FlyQuest has been the best team.
Why are you asking us? You just said it was going to still be a 3-2. Why do you believe it'll be a 3-2?
I said a soft 3-2, but I'll double down on it. I will not flip-flop. Where's the jersey, Raz? You had it before. We'll see if they let you put it on next time because we're heading to a break before game number 4.
I might have to find it.
Where?
Look for it.
Welcome back for Game 4 of FlyQuest vs. 100 Thieves. One more game win for FlyQuest means they qualify for the World Championship and win the LTA North.
Picking up another trophy, back-to-back titles. It would be for them.
I'm feeling pretty good about their chances here after that 15-1 and the stabilization they did in the draft there, just making sure they picked scaling, making sure they didn't take any unnecessary risks, and they choked out 100 Thieves in that last game.
That's true, but this is when the drafts get a little crazy. I mean, to be fair, the Neferi, Nuke Duck was a little surprised by it. I was a little surprised by it.
So I was not, as soon as I saw it come out in the LCK like play-ins, and then again in LPL, I was like, oh, we're definitely seeing
Calling our
like,
boys copycats?
Yeah, River. Well, no, it's just a River pick. Like usually he can't. We've seen him take over entire games on this Neferi pick, right?
I mean, Nuke Duck also called him a copycat, so.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, you can.
So
I think you're allowed.
So, I mean,
Copycats.
aren't we all copycats?
Emily still won't say it. She still won't say it.
Do we have an original
Everything's
thought
derivative.
between all of us?
Don't do that, because then I'll get too existential.
Raz has many original thoughts.
That's true.
Two original.
Raz is the most original on this desk. But
Scares
the
me
100
sometimes.
Thieves, to bring it back to this, the 100 Thieves are going to have to be original. And I actually think, because obviously when we get down to games 4 and games 5, that's when we start seeing teams really try to pinch. And specifically with jungle, I feel like someone always ends up with kind of a silly jungler. And then it's whoever is going to end up being able to play their like comfort kind of quote unquote off meta. I don't even know what that means anymore in Fearless really, but you know what I mean, like something that's not seen as much. I think both of these teams have picks like that for the vast majority of their players, actually.
I mean, you can also look at the mid laners. We got the Viego mid from Quid the other day, too. So, I mean, both of these teams are willing to pull out a lot of fun picks. FlyQuest kind of made a brand for themselves, specifically with, like, Whippo's champ pool in the past.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of AD picks, you might see the Viego again because you already nuked the entire AD jungle pool. Wukong, Vi, J4, like Neferi and Xin Zhao. I'm expecting there to be, like, Viego. Lee Sin is a pick. Both of them are quite comfortable on. And with Yone being banned, that might be enough.
I mean, same bans for FlyQuest as they had the last time they were red side. The set ban might set up a Gwen pick for Dokla. Even though it is nerfed Gwen, it makes sense based off that. Nope, they're just going to go Corki. I still think Gwen is available later in the draft for them with that set ban.
Yeah, I don't think it's something I see Whippo, I mean, especially blinding, but locking in regardless. So we'll see what FlyQuest want to answer with here. Corki, kind of a safe pick, fits into like a variety of team comps.
It's a big meta pick for sure.
Variety of team comps. Big damage dealer. The Trundle, because of that set ban, the Trundle was still available, so Inspire's gonna lock that one in.
Yeah, thinking about mid options here too. Koei is still available, and I mean, both of them are great mage players, so if we're digging that deep into the pool, it's possible.
Akali's still available.
That's very true.
If they find the right matchup. I just think Akali was pretty good in the Trundle.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves love being able to put Quid on like assassin options or anything with the ability to put him, like the game in his hands. If he can find a play, great. If he's on a control mage, I tend to see 100 Thieves suffer a little bit more.
Busio locking in Rakan for FlyQuest, so now they have engaged. Trundle's gonna also make it harder for 100 Thieves to lock in like a dedicated solo front line. If they're going for an engage option there. Although they already banned the Maokai themselves, Sejuani's gone, so not expecting that for River. There's the Gwen hover. I mean, we already talked about the potential of that, so Thieves might just be agreeing with it.
I think so. And then here, it's either support pick because Rakan's already locked and there's 6 support bans just from Fearless right now if they want to make sure they have engage. Ooh, that Silas hover is pretty, pretty nice actually already. Just with Trundle and Rakan already being good ultimates this late in the draft, and it's a melee champion for Quid. I really like this.
I think, Lee Sin, if you don't get your chance to go for an AD jungler here, the worry,
with the Trundle.
The worry is that you go in a 4-5 and you don't get an AD jungler at all. So I think it makes sense to go Lee Sin here, but Silas almost certainly is going to be a ban.
I know.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get that. I mean, I was thinking maybe even Silas Flex if they wanted to put a jungle, depending on what the mid matchup was, but no, the Lee Sin. Hey, I like River Lee Sin. I'm not complaining that we're going to see a River Lee Sin.
Way.
Yep, there's your Hui pick that you already called out. How you feeling thus far with that Hui?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, the problem with Lee Sin a lot of the times is that his damage is straight up in a straight line, so that brother's going to get feared if he ever looks for that angle. And it's nice. And I think Fly does a great job generally at being able to protect Quad when he's pushing out a wave, and that's one of the biggest concerns for
There we go.
So, yeah, and the Silas gets
Silas
so.
taken off the table.
It is what it is. Now you're going to have to dig
that.
a little bit deeper in the bag there, Quid.
Yeah, I like taking the Renekton away from Bwipo, something he's super comfortable, super confident on. Would have been going up against that Gwen.
There's a Kali gone too, guys.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they banned that. Then I'm trying to think of like what else is on the table for Quid at that point. Like Galio, it doesn't have really a great tool to bring you in.
Love LeBlanc, by the way. Put that out there. But I don't know if he's going to pick it.
Kali off the table.
But Kali's off the table. I love LeBlanc here. It makes it really uncomfortable for Hwei on side. And also it's very difficult for Trundle to be able to follow you. It's fine for Rakan, but just putting it out there, the combination between LeBlanc and Lee Sin is very good, but it's just not a Quid pick that I've seen. So
that's definitely a combination from like 2017.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
Before everything was about objective fights and late game team fighting, because they'd have to win, they'd have to dominate early game so hard with LeBlanc Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But I do see it as the angle. I actually like that pick in terms of the laning phase. Like, they'd win the 2v2. I just really worry about them winning the game with it.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that.
I'm just trying to think, though, what can actually carry the game for Quid? Because the bread and butter of 100 Thieves is Quid and River carrying these games.
Yeah.
And with Lee Sin, Syndra maybe is slightly better team fighting and is a pair for Lee Sin.
You have an AP option in Gwen. You could go like the Yasuo special, but like you're going Yasuo into Trundle and Gragas. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
But I've seen those drafts from
Yasuo
before.
Yasuo.
And they've won with them too. Zyra.
Wait.
Lee Sin
walked in.
Mid.
That's what I'm talking about.
Quid just totally mind gamed us. All right, so we're gonna see the Zyra jungle and the Lee Sin mid.
Oh my God.
That is crazy.
Yes. Yes. I mean, so when they were hovering Silas, they were just deciding the mid pick.
Yeah.
And they settled on the Lee Sin.
Wow. 100
Only
Thieves
100 Thieves.
But it doesn't stop FlyQuest from picking a bunch of anti-Lee Sin champions like the Gragas and the Hwei. So Quid's still going to have a hard time entering team fights. But I do love the switch up in what could be 100 Thieves' last game before LTA playoffs.
And it's going to be so hard for the Trundle now. Like, Trundle walking into Zyra plants is miserable, man. You don't have like a clear target to go at.
Zyra into Trundle is spectacular.
If a team is going to be able to like make this work, it's going to be 100 Thieves, especially Quid and how he works on AD mid picks. He is the king of AD mid picks. Like the Yasuo Yone is what we've always talked about. The Viego is what we've seen yesterday, even though we didn't like the composition. Like now he's coming out with the Lee Sin. Like he is such a mechanically gifted player. And my question is going to be, who's the better Lee Sin between him and River?
I mean, when's the last time we even got a Lee Sin mid in the league? In any pro play anywhere. I can't remember one in the last like 2 years.
There was a meta in like 2023, 2022 in Jensen's playing, so there are a few picks, but I want to hear the thoughts from the casters in this one. This is a really fun one, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first Lee Sin mid here in North American Professional League of Legends since the summer of 2021. It was Jensen that played it last. And now Quid is going to carry that banner forward in a must-win game for 100 Thieves.
I mean, I think it's really, really exciting. And if you can actually make some of these crazy picks work, then people have to start respecting them. But as of now,
you don't respect it?
As of now, I do not respect it. Exactly. It's you have to prove it. You got to earn it, right? The Viego is great as far as the laning phase, but afterwards, really struggling in the team fight. And that is my big concern here as well. You know, how will Quid be able to play out those team fights? Because I look over, I see Gragas CC, I see the fear from Hwei, I see the charm, the CC coming through from Busio. Feels very difficult.
Okay, FlyQuest vibes have been high today as they've moved on from Quadmas and now they are celebrating Taylor Swiftmas. Hold on.
She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts. Check up the man, I'm on the bleachers. Dreaming about the day when you wake up and find What am I listening to? Bro, Master, should we start a group?
That was the theme song for 100 Thieves' demise at level 1.
I would like to believe that those were their comms live as we watch that. As Inspired just barely cannot stop that recall. But I mean, Quid is going to lose his TP and his flash at level 1. So not the ideal start for Lee Sin mid.
No. And River's going to lose his red buff. So Inspired was over there by red buff. He's just going to yoink that thing away as Trundle here and disrupt this Zyra clear, which started on Wolves and is now coming over to the other side. Going to be over a ward as well. So Inspired knows that River is crossing.
He's ganking mid?
Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and go gank Quinn, who's still only level 1 on the Lee Sin. He has no flash. There's no way out. It's the easiest possible first blood for Inspired.
Clobber him down. Okay, now he's going to re-invade. Just go over back to the blue side because he sees the Zyra went down towards his blue side. So you're going to trade blues right now.
And look at it's the vision, right? They had a ward right here. They have a ward here. They have a ward here. They see everything that is happening. Gives them perfect information on how to respond. And this could not have been a worse start for Quid. And it's almost not even fair to judge the pick anymore with how much of a disaster this is. I mean, you lose your flash at level 1 on the invade. You have to TP back. And then you're level 2'd from a Trundle who invaded and stole your red buff and you die. It just doesn't get worse.
Yeah, that's pretty tragic. Also worth pointing out, bottom lane, both of our supports did spend their heals in that level 1 scrap as well, but Ayla also flashed. So the Nautilus, who we know as the dyingest support of all time in pro play, is also now at a, you either go in and get your kill or you don't get out. Inspired top side, Dokla's the target this time, takes a chomp out of him, slows him down. Dokla can't skip and slash back. Inspired gets him. The last turret shot's going to make it a 1-for-1, but a nice kill there from Inspired.
Yeah, Inspired's kind of turbo ganking all over the map, so that does give River at least somewhere to go and actually farm. Otherwise, he was going to have no camps left on his side of the map, so River goes back in here to at least take away the Wolves and the Gromp.
Honestly, though, this is huge for Dokla because we couldn't even get the wave reset. Bwipo is stuck there with no mana and low health, so he gets the kill on the trade after being ganked. He's still up farm with the wave frozen on his side. That is really well done from Bwipo, or excuse me, from Dokla against Bwipo here. You know, is in such a winning position now. The wave finally does crash, but he's gonna be up 10 plus CS at the very least.
Not as bad as it could be here for that top side. Sometimes the death isn't really as punishing as it might appear.
And also, like, if your enemy top laner, your lane opponent, didn't get the kill, which of course Inspired was diving, so he's not going to get the kill, Douglas actually like, well, not even my problem, I guess. If the Trundle's not here, like, I actually got mega up on that gold because, you know, he got the counter kill, and it was just the assist here for Bwipo.
Okay, bottom side, Ayla just trying to keep these minions out of that turret range. That one does get... That was kind of strange. The minion, it just turned for a second and the turret shot at once, but then it decided it wanted no more shots. That was kind of weird. I don't know.
Waving a white flag.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I've never really seen the turret just get mad at the minion for only 1 second before.
It was his homie. The first shot was an accident.
Oh, okay. It was accidental friendly fire. Inspired is going up here for some not so friendly fire. However, immediately throws out the pillar right back into Bwipo's big belly. And this time around, there is going to be no equal trading as Inspired revisits top lane. Feats of Warfare secured for FlyQuest, 3-1.
Yeah, really good repeat there from Inspired to go back around again. Because Dokla has no ghost to re-punish here, get another kill on the swap, and now teleport down to the bottom side there for Bwipo. Meanwhile, Dokla has no teleport, so Dokla's walking from base right now.
I mean, what can you say about that one? Dokla obviously gets put in such a tough position off the back of that repeat gank, paying so many dividends. Dokla out here, we'll see if there is a smite, so we'll be able to secure it, and Dokla isn't 6, so no opportunity to look for some sort of a chase down or an all-in.
Okay, Inspired just exits the enemy jungle now, knowing that he does not want to overcommit to this.
Yeah, and that wave still pushing away from Dokla, so he's going to have to go up in the long lane again, up towards Masu here. But Inspired wants to get back to his camps, so he's going back to Krugs there. Meanwhile, River again, he's got the cooldown on these Wolves and Gromp because he cleared them the first time around, so he has the respawn, has the time to get in here and re-clear them once again.
Bwipo level 6 on the Gragas. Big playmaking tools here. There's a ton of engaged potential on the side of FlyQuest between the Gragas and the Rakan. Over on the 100 Thieves side, they do at least have Ayla on the Nautilus this time to give themselves that go button, but it is really just the single target go button with the depth charge or the dredge line. Everybody else, yeah, you have some powerful counter engage with Zyra, but you kind of need people walking at her for her CC to really be effective. Top side, though, the 2v2. FBI is going to be the target. Busio jumps back towards Masu. FBI still loses out in the trade despite the exhaust under the FlyQuest carry.
Yeah, and it looked like the barrier, I think, expired as that Q was coming through there from Masu. So that's, I think, why it looked like such a massive chunk of damage. But while, this is a surprising pick in the mid lane, he has played it before. Unfortunately, has not worked out for him thus yet in pro play.
But that solo queue record is positive.
The solo queue record.
Okay.
That's true. The problem is, it's not solo queue, and he's playing against Quad, who has been very good on the way. So 7-0. And averaging 1,000 damage a minute. It's not your average solo queue opponent.
No. Yeah, also, he did get, level 1 ganked, remember? And okay, here we got the hook hit.
Nice dredge line comes in from Ayla. Stranglethorns from River as the follow-up. Busio with a battle dance back to Masu and flashes away. FlyQuest's bottom lane duo. Masu's still alive for now, but he almost gets away. It's a 1-for-1 trade as the turret takes Ayla out. So an even trade in a 3-for-2 here from FlyQuest. They also lose all their summoners trying to get out of that.
And it's actually even more work for 100 Thieves, because the minion wave here pushed up to tower 2. So Masu will be denied from farming. So that's a good sacrifice from Ayla this time around on the Nautilus. Goes in, ensures that he's going to be able to get the hook. Yeah, it does cost him his life. He can't get back out, but still makes their time worth it in going for that gank play.
Absolutely. And I mean, I gotta say, the pressure I think was on River to make something happen because Inspired has just been running this whole game, right? This game really has been about Inspired. Steals away the red, kills mid lane level 1, kills top lane, re-ganks when he has no PP, kills him again. And it is just so difficult to breathe, it feels like, when Inspired is having a game like this. This guy, there's a reason why he's won MVPs in multiple regions. There's a reason why he is, in my opinion, the front runner for Kia Player of the Year. And it's games like this where he can just truly take over.
Yeah, and River, while you're on the other side of the jungle matchup, your job is like, okay, I got to make the best of this situation. And he has at least done that. He goes over, clears out, Gromp and Wolves multiple times. So he's at least keeping up his farm on Zyra, which is your main thing. And so with him getting the kill credit on that play, as well as keeping up his farm on Zyra, you do get to this point on Zyra where you literally can just drive by camps. Like, you can clear these things so quickly and you just leave your plants behind to finish them off. So with this champion in the current state that it is, with the recent buffs that the dev team gave to Zyra, it pumped her right back up to one of these just mega power clearing jungle champions. Maybe he'll be able to make a rich play.
Nice kick from Quinn, immediately followed up by River CC. That's the kind of playmaking 100 Thieves needs out of this mid lane lead.
They're going to do it to him on quad miss? That's crazy.
On quad miss, and that's
here's your present.
Very quad miss for Zyra. You clear your camp so quick, then you get over. He's hovering the lane. He
Extra
flashes in, and yeah, you got your Lee Sin kickback too.
Nicely done. Really well played there. And River now basically behind 0 gold at this point. Inspired does have his Triforce, has been very active, but like you said, River doing the best that he can to keep up, now has been involved in 2 kills, has been farming really, really well. So you're hoping on the 100 Thieves side, he can pay you back in the team fights as well, where this can be a super strong champion.
Yeah, and it is sometimes also liability when you don't have flash, so you have to be a little bit careful with your positioning on this Zyra, but that combo was so clean from mid lane. I mean, well, let's take a look at it again, because we don't even get Quad an opportunity to flash, because he gets kicked right into the flash route. So out of range, smooth here from Quid, kick, he's still in CC, into the flash route, gets no time to move, gets knocked up, boom, and so Quad is going to still have his flash afterwards now on the way, but that kill going over being quite nice extra boost of money, fully completes the Leandries for River.
And that's the nastiest part about the Zyra E into R combo. If you get hit with that E and then the R right on the center of you, no matter what direction you flash, you're still going to get caught by the knockup on the R.
And Inspired even uses ult there instantly. He saw River and knew he had no flash, so he throws down the pillar, throws down the ulti. Whippo starting to really bully Dokla at this point. Once you have the catalyst, he's looking for the dive.
He goes in, he takes a big drink and just beats him down. Whippo with the solo kill on Dokla 11 minutes into the game.
I mean, that is just really well played by Whippo. Inspired helped him out when he needed it early. And if you ever watch Whippo play this champion, he'll tell you, as soon as he has Catalyst, if you are not behind, you are winning. And he got the Catalyst. He's getting damage on top of this. Maybe going in towards the Proto Bell for some playmaking. And we'll have to see. But he just chips him down. You have so much sustain. You can just rinse and repeat. do these aggressive plays, look for these chips until he gets him into a spot where he can just full-on dive him.
And now they're both teleporting right back up the top side, so they're going to be right back in the 1v1 here. And he does have flash, as we see a bit of chunk damage when Busio is trying to get some deeper vision. But
Speaking of chunks.
You just keep whittling him down under tower. He pushed him in already, so Dokla's trying to scramble together his CS, but Bubbo keeps chunking him under tower, and with the catalyst plus his passive healing.
Yeah. You just don't have enough damage to actually do anything. And so basically the only recourse Gwen has is in this kind of matchup, you have to be able to look for an all-in. But when you're behind, you cannot. And he even has phase rush to be able to answer the slow from the ultimates.
And he has no teleport. So that recall here from Dokla is
Cooked.
a long walk back, as Whippo's going to be able to get some turret plate money. And the top lane tower minions here doing some work. That cannon minion is going to go down while he gets his turret plate.
Yeah, Bwipo creating some serious advantages in this side lane. As 100 Thieves find a nice dredge line there onto Busio. He'll be able to get away from that one rather safely. Inspired making his way forward, seeing if there's a punish they can find here onto 100 Thieves. Instead, just clearing out some of the vision as the Thieves back away. Ayla, again, happy to be the one who steps forward to throw down a ward into this brush. He knows he has River right behind him for plenty of damage follow-up, but the Zyra flash is still not available. Whippo's going to find Dokla right there again as soon as he rounds the corner. And these interactions, I'm not even going to call them interactions. They are not interactive. The Gwen cannot breathe in this matchup right now.
I mean, it's so brutal. And honestly, when you're in a terrible spot like that, and then your opponent walks out of lane and comes back and he's gotten the honey fruit, it just feels so terrible.
Now here we go again. Bwipo just finds another snappy trade, walks out of range, walks right back in. He forces both Ghost and Needlework from Dokla. 100 Thieves will at least get themselves this dragon on the bottom side of the map, but that still only ties those up at 1-1. And because FlyQuest has all 3 grubs already, Bwipo's almost got this first turret already fully destroyed before plates fall.
Yeah, he just deletes minion waves. He deletes Dokla so much that Dokla doesn't die, but he is going to have to leave every time.
Power's gone.
There it goes. Yeah, River and Dokla are making their way back up here, but turret's already gone. Still with 10 seconds to spare. That is 5 plates worth of money. That's the whole turret alongside it. That's a nearly 3,000 gold lead here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, it's just hard to imagine how Dokla will get back into this game. The gold lead now, when you're looking at these individual matchups, is pretty enormous. You see Dokla down at the bottom, just above those supports, but FBI is pretty poor here as well. And it's Bwipo back on top once again. Back-to-back games here where he is really looking strong, and it is in fact that proto belt. So gonna go for some extra playmaking here, and we'll see how he can make that work.
Okay, now he's positioning himself in the enemy jungle here, recognizing how powerful he is. Going to just take the chance to clear out a couple of wards while that wave is not in a great spot for him to get back into the lane.
And he goes to pick up the blue buff that Inspired counter jungled, so...
Oh, and he finds Ayla there, the dredge line to try to buffer through it, but Bwipo's still looking for more damage. He forces the ulti and the flash out of the 100 Thieves support, but now Bwipo, he goes a little far forward. He does get ignited. He's forced to flash to stay alive, but he does not give up the kill.
And I mean, the funniest part is, it's not like he even has to base, right? He's just going to be healing back up. He's got a blue buff, so he has infinite mana, and he's going to sustain right back up to full. He did get to a little bit too big for his britches, loses the flash there, but...
Gragas is a big boy.
He's a big boy.
Well, right back into the lane, right back into pushing out the waves. The Rift Herald has spawned, and there is no dragon on the map for another 3 minutes. So this will be the point of contention if the teams choose to fight. Down in the bottom lane, Quid versus Quad. Still just, you know, a slight advantage for Quad in terms of the farm. Honestly, Quid's done a good job keeping up with this way that, like you already pointed out earlier, Isaac, this is a very powerful pick for Quad. Quid goes in, but the point blank fear. Quad's ready to respond to him here with a spiraling despair. Quid disengages there with the Dragon's Rage,
Masu.
but it's not a 1v1 anymore. Masu joins the fight, flashes forward, gets past the Sonic Wave, and the last bit of damage comes in from Quad. Quid falls while 100 Thieves is going after the Herald on the other side of the map. Bwipo thinking about maybe an opportunity here, but no. FlyQuest knows they've got 2 of their men down in the bottom lane. They don't want to overcommit to an outnumbered fight, so they back away, and the Herald belongs to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, both carries on the bottom side getting that kill. So it is still going to be mega worth it here for FlyQuest. They're going to get the tower. They got their kill. Yeah, okay, you gave up the Rift Herald, but honestly, you don't really care at all. They are so far ahead in this game. Nobody can answer Bwipo's split push. Inspired's taking away your jungle, increasing some jungle lead here for Trundle, and it just becomes really difficult to navigate the map now that both outer towers are down for 100 Thieves.
And I mean, I agree with what you said, Flowers. Quid has done a good job of keeping up in farm, given the position in the game. But the question is Lee Sin, that's just kind of farming even to this Hui on the other side, going to have anywhere close to the same value in a 5v5, right? It's going to require some sort of incredible play, it feels like, to really try to turn things around. And there's a ton of pressure on Quid to be the one that finds that play, because the rest of their champions are fairly binary. River is famous for finding these tricky plays, these intelligent engages, but he's playing Zyra, right? Like, there's not going to be that opportunity for him.
And one of the biggest blockers of all time is Gragas. But Gragas Body Slam, this ability is coded to just override everything. Yup. It is mega OP for peeling and stuff. So for Lee Sin to have to work past a Gragas and a Rakan to pull off that magnificent play, it truly is going to have to be a work of art.
Well, Bwipo is looking to paint a picture in Dokla's blood all over this top lane here. He just keeps on chasing after this. Gwen, he finds the knockback there of the ulti. Dokla is not getting away from this one, and Inspired's even going to come up for some assist money. Never mind, he'll grab the kill himself. 4-1-0 now on the Trundle as Bwipo and Inspired make Summoner's Rift absolutely unplayable for Dokla.
Normally I'm on the side, the top laner should get the kill, but you know what, Inspired? Treat yourself. You're having a good of a game. He has been crushing it so far. He's already got that Triforce done for a long time. He's working in towards a Spirit Visage, and it feels like when you're looking at the amount of AP damage on the other side, this guy is going to be invincible.
I mean, he's been having a good game, a good series, a good split, a good year. Turns out Inspired is pretty good at League of Legends. And remember that winning this series doesn't just make you the LTA North Conference champions. This guarantees your spot in the upper bracket in the cross-conference play against Brazil. It guarantees that you will be going to Worlds. It guarantees that you will be going to Dallas. There is so much to win by winning this series that FlyQuest are now a single game away from and 5,000 gold ahead in that single game. They go after the Dragon. They're starting this one up, but 100 Thieves are ready to respond in force. Bwipo also arrives on the backside of the Dragon Pit. The objective itself down to about 5,000 HP. Bwipo and Dokla going to mark one another, but Bwipo's largely unconcerned. He's ready to join up with the rest of the team instead as 100 Thieves look for their angle to approach. Dokla is inside the Dragon Pit, but he's already used the Hallowed Mist. Busio goes for the quickness. River's going to be the target as FlyQuest now tries to regroup on top of the Drake. Bwipo's already been shut down. The Drake goes over to Quad and FlyQuest, and 100 Thieves, for all their team fighting miracles, have not found one here. FBI and Dokla pile in, but they can't get it done. It's a bloodbath, 3 for 5, but FlyQuest win it.
And Inspired is untouched the whole time, just crushing through that fight, but that damn near was a miracle from 100 Thieves. They almost turned it around because River got knocked in to start the fight, and I thought it was going to be a wipe.
Yeah, let's take a look at the origins of it. Okay, so teleport in here for Bwipo on the flank. 100 Thieves see him the whole time with this control ward, so they're kind of marking him on that top side. The rest of the squad, though, is looking towards the Dragon, towards the engage. River moves up, and then Busio's going to go for the charm play here. So Busio wants to get multi-person charm, and Bwipo's going to go in for his Gragas ult to knock them back. As he does, he gets the Gragas knockback on River, yeah, but he gets deleted and immediately shut down by FBI. That ultimate from Hui popping and securing the objective as well, though, for FlyQuest, then they can kind of run back here inside the Dragon Pit, which barely results in quad lifting.
Holy, here the goat.
I mean, that was so close as well to almost taking down quad, getting that additional kill that would have been another shutdown going over. And now, those are the kind of things that you're praying to try to grab. There's a 700 gold bounty on Inspired's head, 350 for Quad, but it's a 5,000 gold lead here for FlyQuest, who are on match point and feel like they are fully in control here. Quid trying to get creative here with these melee picks. Clearly, 100 Thieves really have prioritized in playoffs getting him on these picks. But with all the bans getting thrown towards him, when they have been pushed outside of the kind of more normal mid lane picks, it hasn't always worked out.
Yeah, I really like the second half bans from FlyQuest in this one. Looking at what you thought was a jungle Lee Sin and banning out the Sylas and the Akali to make sure that there was not that standard AP melee mid type of pick for him to go for. But hey, 100 Thieves, I think at this point you're hoping that FlyQuest starts the Otacon. When you're down 5,000 gold, it's hard to get back into the game sometimes, but this big spooky fella right here, he's the ticket.
Yeah, your good buddy Otacon. You can always count on him.
Well, let's see if FlyQuest want to start counting down his health bar here. Inspired is in the area on a 7-1-2 Trundle with Spirit Visage and Trinity Force. The audience immediately reacts to the chomp as the objective is begun.
I will say, River doesn't have Flash, and he's playing Zyra. So he steals a lot of objectives, but it is mega hard for his Zyra.
Not so fast, buddy. This is Otacon. You're making some good points.
Okay. The plant lady's going to have to walk in there.
I've seen crazier stuff than that. It could be a Zyra plant auto stealing that Otacon.
That would be the expectation at this point, almost. Tier 1 turret here in the mid lane, barely standing still for FlyQuest, is claimed. That's an objective bounty for 100 Thieves. Whippo wanted to try to defend it, but he didn't realize they were sending 3 men to make sure that they secured it, so he did have to flash away. Gragas flash being down is a pretty big playmaking tool in these upcoming fights, so Whippo's just going to have to keep that one in mind as FlyQuest again. They use the teleports to get back out on the map. They're making sure that they're reinforcing around this top side. They're playing around this Otacon. There's no dragon to fight for the next 90 seconds.
Yo, get that pedal. That double pedal in there. That double pedal in there is tilting me.
Kobe wants it right there.
They were just standing next to it. They weren't even doing anything else meaningful.
It's just like, get that flower.
They were literally standing right there.
How could they?
It's still there, Kobe.
How did you do this to Kobe?
Adaptive force experience?
It's right there. Well, maybe they'll go back and get it. We'll try to keep an eye on.
Grow into an even more.
If they're not going to get it when they're standing right next to it. Wait a second. Was it a visual bug?
No,
it's
if nothing else,
it's a real flower.
If they kill Otacon, Otacon will
Kobe.
get it. Okay, Otacon started up by Inspired and Masu. Whippo and Busio both in the area. Quad is down in the bottom lane, but he does have TP to join up for this, and you can see that teleport already getting channeled. FBI jumps in after Whippo, who immediately reacts to it. He was expecting this to be the call as Quid goes in, finds a nice kick back with the Quad, but it's not enough to kill him here just yet. Stranglethorns are down. Quad's gonna get killed. Quid's still alive for now, but he does drop. River hanging on at 50 HP. Dokla charges forward here with a needlework. FBI could be in danger as Whippo jumps into the back line, but now Whippo's gonna be killed off instead. Dreadflux from Ayla! 100 Thieves with the team fighting, looking for a little bit more. Dokla's got to back away. Inspired flashes out. Masu's already got 1 kill. He's about to find another. FlyQuest still trying to fight it. What a bloodbath in game 4.
And in the end, FlyQuest are victorious. They're going to be able to get the... Wait a second, he got the flower.
He got the flower, Kobe. What a crazy fight here. FBI just decides to Valk in, knowing that he did not have his flash. Wanted to get aggressive on the Whippo, but it's this kick right here from Quid. River there with him. Nice sidestep on the E, but it doesn't matter because the Zyra ult is placed perfectly.
And then when we see Whippo come in from the side, this is where I actually thought 100 Thieves were going to win the fight. FBI jukes him with the Valk over to the side, and then they kill Whippo and land the hook. And I actually thought they were going to be able to push for the end, but look how FlyQuest kite back.
Exactly, and look at Masu here finding the positioning, perfectly placed bullet time, knocks down 1, and then the whole team turns with him to find the fight win. Knocks down a couple there, and then finally do it for Kobe Busio.
He got it.
Masui.
Yeah, he saved that by getting into the brush and getting off that bullet time.
Somebody get Dokla some blood pressure medication. He is, or get Golden Glue that. Sorry, my brain is all scrambled. We've been having a crazy series. Golden Glue is going to need some help.
Look at that
His
FBI
reactions.
damage.
Dude, FBI and Masu, this was a battle of the AD carries right here. 8,597, 6,965.
And FBI was playing with so much confidence. He's just jumping on Whippo, and he jukes him with the Valk. Definitely some heroics from both of the AD carries. But FlyQuest are now still with this lead for themselves. And remember, they've got Dragon Soul Point, so this is a Cloud Soul. That is very useful for these champions. Trundle loves Cloud Soul. Pop your ultimate. You just get in there. They already like really can't stop him. Inspired is absolutely going to be a huge problem that 100 Thieves are going to have. And if they got
Cloud Soul to the scene of the crime.
All right.
We're going again, boys.
Here we go. Episode 2. Otacon, the sequel.
First episode.
Otacon Boogaloo.
Yeah, let's do it. 100 Thieves on the approach. FlyQuest dragging the objective towards the lane. Got it down to about half HP, but DPS is proceeding slowly. Dredgeline doesn't find a target. FlyQuest backing away, trying to allow it to reset a little bit. Otacon starts to go home. Now it's 100 Thieves going to be tanking up the debuff. 100 Thieves putting a little bit of DPS into it as FlyQuest now back on the approach once more. Busio finds a knock-up onto Ayla. Otacon down to 3,000 HP at the same time. Redemption summoned up. Otacon down to 500. It's going to be stolen away by Inspired as Bwipo gets shot down. FBI takes the kill credit on that one, but now FlyQuest is looking to go right back in. Ayla falls first. Busio with a beautiful grand entrance. FBI tries to escape and he dodges Severing Bolt. Now Quid's in the middle of all 4 FlyQuest players, but Masu's next to drop. 100 Thieves team fighting is finding angles. FlyQuest with 3 left alive, but Quad with a beautiful snipe onto FBI. Kills him with the Severing Bolt into Airy. It's FBI and Ayla traded away for Bwipo and Masu, but the Otacon goes to FlyQuest.
100 Thieves team fighting is just insane, though. They're fighting with a 5,000 gold deficit and at least in mid, but they're still making it work. Inspired, though, on the smite is able to secure this. This got incredibly close. And we'll see exactly down to 500, finishes it off, it looks like, with the chomp there. But this kick later in the fight from Quid turned it from being a complete disaster into allowing them to make it so competitive.
Yeah, this re-engage, they try and go onto Ayla. He gets the mini bumper hook there, still goes down though. Instead they're running forward. Quid goes in, Quad flashes away, so he took the second one, but we're back to live.
Immediately back on the map, and immediately Quid is the one in danger. There is not enough mobility on any champ to get away from that one. Quid dies, he'll pick up the Sterix from the grave, but now with the enemy mid laner down, and Baron on the map, FlyQuest are making the call for the next objective.
Yeah, Dokla is bot lane. Will they decide to contest this? Ayla's recalling. I think they're just saying, you know what? We can't do anything about it. We're going to have to give it up. They're going to try to play for some of these objective bounties. They do get a tier 1 on that bot side. The objective bounties are going to fall off soon, but they're probably going to get reapplied, honestly, by the Baron being taken. Either way, though, FlyQuest now here is at soul point, does have the Baron buff on match point. It feels like they have pretty much gotten everything they need to try to turn this around. But Dokla did just get a massive injection of gold. He's sitting on 2K.
Yeah, and they turn this around, but 100 Thieves are actually behind, and they're still making this look so close. These team fights, they're pulling out some crazy angles for themselves. I want to see if they've got another one left in them, because FlyQuest, they're marching towards the Dragon Soul. 1 minute left on this Dragon Soul now. Can they actually catch Bwipo before the spawn?
Well, the tier 2 turret drops, so Bwipo got what he came for. Now he's got to try to escape all the way out. Body slam over the wall. Uses the stasis to buy a little bit more time. FBI and Quid do a lot of damage. FlyQuest is on the way. Busio jumps in. The quickness into the bullet time. And 100 Thieves find themselves riddled full of holes. Masu picks up a couple. 100 Thieves don't have the damage. And FlyQuest rip them apart.
It's Saving Private Bwipo, and it's Busio, the man, flying in with the flash ulti, charms him up, and Masu knocks him down. And FlyQuest are marching for the Nexus.
FlyQuest have a 5 versus 3 for the next 20 seconds. They're changing their target priority, though. They're going to switch back over towards this top side, towards the second inhibitor, instead of going straight for the Nexus. They will be able to secure that one without much threat. 100 Thieves will hold on for now, but that just broke their base and broke their back.
Yeah, now the lead is just ballooned up here. Over 7,000, the gold lead. Dragon Soul's on the map, so honestly, probably adding that one too, but Quid's got teleport. Maybe 100 Thieves go for one last ride here.
Okay, 100 Thieves, this is your last chance. Try to take a stand. You gotta hold on. It's a must-win game. But 7,000 gold lead is so hard to fight into. Now Dokla already trapped inside the Dragon Pit. Got to be a little bit careful there. Bwipo knocks him right back into the waiting arms of FlyQuest. A stasis for both top laners. Dokla dies first. Bwipo stays alive. And FlyQuest is ready to reinforce him. Quinn and Ayla both die next. FBI on the side can't find any meaningful damage. And only Busio has fallen for FlyQuest. River cannot escape. Inspired and Masu as the misfortune gets a triple kill. And the teleport is coming in for FlyQuest as they look to end the game.
They have been the favorite all split long. The starting roster lost a single game together. 100 Thieves Miracle Run looked like it might have had the magic, but FlyQuest have the skill. They will prove they are the best team in the LTA North, and they are your LTA North Conference champions.
An incredibly exciting series, but it just felt like FlyQuest kept getting stronger throughout it. Those last couple games, they just could not be stopped. They have been the best team for almost the entire year, once again cementing themselves at the top of the North here. They'll be representing us at Worlds. They will be the #1 seed in the LTA playoffs, and they will be looking to show that they are the best team the LTA has to offer.
Quadmas continues. There are going to be plenty of presents under the tree for this team, my friends. They're so much fun to watch. The way that they've come together, the way that they coordinate, the creativity that we get to see from them in their drafts and their gameplay together. I'm looking forward to seeing more FlyQuest.
Same. And honestly, I'm also looking forward to seeing more of 100 Thieves, because we're going to see them in LTA playoffs as well. We are going to send it down to FlyQuest with Inspired and Kangas.
Well done, Inspired. You got it done again. Back-to-back titles. And I want to first off start with what that means to you, proving that FlyQuest is without a doubt the dominant team in North America.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything special, because I think we proved it already before, and I think everyone agrees that we are the best team in the league. So after we lost the one game, honestly, they played better than I expected them to, but then we just had to lock in game 3 and 4, and it went pretty smoothly. So yeah, nice.
Well, let's go back to that game that you did lose in this series. We talked to Nuke Duck, and he said the team kind of got sucked into 100 Thieves playstyle. You knew what was coming, and you still played into it. So what was going on in that game, too?
I don't know, River was smurfing. There was the first fight on grabs, and somehow he managed to cast Viult while being CC'd. So well played to him. I don't know how he did that. I might have to get some tips from him. And yeah, and after that we are kind of behind, and it felt pretty hard to play because they had very strong engage. And I think in that game they all played their best jumps as well. So it was a tough game. But once we went into game 4 and 3, I felt like they kind of ran out of their jumps and felt pretty easy to play.
I mean, the Trundle, I want to talk about the champs, because you picked up a great Trundle game for, what was it, 3 ganks in the first 5 minutes, and you were just running away with it. What were your thoughts when you were playing Trundle and you see the Lee Sin's going mid lane, not into the jungle?
I mean, Quid is a Lee Sin mid player. He plays it quite often, and we kind of felt like in the draft that it's very likely going to go mid. And then they just ran it down level 1. I don't know, like they tried to invade the tri-brush. Lee Sin just lost all his health bar, then he had to TP back to mid lane level 1. And that also gave me opportunity to start the red, and from there I think we snowballed the game. I don't know, it seems like they kind of lost the game level 1.
It did seem like it snowballed out of control right there. Well, thank you so much, Inspired, for that, and your thoughts on that one. I want Quad to come up here next. Quad, walk over. I want to get your thoughts on that last series. I'll have you stand right here while we talk to the camera. First off, congratulations on another title, but second of all, what's going on with Merry Quadmas? Where did this come from? What inspired you to start singing Christmas music?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I just remember Christmas song like that moment. So I just singing, but I didn't sing at play game. But they are like posted like, yeah, you know. I just when warming up, I did song, but they are like do like that. So I just for fun. Yeah.
So movie magic. We edited it. But why did the team now sings to you? Correct?
Oh, sorry. Can you say it?
The team was singing to you earlier today. Was that right?
Today, yeah, some song, but I don't know what will they do. So, but I don't know.
How does it feel to know that the team's rallying behind you so much and you had such a great performance in this finals?
I mean, I didn't lose final like in LA, so I don't know. I don't lose.
Doesn't lose finals in NA. Well, you also are going back to Worlds, another international competition. Last time you pushed Chovy to 5 games. So I want to set up that conversation now. How confident are you going into Worlds for the second time for North America? And also, what do you think about your team's chances?
I mean, we are really good than last year, and also this year, like before international, I was really bad, I think. So I will be confident, and then I will try to do my best. Yeah.
All right, well, we'll be cheering you on, Quad, as you just qualified for Worlds. Thank you so much. Let's get some of the other players from the team. Masu, Busio. They're having an important conversation right now, but we'll get their thoughts up here. All right, guys, let's walk into the light. First off, another title. This makes 3 for the two of you in 2 years. So, Busio, I want to start off with that one. What does it mean to you winning this title this year?
Pretty good, but like honestly, this series, I didn't play that well, and I think my team played really well, and honestly, I'm just happy that we have such a solid team and we've played together for so long that everyone trusts each other, and even I just always have faith, you know? So shout out to my team.
Shout out to the team. Always a great answer. Mas, I want to get your thoughts here. I'll pass you the microphone for this one. Reflect on your sophomore year. This is now your second full year as a professional in the in the league in the North here. So, what are your thoughts on your journey so far?
Like Busio said, we have a pretty good team. I feel like we always get better, even when there's times where we might slump or our team has a lot of disagreements or we're not playing well. I feel like we always come out of that a better team, and usually we find our problems and fix them pretty fast. So it's just like a privilege being on a team this good. So yeah, it feels nice.
Well, I always love asking players in their second year this type of question. What do you feel like you've grown in your sophomore year compared to your rookie year last year, especially now that you're going to Worlds again and you get to show the new version, the leveled up version of Masu?
I feel like in my first year I was just like all mechanics, pretty much no brain, and I think slowly I've developed more like discipline. I have intention behind what I do, and when I decide to play the game where I'll play someone, I think I have a good reason for it. So.
All right, fair enough. Well, Busio, final question for you here. Now, NA's done really well at international events, specifically against one region, that being Europe. So I want to ask you, point blank, yeah, cheer for that one, everybody. What message, now that we know that you're going to Worlds, what message do you have for the European teams that you'll be facing?
We're not even trying to beat you. We're trying to beat the Eastern teams because we already beat you guys every single time recently.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, thank you so much, Busio. Thank you so much, Masu. Congratulations on another win. That leaves one man left to chat with Bwipo. The wide man walks. Bwipo, you've been getting the community talking lately, and you've been talking a lot lately. Do you feel like you settled any beef on the Rift here today?
I don't know. Apparently there was beef. I didn't know there was, but apparently. I mean, let's put it this way. I think it was a bit one-sided based on what happened in game.
I gotta ask, because you bring it up. I mean, the fist bump at the beginning of the day, also the fist bump at the end of the day, both denied from you. How does that make you feel?
I mean, like I said, it's a bit, I think it's more embarrassing for him than for me when you go down 50 and then get solo killed, like lose your whole tower 1v1. I mean, I'd be going home not very happy with my finals performance, and if you don't want to be sportsmanlike about it either, then I think you have another reason to be pretty sad about it, but that's just me.
All right, well, I asked Busio, I'm going to ask you the same question. How do you feel about North America going into Worlds? You just qualified after winning this series now. So looking ahead for the next big tournament after the LTA Championships overall, what do you think FlyQuest's chances are?
I mean, FlyQuest is obviously going to compete for at least top 8, top 6, top 4, in my opinion. That's always been the goal for me. It's the standard I've set in my career. That's what I expect from my teammates. You know, I think all of them are exceptionally strong players. They have really strong mental, and we really fight in every game we play. So I'm excited for that. And honestly, like, outside of the fact that, like, their top laner couldn't play the game, they actually put up some really good games. So, I don't know, even despite that, like, that's just my opinion. Like, I actually thought 100 Thieves played really well today. And if they perform like this going into the next tournament and going to Texas, I think they'll actually be a really strong team, and they should be the second seed.
So you think 100 Thieves are the second best team in the region?
Yeah, if their top laner connects to the game.
All right, well, Bwipo, I got to ask you now. You just won the LTA North Conference. This is 2-time champions in a row here. Are you going to go get K Barbecue to celebrate with the team tonight?
Yeah, we are actually. As a matter of fact, we are. The appointment's been made, and we're going to be there. Oh, by the way, just for clarity, I just want to like set the record straight because I think people blew it a bit out of proportion. So what happened was we got 5-0'd by C9, and our coaches were not happy about that. So one of our coaches may have told me that that's what happened, when in reality it wasn't true. to try and light a fire under my ass, and well, it worked. I was fucking pissed, and I showed up to kick some ass today, so hey, it worked.
Hey, I've heard from a player that you play better a little angry. Would you agree?
I mean, I was pissed, so yeah, I played pretty good, yeah.
All right, any final shout-outs that you have for anybody at home watching, Bwipo?
Thank you very much for everyone supporting. At the end of the day, you know, I hope you guys are entertained. That's the main goal as pro players, to make sure everyone enjoys watching. And I hope I was able to put out a show to our boys. Look forward to Worlds.
All right, thank you so much, Bwipo. Congratulations, everybody. Make some noise for FlyQuest, your Split 3 LTA North Conference champions.
C9 goes Korean barbecue, Dokla doesn't give you a handshake, and Bwipo took that personally.
That was so entertaining. If you asked that question earnestly, yes, we're all entertained.
Yes,
that
we
was
are.
great.
And with that, it was a great series, but the player of the series is going to be the man we just talked to, Bwipo. Tough call. Inspired had an insane last game on Trundle. But I'd say for me, game-winning play in game 1 on the Ambessa, finding the pick in the side lane. Insane play on Gragas. So many early advantages taken in game 4, and also a great game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the big thing is when we talk about so many of these comeback plays, it is Bwipo who is part and parcel with a lot of them, right? Like, even when they are in a disadvantageous position, FlyQuest are always trying to find ways back in. And I mean, the big play for me is really when they tried to dive him topside on the Aatrox, and then he ended up just becoming absolutely unkillable.
Yeah, and you heard it at the beginning of the day, who is going to be the biggest threat. Like, people already expected to be Inspired. The name that came out was Bwipo. It was very true. You already named the 3 picks. Like, we're seeing it in front of our eyes. Bwipo on Aatrox was very, very threatening. When he knew he was unkillable, he continued to walk forward. That is what he is known for.
Yeah, I'm so
Behind
glad
2 turrets!
You keep bringing this up, because it's like, yeah, like if he feels like he's strong, it only makes him stronger because of how aggressively he always is positioning in fights. And here we have a little great escape. I love the double redemption, you know.
That was fun.
He pushes his limits, and this is an example, right? Like, in this game state, you're normally waiting for some type of soul fight, but it creates that randomness that gives them the soul very easily because they're able to collapse after his creative play that forced the tempo of the game.
And we're singing the praises of him because he got play of the series. It was a very difficult vote because, of course, Inspired had an incredible series himself. You could say the same towards Quad. Like, Quad's Cassiopeia, Skinny Snake.
Yeah.
They're like dodging between.
He knows that champ so well. It's really amazing whenever he pulls it out. And it's been like a staple composition of this FlyQuest team that you can't ever like forget about, right? Because they'll punish you for it.
Yeah, that 1v2 top line play was ridiculous. And so very clearly, FlyQuest was the better team. 100 Thieves, you already saw the respect coming out from Inspired, saying that. And honestly, both of them, Inspired and Bwipo, saying that they were surprised, but also like they should be the second team going to World. But we'll see. There's an entirely different tournament on that one.
There's a whole LTA playoffs to be played over the next 3 weeks. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD champions of speed for Split 3. This is Split Long, the fastest in the SSD Fast 5. What do we get to see? B-Boy wins the fastest kill. Surdy gets fastest to 100 CS. Lyon won something. They won two categories.
Fastest item transformations, Ayla and Busio on that one. So 100 Thieves won that one. At least we won the battle.
These are the benchmarks for this. You know, any fast legendary item under 9 minutes, you know, is incredibly fast. AP and Loki, the only two to do it this entire Split Long.
Yeah.
Darkwing's in there though. Like again, just a little like moment to shout out him coming on this disguised roster. I think he performed a lot better than people, or like myself thought he would, being put in that position.
Moment to celebrate, just like the split that we've had so far. That's about it for me.
Pretty great to see. Upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com to learn more.
I'm learning.
Let's take a look at this bracket, by the way.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So we have a couple of brackets. We'll see which one they end up throwing up. It is going to be the LTA playoff bracket.
It's complete!
All seeds have been set. That upper bracket, Fly versus VKS, Vivocade Stars, will be the #1 from the north versus the #1 from the south. Winner goes straight to grand finals. Both those teams are going to Worlds. To me, the most interesting part here is that lower bracket. 100 Thieves Pain and Red versus SR.
Yeah.
Single elimination best of 5 right here. Only one of those 4 teams can be the other world representative.
And we've seen the 100 Thieves versus Pain one before, and Pain was fairly competitive, even if it was like the series score doesn't show that, doesn't reflect that in Split 1. So Split 1, We took them out 4-0. We all moved into the semifinals.
Yeah.
100% the LTA Seoul will want to get their lick back. They will want to at least be able to compete and fight for that second one. Yeah.
It's an 8-1 game score.
Yeah.
Can we do 9-0?
I think, hey, it's Cestral's out of the equation.
You never know.
They're out of the equation.
You never know. I mean, could actually go all the way to 12-0. I'm being silly.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
being silly. I just hope we get both teams to Worlds. So that's it for us. We'll be back next week for those LTA playoffs. Same time as usual, Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific, for 100 Thieves, who we just saw playing pretty well, versus Pain.
Yeah.
The road to Texas, it starts.
LTA playoffs.
Woo! We're getting there, guys. We're going to Texas.
Not yet.
Soon.
A couple weeks away.
Soon.
Hey, I said they want to make sure that they're building as many resources as they can, but Ayla with a pop blossom on Masu. 100 Thieves jumping in to try to take out the FlyQuest AD carry, but instead it's Whippo into the back line. Now Ayla's going to be the first to die. Surely, no! It's FBI! The smolder is down, and 100 Thieves have been routed! FlyQuest find exactly the angle they were looking for, and it spells doom for 100 Thieves! That is an ace for nothing!
Be critical if he can time it well on someone like Quid when he's going in.
Dokla ready to face check here into the brush, but he goes over the unraveled earth. Dokla's already down to half HP, but the Tempered Fate doesn't get a whole lot done here just yet. Busio backing away as Whippo charges into the middle of the fight. Everybody on 100 Thieves scrambling as Quid steps out of the way of the seismic shot. Inspired very low, going to be taken down. To be careful, but Masu's already died. Busio's about to follow. 100 Thieves are steamrolling the #1. Escape. Whippo's in the middle of everybody. 1v4 Aatrox, and it's the 4 who are struggling. Whippo just continues going forward as River is exhausted. Whippo staying alive through the Sterix. Big Dokes goes in for the 3-man stun, but it ain't gonna be enough. Dokla's already down. Nice ulti from Quad. A double kill from Masu as FBI falls. Quad just continues charging in. This snake has fangs, and 100 Thieves don't expecting this to be the call as Quid goes in, finds a nice kick back with the Quad, but it's not enough to kill him here just yet. Strangle Thorns are down. Quad's gonna get killed. Quid's still alive for now, but he does drop. River hanging on at 50 HP. Dokla charges forward here with a needlework. FBI could be in danger as Whippo jumps into the back line, but now Whippo's going to be killed off instead. Dreadlock from Ayla! 100 Thieves with the team fighting, looking for a little bit more. Dokla's got to back away. Inspired flashes out. Masu's already got 1 kill. He's about to find another. FlyQuest still trying to fight it. What a bloodbath in game 4! Bottom lane, 100 Thieves still have 20 seconds till FBI and Ayla are back alive. Quid just gets dogpiled. FlyQuest heal themselves up with another redemption. Dokla and River are next to fall. Fly did it in one long extended play.
Now, can they actually catch Whippo before the spawn?
Well, the tier 2 turret drops, so Whippo got what he came for. Now he's got to try to escape all the way out. Body slam over the wall. Uses the stasis to buy a little bit more time. FBI and Quid do a lot of damage. FlyQuest is on the way. Busio jumps in. The quickness into the ball of time. And 100